I want to, just at this moment, talk about the big picture of the course. There's three big picture points I want to make. Okay, one is that what do I know about? Why do I know something about money? Okay, my expertise as an academic, as a professor, I have never traded the money markets. People always say they think I'm a refugee from Wall Street or something. Well, maybe I am, but I've never actually been in Wall Street. Okay, so. All the learning I have is book learning, okay? But it's book learning from books like Stigum and the Financial Times, not academic journals mostly. The academic stuff that I've read is in the history, is in the history of monetary economics and the history of financial economics. These two books on the top here, The Money Interest and the Public Interest, this is a history of American monetary thought. Fisher-Black and the Revolutionary Idea of Finance, this is a history of the rise of modern finance. So these are the intellectual foundations with which I am approaching this subject of monetary economics. And a number of the readings that we're going to have are from that. That's why we're reading Alan Young, big hero of mine. That's why we're reading Bagehot. We might be reading Hawtrey, Shaw. These are names that probably you haven't heard of, okay? But you will learn about them, and I think grow to respect them and love them as I do. That's the intellectual foundation. But I want to really emphasize to you, this is not a course in ancient ideas. It's not a course in the history of economic thought. I do that, I write books about that, but this is very much a course about the present. Okay? It's using that history, using that intellectual frame to talk about the world as we live in it now. Okay? And the big thing that we're trying to figure out, everyone's trying to figure out, is financial globalization. Or global financialization, sometimes people say. What I've learned from reading the history of monetary thought, the history of financial thought, is that every generation has to figure out the world that in front of them. Okay, the world is changing. This is a system that is not constant. Okay, there are some ideas that we can bring from the past, that we can bring from people who figured this out for their own time, but we have to figure it out for our own time. There are new features to the system today. It works differently. There are some eternal verities. Hopefully, it's not as if all of the laws of economics have been repealed, but it is a strange new world. And as I'll say later on in this lecture, much of the money and banking textbooks that are around, I don't use. Okay, and the reason is because these textbooks have evolved from 1950, and they haven't changed enough. Okay, in 1950, banking was a certain thing. Okay, and it is just unrecognizably changed since then. And so I'm of the opinion that what we should do is say those were great textbooks. Let's just put them in the library and let's start again. Okay, start again with something that's talking about the real world. And that means that it's a little looser, okay? But it means that it's attached to reality. And that's the virtue, okay? So that's the second point. This course is trying to be attached to reality, but using as our intellectual base this historical approach. The third thing I want to say, big picture, is that being attached to reality means listening to the bankers. Okay, it means listening to them and trying to figure out what their world is like. They don't have a big picture. For most of the practitioners, they know their little piece of it. You know, they're experts in repo, they're experts in Eurodollars, they're experts in all these little arcane things, and will tell you they're happy to let you buy them drinks forever and explain the arcana of this. But they have no sense of how the system as a whole works. Okay, so it really is true that an academic can bring value here by noticing patterns, noticing this one is connected to that one. So this is what I'm trying to do in my life, you know, with my own intellectual resources, is try to figure out the world. And I'm trying to use this course for that purpose as well, that we're going to be talking about that together. And it's not so easy listening to the bankers. You know, we're used to courses where, you know, all you really need to know is how to take a first derivative and set it equal to 0, okay? And that's not going to help you here. We're not going to do any of that, actually, in this course. This is Marcia Stigum. The Money Markets, Classic Investment Texts. All these books, by the way, are at the Columbia Bookstore, and they should all be on reserve in the Business Library, which I chose because they've got lots of copies of this already, which they use for their classes. This is the desk reference that is used by people who trade the money markets. It's a little bit out of date. They've updated it, the 4th edition. They've added a chapter on Eurodollars. But it is the best thing there is, and it's the Bible of the money markets. When I first started teaching money and banking, I don't know, 10 some years ago, this was the entire text and we read through it. There were no lecture notes. So you have it easy by comparison to the guinea pigs, okay? It's who are 10 years ago. I would encourage you to, and you'll see on the syllabus that I indicate particular chapters of Stigum that go with particular lectures. I think it's very helpful to read these chapters, but I want to give you a sense of the spirit in which you want to read them, okay? Think of yourself as an anthropologist reading the sacred text of some tribe, maybe primitive tribe, okay, and trying to figure them out, how they think about the world and so forth, okay? I'm not trying to teach you to trade the money markets, not at all. But we are trying to understand this world that's really rather arcane, rather special, and the people who live in that world are interviewed in here, okay? So this is our sort of window into the operations of this strange tribe. That's how I want you to use this book, and that can be fun. If you try to read it to understand all the little pieces, it can blow your mind. And if you had to trade money, you would be very focused on this and all of that. But if you're not trading money, it can be kind of arcane. So read it like that. It's a sacred text of a foreign tribe. I've also just brought a copy, and they're here if you want to sell them. This is a copy of my book, New Lombard Street, which is about the crisis, but it's also about the history of the Fed for 100 years. 2 of these chapters are assigned, and they're just scanned in. So you don't have to buy this book if you don't want to. But I put some of them I had the bookstore collect some of them just in case you wanted to, because it might be an insight into what the course is about. But it's not required reading. What else? Oh, I almost forgot. We have here the Financial Times. In some sense, what this course is all about is teaching you to read the Financial Times so that you can read it and translate it into English. And in fact, there will be an exercise in doing exactly that on the final exam, an article that you will translate into English for your roommate. And you will see every day, not today, but every day otherwise, I will begin lecture by doing exactly that for you, reading some article in that day's Financial Times and explaining it to you. This is the sacred text, I would say, the ongoing sacred text of the money tribe, the Financial Times. And everything I know really that I've learned about modern money markets, I pretty much learned from the Financial Times, or they pointed me in the right direction. So if you can learn to read the Financial Times, you don't need me anymore. Okay, you're going to be fine. One thing I would note, just to give you an example of the kind of thing we're going to be talking about, here on page 2 are a bunch of articles about the Euro crisis. German banks split over ECB role. The idea that the European Central Bank maybe should be buying the debt of Spain or Italy in order to support the prices of those debts. And this is a huge controversy. What is this controversy about? What do they even mean? What does it mean for a central bank to be buying the debt of Spain and Italy? This is what we would be talking about. All eyes and ears on Draghi over bond proposal. So that's about that too. So often this page 2 has some money articles. Also, the last page of the second section, in fact, there's just an incredible number of fantastic articles that are illustrations. Chinese steel mills braced for slowdown in demand. You wouldn't think there was a monetary angle to this. But it turns out that, in fact, in China, the inventories of iron ore have been used as collateral for borrowing by businesses. And the banks are calling in these loans. And as a consequence, they're dumping their collateral, and you're having the beginning of a financial crisis there being caused by this. And so this is a thing that we'll come to understand by the end of the course. Forex brokers back EBS plans to rein in predatory prices. It doesn't even sound like English, okay? This is about high-frequency trading. These people who basically they're not people, they're computers, cyborgs, okay, algorithmic traders who are trading, you know, infinitesimal billionths of a second stuff, and the normal dealers, human beings, okay, and banks are getting mad at them because they're making money at their expense. And so there's this battle going on in the dealer world between the cyborgs and the human beings, and we'll learn about that. Yes?
I took a class in econ history.
Yes?
I found out like economics, like they disagree with each other a lot. So, are you a believer of any like school or economic school or anything?
Well, okay. So the question is, how do I locate myself in the dispute between economists? And I don't know exactly which schools you mean, but maybe saltwater and freshwater, sometimes people say, or monetarist and Keynesian, or something like that. What I certainly identify myself with is the money view, but this is a word I invented, so it's my own school. But I definitely identify myself with this line of thinking that I was mentioning. Let me just give you some of those names, because you'll hear them again. So let me just erase this here, and there's sort of two lines of thinking that I very much would, when I say, what school am I feel like I have an intellectual ancestors, okay, that I respect and that I try to build on. So that's the best answer to your question. And one set of these are Americans, okay? And they start with Alan Young, because central banking started then, and he starts to think about that. There is no tradition of central banking thinking, and then we get a central bank, and we have to start developing it. And so there's Young, Alvin Hansen. This is my first book, was about Young, Alvin Hansen, and Edward Shaw. 3 generations of thinking about monetary economics. And I would add a next one, Minsky. Hyman Minsky in that tradition. You might have heard of Hyman Minsky. Some people call this financial crisis a Minsky moment. I think the second reading for the second week is going to be about Minsky. It's an article I wrote about Minsky, which I think of as the missing chapters at the end of my first book. Okay, that if you were to continue on the story, it would have gone to Minsky. So I think of myself in this line. Okay. But there's another line that I'm very much, I haven't written as much about it, but there's the whole sort of UK tradition, okay? Because the UK has a very old tradition of thinking about central banking, because they had a central bank for a long time and they were the center of the world economy for a long time. So you can learn a lot from reading this old literature. And one of those people is Bagehot, okay? Another one is Hawtrey. Another one is Ralph Sayers, who taught at the LSE. So these are generations. Again, we're going down. And another one is Charles Goodhart, who's alive today. Okay? And I would also, I think of this as the tradition of central banking thinking. Almost all of these people are talking to bankers. They're talking to central bankers. They're not necessarily academics at all. Charles Goodhart was an economic historian, as a matter of fact, and then eventually he was teaching at the LSE, but he was the chief economist at the Bank of England for a long time. That was what he did with most of his career. Sayers taught at the LSE, but if you know England, it's very small. To teach at the LSE means you're a mile away from the city. Okay, it's like teaching in Manhattan. You're a mile away from Wall Street. So you're drinking this milk every day on the subway or in the taxi. You're living in the middle of the world money markets. And so I've learned a great deal from this world. I would say that some of these people call themselves Keynesians. Certainly Hansen, identified with Keynes. Minsky did in a certain way as well. Some of them were more thought of themselves as monetarists. Shaw sort of emphasized some of that, as a matter of fact. Some people think of Hawtrey as a kind of a monetarist. I think I see them all as being a continuous stream of intellectual development that is keeping its eye on the real world, on the situation that they're living in right now. and trying to figure it out, trying to abstract from it and see. So these are my heroes. This is where I come out. I did learn a lot of finance. I learned Fisher-Black, but finance thinks that there's no such field as monetary economics. Okay, that it should be finance instead of money. Okay, and that in an efficient market there's no liquidity problem. All prices, if all prices are exactly at their efficient market's price, liquidity, there's nothing for liquidity to distort. You know, the story I was telling about a bank having to have a fire sale on its loans, there's no such thing as a fire sale in straight ahead finance, because all loan, there's just somebody will, if you just move the price just a tiny bit below its true value, somebody will snatch it up. So prices aren't ever, there's not runs on banks and so forth. That's the pure finance line. And I learned the pure finance line. I wrote a whole biography of Fisher-Black in order to take on that most challenging point of view to this tradition, you know, this tradition here, which I had already identified with. And so I jumped to the other side of the street and I said, okay, the biggest challenge to this point of view are people who think there should be no central banks. There's no reason for them. Okay, obviously that's a pretty big challenge. Okay, so let me get inside that mind and understand that, and then let me step out and do this course and say, okay, what is my answer to Fisher? What would I say to him if he were here? And what I would say to him is what I'm going to say to you. That's what this course is about. This course is really, in my mind, a dialogue between the classic central banking perspective here, okay, and the modern finance perspective. And we're trying to get those two ideas, which seem so contradictory, to rub up against each other and create sparks for some new economic thinking, which is this course. That's where I'm. So it's not, you're not going to hear me talk about Keynesians versus monetarists. That's really not where I'm coming from at all. But there is a dialogue. There are oppositions that are creating this, but they're not the oppositions you're used to. It's the opposition of modern finance and classic central banking thinking. That's what I'm all about. I'm glad you asked that question. That's sort of, did you get a good answer, or do you want to follow up at all?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, like, what kind of idea or view do you have for the class? I mean,
for which?
I mean, yeah, I asked the question just to figure out what kind of idea you're going to talk about in the class.
Okay. So she says she's pushing me farther. Okay. So where do you stand? She asks. Okay. So where I ultimately do stand, and I will defend this position for the rest of the class, is that I do think that there is a role for central banks, okay, in creating bounds on the system. That it is a version of the role that Bagehot had in mind in 1873. Remember, I said lend freely at a high rate against good security. That doesn't quite work in the modern world, but there's a version. I subtitled my book, How the Fed Became the Dealer of Last Resort. This is a signal that what I'm trying to say is we need to update Bagehot for the present, okay? That we do need central banks, that finance is wrong when they say that central banks are just impositions of the state on perfectly functioning financial markets. I don't think financial markets work perfectly. I think they run into problems, and banking is all about that, and they're particularly these liquidity problems. It's not asymmetric information so much. You're not going to hear that from me, okay? It's all going to be about these particular monetary problems. Now, I worry that the central bankers, you know, who are running the world right now, are running it a bit blind. I think the things I read that I find really compelling mostly come out of the Bank of England, again, because of this long tradition of central banking, or the Bank of International Settlements, which is sort of the banker's bank for the world, and not so much out of academic economic publications, which are fighting old battles and haven't grabbed onto this new world. I want to walk you through the syllabus a little bit, but usually at this point the question arises about prerequisites and math. Yeah? Okay. The prerequisites for this course are intermediate macroeconomics and intermediate microeconomics. That's for the economics majors, okay? If you're an economics major and you want to get major credit for this course, you have to have had those prerequisites beforehand, okay? We don't make much use of those, but let me just talk about, but we could, and in other money and banking classes, they do. They start immediately from that. And at the end of the class, I will be connecting it up to the stuff that you know. So when I say intermediate macro and intermediate micro, let me explain what I mean by that. Because usually some students here are even from history or from law or something, and they haven't taken these courses, and so they're worried, okay, about these prerequisites. When I say intermediate macro, I mean this. Okay. Intermediate macro, this is a story about the determination of national income and the determination of the rate of interest, a nominal rate of interest. And we're used to thinking about monetary policy as shifting around the LM curve. And you could build a whole course around that, the foundations of the LM curve, Fed policy, the Taylor rule. You might argue that this LM curve should be horizontal and that you're trying to do inflation targeting maybe or something. We'll talk about all of those things, okay? But we're not really going to be starting from here and building the foundations of the LM curve. In fact, we'll be questioning the whole concept of a stable money demand curve or money supply curve. You know, so it's actually at a much more fundamental level that we're operating. So this is intermediate macro, and you will have seen that before. Intermediate micro is another diagram. This is economics, right? Consumption this period, consumption next period, and we have some kind of production possibility frontier that shows with the resources how we can produce this and produce that. And we have a tangent budget line here. And the slope of that line is minus 1 over 1 plus r, the real interest rate in this case. And we think of there being different kinds of human beings in this world, type 1 and type 2, where they are maximizing their utility. Okay, there's a first order condition for you, right? And creating a tangency and choosing, given we're imagining they both start with the same wealth, they have the same production possibilities, and then they trade. And this person says they want to consume more in period 1 than they're producing in period 1. And this person says, okay, they want to consume less in period 1 than they're producing in period 1 and more in period 2. Okay, so this is, person is borrowing, and this person is lending. If we bring money into the story, okay, there's this notion that what are financial markets doing? They're allowing people to do intertemporal trading in some way between people who want to consume more today and people who want to consume more tomorrow. And there's an interest rate that clears that market. This is intermediate micro. This is general equilibrium. This is a story about the determination of the real rate of interest, okay? And sometimes this is called the Fisher diagram after Irving Fisher. And you could build a whole money and banking class around this, and people do, okay? Thinking of banks, maybe there's some imperfection that keeps these people from meeting each other, asymmetric information or something like that, and banks or credit markets are sort of in between trying to facilitate this flow of savings to investment and so forth, and theory of intermediation. You could build a whole theory of money and banking around this, and there are textbooks that do that. Okay, that's not what I'm doing in this class. Okay, we will come back to both of these points of view and connect up what we've learned to both of these points of view. But we're actually not starting from a set of economic apparatus and thinking, how can we apply this to banking? No, we're starting at the other side. You know, let's start from the concrete realities of banking and try to inductively draw from that some notion of how this thing works. What are its regularities? What kind of theoretical things can we say about it? Without imposing this structure right away. That's the strategy. So what is the analytical apparatus that we use in this class? I've been teaching this class for a long time. Let me just tell you that the first 2 weeks of this, you're going to experience as a little disorienting, okay? But then it will start to come together, and everyone at the end feels fine, okay? So it's just, and the reason it's disorienting is because you're used to grabbing onto that, okay? Or grabbing onto that and saying, oh yeah, I know where I am. You know, I recognize this from the past course. And there's not going to be stuff like that. You know, the very first stuff that you start reading is going to be things that are unfamiliar to you. And so that's just the way it's going to be. I sometimes tell students it's really fortunate that many of you had an experience as a first-year student or a second-year student, you know, saying, here's Nietzsche, just read Nietzsche and we'll talk about it tomorrow, you know, or something. So students rely on that background, that they know how to do that. That's okay, don't worry about it. It will eventually make sense to you. Read it, do your best, and it will eventually come together. Just trust, it always does. And there is an intellectual tradition here with great care, great minds that are trying to figure this stuff out. And that's what we're trying to access. We're trying to think, what I always do when I'm reading the Financial Times, I say to myself, you know, what would Bagehot make of all of this? You know, or what would Minsky make of all of this? Or what would Fisher Black make of all of this? These are people I've written biographies of, right? So I can enter their minds and say, what would they make of this? Okay, that's how I think about the world always, is by just shifting gears back and forth. That's what I bring to the table. So I guess my answer is that I'm a member of my own little school, but I don't feel alone at all. I don't feel alone at all, because I have all these ancestors here, and they're pretty great guys, actually. Monetary economics is all about books because it's so big. You've got to write a treatise if you're really going to get anywhere in monetary economics. That's what I loved about it. That's why I chose monetary economics. I went down to the library, I saw that shelf of those books, and I said, if I could have a life reading all of those books just from left to right, that would be the best life ever. And that's the life I've had. The analytical apparatus is largely balance sheets. There's other stuff too that we'll get to in the class, but I just want to signal right now. Students that have some background in accounting or might find this a little bit easier than others, but sometimes not, because usually accounting classes teach you what the law is, what is GAAP accounting and so forth. And we're not concerned here with what the law is. We're using balance sheets as an analytical structure to help us think rigorously about the economy. So let me just show you what I mean by that. We start with a bank. Okay. On the left-hand side is assets. On the right-hand side is liabilities. Why don't I just write that in here for the first time so that we remind ourselves. In general, I won't be writing it in. You'll just get used to knowing that assets are on the left and liabilities are on the right. Okay? And we could think of a bank as having some loans, some securities. So that might be like a treasury bill, and some cash reserves. It's more complicated than that, but. And on the liability side, you can think of this bank as having deposit accounts, I'm going to put in other borrowing because they might be issuing bonds or other kinds of short-term money market borrowing. In fact, that's going to be a very big part of this course, is understanding other borrowing. And then a balancing item here, net worth. Okay. This is what the balance sheet of a generic bank sort of looks like. And I'm drawing this to draw your attention to two sorts of issues that arise when we're thinking about banks. One is the issue of solvency. Is this bank solvent or not? We've been having some issues with that in the last few years. And Europe is having its issues now. Perhaps entire national banking systems are bankrupt in any literal solvent way. Solvency just means, is the value of the assets greater than the value of the liabilities so that the net worth is greater than zero? this being a balancing item, is the net worth greater than zero. So this is about the market value of assets versus the market value of liabilities. A lot of the discussion about banking systems is about that. But in this course, we're going to focus most attention actually on what is very specific about banking that makes them different from other corporations, okay, which is the issue of liquidity. Okay, and that's here, cash reserves, okay. If a depositor transfers their deposit to somebody else, tries to make a payment to somebody else, does the bank have liquidity? Does it have cash reserves in order to make that payment? These are demand deposits. They can be withdrawn at any moment, okay? Does it have its reserves? And if it doesn't, can it acquire them? Can it borrow them in the money markets, okay? Can it go to the Fed ultimately to the window? Can it sell a security or repo a security? These are words you haven't heard, okay? But you're going to know what these are pretty soon. Or does it have to liquidate these loans, sell them at a fire sale price? And if it does, what happens to solvency? If it sells them at a fire sale price, the assets are sold below their value. So there's a link between liquidity and solvency. Most economists approach banking by thinking first about solvency. We're going to approach banks by thinking first about liquidity and see where that leads us. And that's how bankers think. They face this liquidity constraint every day. They have to clear their accounts. The first 2 weeks of this course is about the payment system, oddly enough, okay? But you'll see why, okay? It will all connect up. This is a balance sheet of a traditional bank. But we're also going to be talking about shadow banks. I'm involved in a research team that's just finished a paper on shadow banking, which I'm going to be talking about at the end of the course. I wasn't sure I would finish it in time, so I put it at the end of the course. So this is assets and liabilities here. And when I talk about a shadow bank, I mean an entity that is holding, let's say, residential mortgage-backed securities. So these are loans that are turned into a bond of a kind. This is all just to give you an impression. By the way, all this lecture is all sort of written down. It's going to be posted in courseworks too. You're going to get used to that so that you don't have to necessarily write everything down. But if you feel if that helps you, by all means do. Residential mortgage-backed securities, and then they strip out some of the risk, as much risk as possible from this, maybe with something called an interest rate swap. Okay, getting rid of the interest rate risk involved. Something like a credit default swap, getting rid of some of the credit risk, selling that off to somebody else so that what you have left is a short-term, relatively risk-free thing that you can use as collateral for borrowing in the wholesale money market. So there's money market borrowing here. They're not borrowing from you and me, okay? But they're borrowing from money market mutual funds. They're borrowing from big corporate investors. And the instruments they're using are things like repurchase agreements, RP, okay? Eurodollars, LIBOR, Eurodollar borrowing, asset-backed commercial paper, okay? We're going to understand what all these things are. It's not rocket science. But the point is that what has happened in the world is that this model became the dominant one. The amount of credit in the United States that ran through this sort of method became larger than that kind of method. The textbooks are all about that, okay? But reality is increasingly about that, and we need to bring that into our minds. Again, there's an issue of solvency. And an issue of liquidity. But it's not so easy as it is in the regular banking system. The issue of liquidity is really about being able to roll over this funding. Okay, using this as collateral for the funding. This is short-term funding. So if the money markets freeze up, you can't roll it over. You have to liquidate. Okay, this is what a lot of the financial crisis is about. Okay, is exactly this kind of problem. Okay, and I'm waving my hands now. Okay, because I don't want to get it into it too deep. But in a few weeks, you'll understand all this stuff. This is not, it's not rocket science. It can be understood, and it's my mission to help people understand it. I think we're in a teaching moment in history where we need to understand this. The general population needs to understand how this stuff works, because we need to make some big decisions about how to regulate this new system. The regulatory system we have is all about that kind of banking, okay? And we don't really know what we're doing about regulating this. Dodd-Frank doesn't touch it, okay? So this is what the issue is about. So we're talking about banking. We're also talking about, the final thing here, I want to show you another. This is a bank. The central bank is a bank. This is the balance sheet of the Fed. Okay, that's from what does it say there? August 30th, 2012. Factors affecting reserve balances of depository institutions. What you see there, can you see it if I point here? Yeah, you can see that. So here, this is actually, they list on this page, this is all assets. So it's just the left-hand side of my balance sheet there. And you see what the Fed has there. U.S. Treasury securities are $1.6 trillion. Bills are short-term securities. They've sold them all off. They have no short-term securities anymore. Maybe you heard about this, that they were moving into long-term debt, and they have that. Notes and bonds, so forth. Federal agency debt securities, that's like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Mortgage-backed securities, these are private mortgage-backed securities. Okay, the Fed has bought mortgage-backed securities itself for the very first time ever in history. Okay, it never imagined it was ever going to do that. This is part of the legacy of the crisis. If you look down, and look, it's not like there's a small amount there. There's $852 billion. These are big numbers, the central bank here. These things here, Maiden Lane, all this is left over from the AIG and Lehman and all those sorts of things, and we can talk about, they're small numbers now, they were large numbers. Central bank liquidity swaps, these are the Fed lending to other central banks, to the ECB, to the Swiss National Bank, to the Bank of Japan. Okay, there's this whole, the point I want to emphasize, in many economics classes you've had, you talk about this, and you talk about MD equals MS, money demand equals money supply, okay? Now we're saying, well, what the actual things that are behind the scenes there are banks, okay? And a central bank is a bank. It's not printing money. It has liabilities and assets. It's just not correct to say that it's printing money. When it's expanding the money supply, it's expanding both sides of the balance sheet, asset and liabilities at the same time. This is a classic banking operation. It happens at all levels, the central bank and also farther down. It's something we're going to pay a lot of attention to. So there you see the total size of the balance sheet is there $2.8 trillion. By the way, before the crisis, it was less than $1 trillion. So when I say that the size of the balance sheet tripled, that's about right. And here's the liability side. So you can see that the liabilities of the central bank are about $1 trillion of currency in circulation. That's green pieces of paper. Okay. There's also a bunch of other small numbers. Then there's this other big number, $1.5 trillion reserve balances with Federal Reserve banks. This is excess reserves. Okay. The banks have to hold reserves, cash reserves. These are held as deposits at the Fed. They're holding $1.5 trillion worth of those. $1.5 trillion worth of those. Before the crisis, that number was $50 billion. Okay. It's an order of magnitude change. The system has changed very dramatically. That's what this sort of thing is when people talk about QE1, QE2, QE3, they're talking about the transformation of the Fed's balance sheet that I'm showing you here. This is stuff that we are going to try to understand in this course. So have a look at the syllabus. I mentioned, just as I was talking there, that we're going to start with banking as a clearing system, understanding it as a payment system. You can see we're not starting immediately there. There's going to be, this is lecture 1 that we're having now, the 4 prices of money. And next week is the natural hierarchy of money and money in the state. Then there are sort of several ideas. The 2 key ideas in the course are thinking of banking as a clearing system, a payment system, and banking as market making. The third section there, international money banking, is just expanding that because it's a global system, okay? Expanding those two ideas to the international arena. And then the fourth idea, banking is advanced clearing. This is how we bring in finance, okay? That finance and forwards and futures and swaps and all these derivatives and things like that. So that comes in at toward the end of the class. And then we go back to some of these issues of regulation, what to do about shadow banking, touching the elephant three views. This is about how this course connects up with what you have learned in economics and what you've learned in finance, both, okay? We're sort of straddling in the middle of that. So the course has these definite sections, and you can see there's a problem set for each section to help you get on top of it. Clearing, market making, advanced clearing, and also intermediation. Let me say one more thing about that. Here's my chalk. So I titled this lecture, The Four Prices of Money. And I haven't mentioned the four prices of money, so I better tell you what they are. Okay. The four prices of money is, in a certain sense, that's what this whole course is about, is understanding where these prices come from. Economics focuses on one of them. Certainly the interest rate might be thought of as the price of money, conceivably. Okay, one of them is certainly the interest rate. Okay, the interest rate is the price of money in what sense? It's the price of money today in terms of money tomorrow. So it's the interest rate on a deposit account, which it's how you can transform money today into money tomorrow. So that, I think, is pretty clear for most people with some economics training. But there's a more primitive price that's important that gets neglected, and we're going to pay a lot of attention. And that is the price par. This is the price of one money in terms of another money right now, today. So this is about today. This is about the future. For example, you all let me write down this balance sheet without any complaint, and yet what do we have here? We have deposit accounts, money, on this side, and we have cash reserves, money, on this side, okay? And we take this all for granted, that they're traded par. That if you have an account at Citibank that says $107, you can go to Citibank and they will give you 107 of these dollars. That's par. That's par. And we see in financial crises, sometimes par is broken. Okay? That your bank money trades at a different rate than central bank money. This is central bank money here. This is private money. So the system is hybrid. There's private money and there's state money. And that hybridity is masked by par. You think like it's just the same, okay? And if the system is working well, it is just the same. But that then begs the question, why does it work well? How do we make it work well? What do we do in the case of a financial crisis? So par is actually quite an important price, and it's key to the payment system, okay? If you're buying something from California and they said, oh, because you're here in New York, okay, we're going to charge you an extra 5%. There's not going to be, because there's not par clearing between California and New York. You would be really upset, okay? But this is how it was in the United States before the Fed. There was not par clearing. Par clearing was created. Par clearing in the payment system in the United States was created by a set of institutions, and it is not easy to create this thing, by the way. Because this is like a fixed price. Economists are sensitive enough to realize that. You know, if you have a price there and now you fixed it at 1 for 1 and you're not going to let it budge at all, no matter what the pressure is, that's not so easy. That's like rent control. Okay, so we're going to look at that. That's one price. Interest rate is the second price. The exchange rate. So this is about the price of domestic money in terms of foreign money, or about domestic money in terms of world reserve money. that there's a best money. We know that best money is the dollar. This is particularly obscured because we live in the United States, so we tend to ignore exchange rates, right? Because the dollar is the world, we go to Europe for vacation or something, but the notion that we have to worry about the exchange rate of the dollar for larger economic purposes, we never worry that the dollar is going to fall below par with the international dollar. The international dollar, which is the world reserve, which is actually used for reserve. There are two dollars. Again, private dollar and a state dollar, okay? And the international dollar is largely private dollars. There are all these European banks with dollar deposits and no accounts at the Fed, okay? How does that work? Eurodollars. That's the third price. The fourth price is the price level. So here we're talking about the price of money in terms of commodities. Economists often talk about that using the quantity theory of money, MV equals PY or PT or something like that, imagining that the quantity of money sort of moves one for one with the price level of commodities. We will come to some of that and understand what might lie behind that by the end of the course, but most of our attention is actually going to be on these here, okay? On these things here. If you look in the just preview of coming attractions, if you look in the FT, usually it's like 2 or 3 pages from the back, you see a really horrific page filled with very, very tiny little numbers here, okay? And by the end of this class, we're basically going to know what all these numbers are, okay? So we have interest rates, market interest rates, US dollar LIBOR, we have US dollar CDs, we have US overnight repo, we have federal funds effective. These are all different interest rates here. Okay? And how they're connected to each other is something we're going to understand. They also have pound LIBOR. They also have Swiss franc LIBOR. They also have exchange rates. They have interest rate swap rates. They have all of this. We're going to understand all of this stuff. Okay? You're going to know what this is, and you're going to know it in language that you can explain to your roommate. Okay? This is the goal, that we can translate the FT into language that we can talk to each other about, that it's not an arcane world that is only for people who are partners in investment banks. This is something that the average citizen can and should understand. In fact, my whole inspiration for this course is the book Lombard Street that Walter Bagehot wrote in 1873. And I named my book The New Lombard Street in homage to him. And this was a best-selling book in 1873. I hoped to write a best-selling book. It hasn't gotten there yet, but why? He was trying to explain the money markets to his fellow citizens in Britain because there had been a series of financial crises and the central bank had to get involved and do things that they promised they weren't going to do, and he was saying they did the right thing. They lent freely at a high interest rate against good collateral. That's what a central bank should do to solve a crisis. And I wrote my book for the same reason. Okay, by saying that here we had this financial crisis. It was a crisis of the shadow banking system. And the central bank did a lot of things that we had never imagined. It had sworn up and down it would never do, okay? And it did them. It's not over yet, however. In order to get out of the crisis that is overwhelming us, and it's a global crisis too, we need to actually understand how the system works. And this means the population understanding how the system works so that we can get appropriate action. Because if every proposal gets locked up in politics and it's like, oh, you're just in favor of the bankers. Oh, you're just against the bankers. We don't make any intellectual progress. Okay? So in this course, we will not be taking sides. Pro-banker, anti-banker. We'll be trying to figure out how the system works, okay? And so that we can approach this as scientists and also as citizens. So once again, I come back. The world has changed. It's a global world, and it's a global financial world. The world of the 1950s textbooks is not a world with private capital markets very much at all. Okay? It's also not a world that's global because the global financial markets of the 19th century had broken down. Bagehot is a better guide for today than Irving Fisher. Irving Fisher was living in a simpler world than Bagehot. Bagehot in the 19th century was living in a global financial system organized around the pound sterling. So Bagehot is a better guide for today. Now, he didn't have fancy derivatives. He didn't have cyborgs doing billionth of a second trading, you know. He didn't have all of that stuff. That's new. We got to figure out where that fits in, okay? But he would know how to start thinking about that, okay, because he understood how money markets work. And it's just a matter of applying that same way of thinking to the modern situation. That's what we're going to do. So the first thing is globalization following Bagehot. And the second idea is integrating in finance. And the idea that this has actually occupied most of my time for the last 10 years, is figuring out how to connect up money and finance. I showed you that picture of my books, right? One is the history of money, one is the history of finance. People think there are two Perry Mehrlings. They can't imagine that because they're like separate fields entirely, okay? But I'm trying to connect them up, and I tried to connect them up in New Lombard Street. And the way you connect them up, the way we're going to connect them up in this class, is with this. This is going to be our motto, okay? All banking is a swap of IOUs. A swap. And by swap, I mean things like interest rate swap, credit default swap, but also loans. Also, all banking is a swap of IOUs. Finance thinks they know everything there is to know about swaps. Okay? This comes out of finance, derivatives, all of this. We're not going to be thinking of swaps in the way finance people think. We're going to be thinking of swaps in the way money people think of swaps. There's a funding piece to this. There's a liquidity piece to this. And that liquidity piece is what's driving all the action. Okay? And that's what this is going to be about. This is a course about money markets. This is a course about liquidity. We're going to connect it up to solvency and all of that, absolutely. Okay? But we're starting in a different place. We're starting in a different place. We're starting where Bagehot would have started, in understanding the money markets as a system of clearing, as a system of finance that is global. So maybe I should write that up again, just to get that in there. We're talking about financial globalization, and we're thinking, what does that imply for money and monetary theory? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to develop monetary theory for the real world that's around us now. And the guideposts we're going to use are these great texts of the past, because that's what I know, but also these great texts of the present, Stigum and the Financial Times. Okay? These are our guideposts to doing that. That's what this course is going to be about. First reading for the discussion section is this reading by Alan Young. And I would very much encourage you to have a look at this over the weekend. And I want to tell you a bit about this. This is one of the guys that very much started me off. That book I showed you about the history of American monetary thought. The first 3 chapters are a biography of Alan Young. And I read everything that Alan Young ever wrote. And he really started me on this path. These chapters that I'm having you read are chapters he wrote, he never signed. They were for an encyclopedia, and he wrote them in 1923, 1924. So they were written at a time when the US had just come out of World War I. The Fed, you may remember, the Central Bank of the United States, was established in 1913, just before World War I. Okay? So we didn't have a central bank, and we had no long tradition of thinking about central banking in the United States at all. In fact, Americans traditionally are very suspicious of central banking, and it took a long time. And we'll talk about some of the history. He talks about it. So he's writing about the Fed at a time when it's a new institution, not clear what it's going to do. He's friends with the president of the New York Fed and is coming down and advising him on what to do. They're inventing open market operations. They're inventing stabilization policy. All of this is live. So they're dealing with new institutions and trying to figure out what to do. It's a fascinating glimpse, and it's very easy to read because it's written for an encyclopedia. But he also compares this to the Bank of England. Okay? And there's this chapter on international money and about how England, well, that's going to still be the center of world finance and all of that. It's not going to change. Well, he was wrong about that. You know, that didn't really work. You know, we now know that that was the end for England as the pound sterling and we eventually, but we didn't get our act together to have the world, to have the dollar as the world reserve currency really until after World War II, okay? So there would be another several decades, a Great Depression, another World War before we sort of sorted all that out. What's really fascinating about the energy of this piece is that I think it puts us in the spirit that I would like us to be in for today, okay? Which is that we've just lived through this crisis that we don't really fully understand. The system seems to be changing out. We got to figure this out, okay? Just as he was trying to figure it out in 1924. They're very easy to read, but they're very deep. He's a very deep thinker, and when you read this again later as you're preparing for your final exam or something, you will be more impressed by it. Right now you'll find it easy reading. Later on you'll read it and you'll notice all the subtle points where he is steering away from minefields and being very, very careful. So that's the first reading that I want you to do for this over this weekend in preparation for the first discussion sections next week. He was a big hero of mine, Alan Young, Allyn. I'm going to start today, as I promised, with the feature that is supposed to get students to class on time, which is talking about today's news using the concepts of this class. And in particular, a lot has happened since last Wednesday. I don't know if you paid attention to this news, you know, that Mario Draghi, the ECB met, and they made a very big announcement that they're really prepared to support the value of the short-term debt of the peripheral countries. And that's gotten some of the German central bankers pretty upset, and that's playing itself out. There's in today's FT, Financial Times, on page 2, there's also a sort of preview of George Soros. It's actually quite a provocative title here. It says, "Lead or Leave Currency Bloc," Soros tells Germany. But I'm not so much interested in the politics of this as the economics, because he has his own proposal for what he says the ECB is not doing enough and we need to do more, and he has his own proposal. So what I want to just compare here quickly, in last lecture, I talked about the difference between liquidity and solvency. Okay, and basically that's what this is all about. He's saying the ECB can deal with liquidity problems, but there are also solvency problems, and that also needs to be addressed. So this is just a way of consolidating the lesson from last time. Let me just show you what I'm talking about here. What Mario Draghi is doing is dealing with the position of bondholders who are holding short-term peripheral, meaning this isn't a negative term, meaning Spain, Italy, the countries that are in the periphery of Europe, the ones that are in trouble, short-term peripheral debt here, okay, and or investors of any kind here. These could be banks as well. And I'm putting assets here on the left and liabilities on the right. I'm not showing you the whole balance sheet. The point is that the spreads, the interest rates that Spain and Italy are paying on their short-term debt are very much higher than the interest rates that Germany and France are paying on their short-term debt. And what the ECB has said is it's essentially going to cap those, not officially, it hasn't set an exact cap, but it's going to do this by basically buying this debt. It's going to enter the market as a buyer. What does that mean? That means the ECB is going to buy this short-term bills. Bills is the word we use for short-term debt often. Bonds usually means longer term. It's going to buy short-term bills, and it's going to do it, initially at least, by expanding its balance sheet, by creating more money. Okay, so this is when people say, "Oh, they're monetizing government debt." This is what they have in mind. This sort of balance sheet operation here, where you're expanding the balance sheet on both sides. This money is paid to these bondholders who sell that and acquire money instead. Okay, so this is the Draghi operation, and this is a liquidity operation in the sense that they're trying to support the value of these bills, drive down the interest rates that the peripheral countries are paying on their debt. Okay? We're going to pay a lot of attention to operations like this in this course, and there's a lot more sophistication there, so I'm just making it very simple at the moment. But I want to compare that to a solvency operation, which is what George Soros has in mind. And he is focusing on, he says, that's buying some time, but it's not dealing with the fundamental problem. Okay? And the fundamental problem is that some of these peripheral countries have way too much debt. Okay? It's not just that the prices are somehow misaligned, okay? But one of the reasons the prices are misaligned is because the debt to GDP ratio in these countries is just all out of whack. And so, and in particular, greater than 60%, debt to GDP greater than 60%. And so he proposes, other people propose things like this as well. I'm just taking it from this article here. He proposes, so the bondholders are holding, and this is long-term debt. So let's call this the excess bonds, peripheral bonds. So this is long-term debt of the periphery, okay? And he suggests that what we should have is an EFA, and what does that stand for? The European Fiscal Authority. European Fiscal Authority, which is essentially like the U.S. Treasury. So it will be a fiscal unit of Europe as a whole. And he wants the EFA to buy these excess bonds. Okay, and to finance the purchase of these by issuing its own short-term debt, which are the liability of Europe as a whole. So that's why I call them Euro bills. Bills because they're short-term, Euro because it's the whole, it's all of Europe. It's not individual peripheral countries on this side. And so, and then he says, and we should have those Euro bills be the best collateral. The ECB should accept these as the best collateral in the world. So there's a monetary piece of that in part to help the operation get going, where the ECB maybe buys these Euro bills by expanding its balance sheet. Okay, and that money is what ultimately is paying for this. You see, you're going to get used to this pattern of thinking. We do this a lot in this class, where you say, you know, this and this are the same thing, this and this are the same thing, this minus and this plus are the same thing. There are two sides to these transactions, and we're booking both of them. Okay. Now, the whole point of this operation, he says, is that once we have bought these excess bonds, maybe we can forgive them and therefore take away the excess burden on the peripheral countries. We've basically moved them up to Europe as a whole. Instead of being the debt of Spain or the debt of Portugal, they're the debt of Europe. And if we forgive them, obviously the net worth, okay, if we forgive these excess bonds, the net worth over here, which is a balancing item, is going to take a hit. That's a solvency issue. Okay? But the point is that Europe is solvent, okay, and Portugal is not, or not as solvent. So that's the idea, is to move this debt to the larger entity, which is solvent, and therefore take away the fundamental problem underneath that. Now, there's a lot of politics about this. Why should we write off that debt? You know, these are a bunch of profligate people, and we need to impose austerity on them. There's a lot of talk about that. I'm just talking about the mechanics to understand what they have in mind. You see here, there's an expansion of the money supply as well, but what George Soros says, and it's mentioned in this article, is that this might not be the end of the story here, because at the moment, banks all over Europe, okay, don't trust each other, and so they are holding enormous quantities of reserves, okay, at the ECB. Remember how last time I showed you how the Fed had like $1.5 trillion worth of excess reserves? There's something like this happening at the ECB too. And what he suggests, and of course they're getting no interest at all on those reserves that they're holding at the ECB. So he thinks that what could happen is that these banks will trade this money for these euro bills. And in doing so, shrink back the balance sheet of the central bank. Okay? So the point is that by dealing with the solvency problem, you're using the balance sheet of the ECB only temporarily to help distribute these bills, and then they wind up over here and the money disappears. So you haven't monetized any debt, ultimately, at the end of the story. See that? You haven't monetized any debt. In fact, what you've done is to take a lot of excess reserves out of the system and substitute these euro bills for them. This is the idea. By focusing on the solvency issue. But we're not there yet, because there's a lot of politics there. Okay? So we're doing this instead. Okay? It's left to the ECB basically because there is no European financial authority. There is no Europe-wide treasury. There is no Europe-wide fiscal authority. And this is what always happens. When central banks do very bold things, it's because somebody else isn't doing their job. Okay? And so that's what Draghi is doing. That's what Draghi is doing. He's holding the system together. And you can criticize him as much as you want, okay? But he is acting as a central banker. And understanding the mechanics, what in fact these are about, I think could help a lot with having a more sane political discussion about what is at stake here, instead of throwing around words like hyperinflation and so forth, thinking about what are the alternatives. Jump right in to lecture 2, which I call the natural hierarchy of money. This is a big lecture. This is the big picture of the whole course, basically. The whole course is right here in this lecture. This lecture is going to be online. It's going to be posted in Courseworks. And you won't really get all of it, okay, right now. But you will by the end of the course. And you will go back and you'll read it and you'll say, yes, in fact, he's right. That was the whole course. Okay? But why do I do that? Why do I feed you with this fire hose right here at the very beginning? It's because I've discovered over time that what makes this subject matter difficult is that people have certain patterns of thought that they've acquired partly just by living in the world as consumers, but partly by taking economics classes. Okay? And some of these patterns of thought stand in the way. And you have to put them aside and think in a different way. One of the things that economics students, particularly good economics students, find most difficult is this idea about expanding both sides of the balance sheet at the same time. It seems like a free lunch. And we're just like told there's no such thing as a free lunch. And it's it's jarring, okay, mentally for good economic students to kind of understand how these operations work. The alchemy of banking, creating something from nothing. It seems it must be wrong, okay? So I'm putting it right up front at the beginning so that you see it, okay? And I'm not hiding it, so that you address that underlying psychological unease right here at the beginning. Another issue is people are so used to thinking of money as a positive number that seeing it, as a liability of the central bank, okay, on the liabilities is all like just very difficult. This is about understanding the difference between outside money and inside money, which we're going to be talking about. That's another problem. We're also very used to thinking of money as a creature of the nation state. Okay? And today, I'm not going to really talk about the nation state at all. We're going to think of the central bank, as a banker's bank. And only tomorrow, only on Wednesday, will we bring in the nation state. And finally, and that this sort of obstacle, psychological obstacle, it gives me the title of the lecture. We're so used, in economics to thinking about supply and demand and general equilibrium and thinking of end goods. There's all these different goods and there's relative prices between them that are moving around. So we think of all these goods as in some sense at the same level. And if you start to think of all the different monetary instruments as being at the same level with prices clearing, you will not really get how the system works. So I'm emphasizing that it's hierarchical. They're not at the same level. They only appear to be at the same level, and when crisis happens, you find out that they're not at the same level. That things that looked like they were equivalent, in fact, are not structurally. So this I'm bringing right into the center of our consciousness because it's one of the most challenging ideas for people to get. Now, that's why in this course, often people who don't have economics backgrounds do better, okay, at first, because they're not overcoming they just say, well, it's okay, that's fine. You know, they're not trying to be economists, okay. We can come back at the end. Nothing I'm saying is actually in contradiction to any of the economics that you know, okay? But it requires you, at least at the moment, to suspend your impulses, okay, in order to accept a kind of weird and new way of thinking about the world. And we'll integrate it in at the end. So that's all just by way of warning. So the very first sentence, always and everywhere, monetary systems are hierarchical. And when I want to start with this idea of hierarchy is the difference between money and credit. Money is better than credit, okay? Doesn't just cost more or something, it's qualitatively better. Credit is a promise to pay money. Money is money. Money is the thing that eliminates debts, the money that debts are canceled in, okay? Everyone knows that, okay? But the significance of that is often underestimated. This is the place to begin. All textbooks talk about money and credit like that. Okay. I'm going to, in order to really emphasize the hierarchy, I'm going to add a few more layers, okay? 4 layers, in order to show, and there are many more layers than that, just to really build this idea of hierarchy. Let me get myself some more room here. And I'm going to think about a world where the ultimate money is not problematic at all. It's gold, okay? You all probably know that at one point there was a gold standard, and some people think of that moment with nostalgia, and some people think of it as sort of archaic system that we pass through. We'll have those discussions later on. This is going to help us think about the hierarchy at the moment, because it's pretty clear in the gold standard what is the ultimate money. So let's start with gold as the ultimate money. Okay? Underneath gold, less good than gold, is national currencies. Currencies are promises to pay gold in the sense that there's a mint standard, there's a mint par, and the central bank of the country is meant to clear international accounts in the ultimate money, in gold. So there's national currency that's the liability of a central bank. We'll come to that in a minute. Underneath that are bank deposits. These are private banks that are issuing deposits. Deposits are promises to pay currency, not promises to pay gold. But so ultimately they're promises to pay gold, because if you get currency, you can turn it into gold. So, and then underneath deposits are all other kinds of credit. So we'll just call them securities, but it could also be loans of various kinds here. Well, that's clearly credit. You know, these are promises to pay, and this is money. Okay. When we say money, loosely, okay, where do we draw the line between money and credit? See, in most textbooks, you talk about money and credit. You don't talk about 4 layers. Where do they draw the line? Okay. Well, they're different throughout time. This has sort of changed throughout history. One idea is maybe to draw it here, okay, saying that all this stuff is money and all this stuff is credit. Certainly that was a sort of 19th century view. People often did that, because banks, which are issuing deposits, are clearing those payments with currency, with national currency there. And so that's the ultimate payment domestically. So if you take a banking point of view, okay, take the point of view of a bank, maybe this stuff is money and this stuff is credit. But if you've had any, well, introductory economics or something, you'll have heard of M2 and M3 and so forth. And they take the point of view of the consumer or the business, which is generally doing business with these deposit accounts here and thinking of money as everything above here, okay, and credit as everything below here. Okay? And if you've taken a course in international monetary economics, okay, you will know that it does you no good at all in paying international payments to have your own currency. You have to have the international currency. Okay, so money is everything above this line, and credit is everything below this line. Okay, so what lesson do we take from this? What counts as money and what counts as credit depends on the situation, and it depends on who you are, and it depends on the layer of hierarchy you're talking about. Okay? So instead of starting with definitions, this thing is money, this thing is credit, we're starting with concepts. Okay? So that we, in any individual situation, we ask ourselves, okay, what layer are we at? Okay, what things are credit, what things are money at this in this layer that we're talking about. Okay? So there's a hierarchy. I've indicated here 4 layers. There are, in fact, many more than that, and there's considerable differentiation within each of these layers, and we'll talk about that. So once you get used to thinking about a hierarchy, you'll see it everywhere. Okay, it will become obvious. That's the main point for today. So far, so good. This is a hierarchy of financial instruments. Financial instruments. So now let's add another layer on top of that. Okay, let's see the same hierarchy in terms of the entities that are issuing and holding this stuff. So there's a hierarchy of institutions as well, and for that we need, because whenever we talk about institutions, we're talking about balance sheets. Okay. So we're talking about a central bank banker's bank, which is issuing currency and holding gold. So it's holding reserves of the international money and issuing as its own liability the national money. Okay, this is an idealized picture of what a central bank looks like. There's other stuff here. Maybe there's treasury bills or stuff like that. I'm gonna leave that out now so that we can just see the logic of the hierarchy at the moment. Then below the central bank is the banking system. Which is holding currency as an asset and issuing deposits as its liability. Okay, again, so this is its reserve, which are deposit accounts or actual currency at the central bank. Okay, and this is its liability, the private money supply, the liability of private banks. Okay, and then farther down, who is it that holds deposits as their assets? Private sector. And they're holding deposits as their assets. And they're issuing various kinds of credit as their liabilities. So I'll put securities here as their liabilities. So these are just the same entities that I had the hierarchy. And I'm showing a hierarchy of institutions now. Okay? And let me just put securities in here as an asset too. Okay? Because the private sector is holding these securities in your pension funds and insurance companies and so forth, as well as issuing them. Different individuals, we're just aggregating here. There are other assets here, there are loans here, and there's other stuff here. And I even abstracting, by the way, I should say, the shadow banking system, which is going to be a huge part of this course, is not here at all. We're talking 19th century gold standard stuff. What I want to draw your attention to in this picture is that every word, every concept appears twice except gold. Why is that important? This is the difference between inside money and outside money. Outside money is an asset that is no one's liability. Gold is an asset that is no one's liability. It's piece of gold metal. It's not a form of credit at all. Everything else is credit. Inside money is some form of credit. When people talk about credit money, maybe they're talking about currency, maybe they're talking about deposits, maybe they're talking about other shadow banking entities. Okay? The point is that pretty much all money is inside money. Pretty much all money is inside money. And this is why, this is this other psychological barrier people have, that they're used to thinking of money as stuff, okay, as an asset. No. Almost all money is somebody's liability. Okay? It's not stuff. It's not a heap of anything. Okay? It's somebody's promise. It's somebody's promise somewhere. They're all forms of money. I should just indicate here, this language here, there's a very famous book in 1960, it was published, called Money and a Theory of Finance by Gurley and Shaw. And they introduced this language, outside money and inside money. We're going to be reading some chapters of that book. They were concerned about banking as intermediation, about the flow of saving to investment, and even, which we won't be so concerned about until we get to reading their passages. When you read it, you will be astonished to discover that they think of currency as outside money. They define currency as outside money because they're not thinking about a global system, okay? They're thinking about nation state. They're thinking about the United States. And so they're thinking that this is just fiat currency. It's not a promise to pay anything, okay? And, well, in some sense, that could be true if you're not on the gold standard. If you are on the gold standard, it's a promise to pay gold, okay? And so that's why I'm making it clear by emphasizing gold standard here. So when you don't have a promise to pay gold, it becomes a little less clear. What is the ontological status of currency? Okay, is it credit? Is it outside money? Well, they treated it as outside money. In this course, we're pretty much always going to be treating currency as inside money because we're always taking a global perspective. We're thinking about this as a world, okay, that this is a particular nation-state's banking system, but it's not autonomous. You know, they're trading with the outside world. There's some international money that they need to make sure their national money is convertible into. Maybe the price moves around, it's not fixed like in gold, but there's some exchange rate there that is going to be important for our discussion. Okay, so we've extended this idea a little bit from the hierarchy of financial instruments to the hierarchy of financial institutions. Okay. To help really just now consolidate this, I find it sometimes helpful to use this image here. A pyramid centered on zero, okay? So that we have assets on this side and liabilities on this side. Liabilities on this side. These are measured in quantities here, and we have money at the top and credit at the bottom. So if you just measured everything in the economy, if you went out and you looked at all the balance sheets, okay, and you just, whenever you saw currency as a liability, you added something to the liability side at the currency level, okay. So there's these different points here, right? Gold, currency, deposits, and then credit. So the hierarchy is here. You would wind up with a symmetric pyramid. I'm making it's symmetric as if there's a vanishingly small amount of gold, which in fact there is a vanishingly small amount of gold. So let's just say that gold is really even just in the mind, okay? There's almost none of it compared to the amount of credit. The amount of credit is very large, okay? There's a pyramid of promises to pay. Credit promises to pay deposits, deposits promises to pay currency, currency promises to pay gold. There's a pyramid all the way up. This image, I think, will be helpful in a minute, but I'm going to let it just percolate there for a little bit. Okay. So this hierarchy is a qualitative hierarchy, right? We're moving on a credit to money axis here. Credit to money, more moneyness as we go up, okay? And more quantity. So quality is here and quantity is here, is the way this image works. I introduced that pyramid for the following reason. To now add a third dimension, right? We started with the financial instruments, financial institutions. Now what I want to emphasize about the monetary system using this diagram is its dynamism, okay? That it is a fluctuating system. It's changing all the time, okay? And at any time scale you want to look at, by the way. Okay? If you look at daily clearing of payments, which we will, okay, there's expansion and contraction of credit within the day. Okay? If you look at business cycles, expansion and contraction of credit. Okay? If you look at the rise and fall of nations, expansion and contraction of credit. So at all time scales, this system is breathing. Okay? It's expanding and contracting. And those expansions and contractions, you know, that's the beating heart of the financial system. Okay? I can depict in this picture like this. Okay? That what happens is, in an expansion, okay, is that the pyramid becomes flatter, okay, and wider, okay, that the amount of credit for a given amount of money increases. The sort of the branching ratio, okay, is increasing in a boom. Irrational exuberance, okay, and then in a contraction, okay, it shrinks back down. It gets steeper again, okay. Financial crisis. Expansion, irrational exuberance, contraction, financial crisis. This is the nature of the system. It expands until it hits some limits, and then it collapses until it hits some limits, and then it goes back and forth. And this happens daily. This happens over the business cycle. This happens over the rise and fall of nations. This expansion and contraction, remember I said there are two dimensions here. There's quantity and there's quality. So this expansion and contraction has those two dimensions to it. Okay? In a boom, right, what's happening? Quantities increase. There's an increasing quantity of credit. Increasing quantity of credit. And then in a crisis, there's deleveraging, so-called. So it's collapsing quantity of credit. Both. That's quantity. But there's also quality. In a boom, credit begins to look like money. It moves up this hierarchy. Forms of credit become much more liquid. They become much more usable to make payments with. And in a contraction, you find out that what you have is not money, it's credit, actually. Okay? In a contraction, you find out that gold and currency are not the same thing. You know, that gold is better. You find out that deposits and currency are not the same thing. Currency is better. Okay? All the way down. So there's a loss of qualitative distinction between money and credit in the expansion, and then a reassertion of that distinction, okay, in the crisis. This shows up in prices. Okay, so you see these credit spreads that blow out in a crisis and then get very, very flat. Okay, in a boom. We'll look at some of those prices later on in the course, but I just want to I'm trying to fix in your mind here a kind of mental image of this creature that we're going to then be studying little pieces of. Okay, and if you don't have a sense of the creature as a whole, you kind of get lost pretty fast. Okay, because there's a lot of detail, technical detail, and so this is the tree, and we're going to hang little ornaments on it. That's another way to say it. It's the big picture. There's sort of two principles that drive the fluctuation of the system. Okay? There's the principle of scarcity and the principle of elasticity. Okay? The principle of discipline and the principle of elasticity. And I'll write these principles. So I'll call it the scarcity of ultimate money is one principle that we have to keep our eye on, okay? That the top of the pyramid, okay, there's only so much gold in the world, okay, and it's scarce, okay? And that's an ultimate disciplining sort of feature of the system, okay? But counterposed to that is the elasticity of derivative credit. I'm calling it derivative because it's a promise to pay money. It's not itself money. It's denominated in money, but it is not itself money. That's also to get you used to the notion of derivative, so that when we start talking about swaps and things like that, you aren't freaked out. You realize that we're already talking about derivatives in some way. These are the two principles, and essentially this fluctuation at every time scale is like a fluctuation from one extreme to another. So in a crisis, the principle of discipline smacks you, okay? And it says, nope, this is money, this is not. Discipline, okay? And in a boom, elasticity. And it's like, well, everything's money, you know, and it's great, okay? Why is this? It's because credit, the principle of elasticity, credit, if you and I agree, make an agreement, like I'm gonna buy this thing from you and I'm gonna owe you for it. I'm gonna write you a little promise to pay, and I owe you. Okay? End of story. We can do that transaction. The scarcity of gold has nothing to do with it, right? We're not using gold, we're using credit. So individual people at the same level in the system can expand the credit without any constraint of the ultimate money, if they're just willing to do that, if they're willing to do business with each other. So the principle of elasticity is real in that way. On the other hand, I cannot, by anything I do, increase the quantity of currency. You know, that's above me. I can't, my liabilities are not currency, your liabilities aren't currency, we're down here, okay? We can increase credit at our level, but we can't do it above. Now, if banks help us, okay, we can increase, they may help us and we can increase the money supply. You know, our credit expansion leads to credit expansion further up if they help us. And if the central banks accommodate, that can lead further up too. So there's these two principles. There's discipline at the top and there's elasticity at the bottom, and there's always this balance between them. And that shows up in prices, and it shows up in output, it shows up in the fluctuation. There's this shifting balance between the ultimate scarcity and the ultimate elasticity, and that's a way to understand the fundamental instability of credit, okay? That it's moving from one extreme to another, okay? And that has good features and bad features. What I'm emphasizing right now, here at the beginning, is that it has fact features, okay? This is the world we're trying to understand, okay? And assuming away this feature of it, just because it makes the math easier, okay, is not going to get us closer to reality. It's going to get us farther from reality. So we want to embrace this feature of the system front and center. This is the way it actually works. This shifting back and forth between emphasis of these two principles also shows up in monetary theory. Okay? Somebody yesterday, last lecture, asked me, what school do I belong to, or something like that. What kind of economist am I? Okay? What I want, and I was sort of unwilling to answer that, or I told you who my ancestors are, and that sort of thing. What I now want to point out, I had in mind this, what I'm going to say now, which is that you can build a theory of money around either one of these principles. Okay? So you could have monetarism, in some sense, you could understand as a theory that's built around the scarcity of ultimate money. Okay? There's something called the currency principle. There are whole classes of monetary theory. Oops, not currency price, currency principle. And there's a whole classes of monetary theory that build from the opposite side, emphasizing the elasticity. Banking school, banking principle. Okay? This is where my study, as I told you last time, in the history of monetary thought sort of helps me out, because I can see that there are these two sorts of beginning points in trying to understand the monetary system. Some people start from here, and try to then add up, build up. Some people start from here and try to build down. Okay? Sometimes one of those theories seems right, okay? Because we're in a time in the world when the scarcity of ultimate money is the key. Okay? Then it seems like monetarism is right. Okay? Sometimes we're not. And we're in a time when elasticity is the issue. Okay? And this is true domestically. There's also, this is true internationally. You're going to see these words later on in the course. Metalism versus chartalism. Okay? The currency principle versus the banking principle. Okay? This debate between these 2 points of view is forever, in monetary thought. There's always a debate between people who are approaching from this angle or from this angle. And so just as I said, at any moment in time, the system is characterized by this balance. How much discipline, how much elasticity. It swings and it swings, but at any particular moment, it's more discipline than more elasticity, or the other way around. The same is true of fads in monetary theory. Okay, there's swings back and forth. Okay, that the monetarists are ascendant when it seems like we need more discipline. Okay, the Keynesians are ascendant when it seems like we need more elasticity. It swings back and forth. Okay, and that can give observers of this the impression that economists are kind of fickle. Okay, or that they don't know anything. Why can't they just agree which of these theories is right? Okay, what I'm showing you, what I'm trying to suggest to you, is that both theories are right. These opposing theories are right, that they're each capturing something true about the nature of the system, but not the whole truth of the system. In order to understand the whole truth of the system, we have to embrace opposites, okay, and understand that it actually has both of these dimensions to it, okay, that neither one has the whole truth, but neither one is completely wrong either, okay. So that's why I'm uncomfortable about saying, oh, I'm a monetarist. No, I'm a Keynesian. No, I'm embracing the fluctuation of theory, the fluctuation of practice. The world is like this, back and forth. Our theories need to be like this too. They need to be flexible and adapting and thinking, what is the issue right now? Is the issue that we have too much scarcity, or is the issue that we have too much elasticity? And where in the system is it too much of this, and where in the system is it too much of that? And that leads to much more, I think, healthy policy dialogue. So now let's try to consolidate some of this. I started with this hierarchy of financial instruments, and I added these balance sheets over there, which I've now erased, okay, showing the hierarchy of entities, of financial institutions. So let me just add those in here. Remember, I was showing the central bank as having gold as its asset and currency as its liability. So we'll put the central bank here, straddling the layers of the hierarchy. And we'll put the banking system here, straddling the layers of the hierarchy. And we'll put the private sector here. And in fact, I'm going to emphasize a particular entity in the private sector. I'm going to emphasize security dealers here. Security dealers here. Because I want to emphasize that each of these institutions, in its own way, is a market maker. A market maker in the following sense. If you think of what a security dealer is, I mean, this is Manhattan, so probably most people have some notion of what a security dealer is. That if you want to buy some Apple stock, they'll sell it to you. If you want to sell some Apple stock, they'll buy it from you. Okay, there's a bid-ask spread. They're making markets. The reason there are liquid markets in Apple stock is because there are dealers who are offering quotes like that. Okay, that in doing so, we emphasize they are knitting together deposits and securities. They're willing to go either way. You know, if you want securities, they'll sell you securities. If you want money, they'll buy your securities. So they'll go either way. Okay, they're straddling, in our sense, the bottom layer of the hierarchy. Okay, they're willing to go either way depending on you. And that is what determines price. Okay? The price of securities. Or what I emphasized last time when I talked about the 4 prices of money, the price of securities, I'll let the interest rate stand in for that. Okay. A very important theme of this course, and we're going to have a theory of security dealers, and there's going to be charts and graphs and analytics and stuff. Okay, but the important thing to just alert you to right now is that we are going to think of banks as security dealers also. Okay, but what they're offering is a bid-ask spread in money. You know, if you want a bank deposit, you have cash and you want a bank deposit, Citibank will take it. They'll give you a deposit and if you want to go the other way, they'll do that too, right? So there's a bid-ask spread for money that makes Citibank work, okay, as a retail bank. The price that they're trying to maintain there is this price I talked to you last time as par. That is to say, currency and deposits exchange 1 for 1. Okay? And that's, now that you understand that as a price, you can see, well, there's a bit of a challenge in keeping a price fixed like that. And then finally, we're going to understand the central bank also as a kind of security dealer at a yet a higher level. Okay? It is making markets between the international money and the domestic money. And it's willing to go either way. Okay, if you want international money because you're buying something from abroad, they'll give it to you. If you want to change that international money into domestic money, they'll do that for you. Okay, so there's some, and the price that is sort of made in that market is the exchange rate. You know, there are other foreign exchange dealers and stuff like that. We're going to get them into our story too. Okay, this is sort of a stylized picture to give you an image of the system as a whole and where everything kind of links up. That these prices that we talked about last time are also hierarchical. You know, they're about the price of at the highest level, the next level down, the next level down. And now we come to the issue that I started with. When you learn economics, you say to yourself, oh, and we try to abstract from money, the veil of money, in order to see this good A and this good B are exchanging at a relative price because of the utility functions and the production functions and so forth. We abstract from all of this money. And we don't even tell you what the goods are. You know, they're just widgets or whatever. And so they're all the same. Okay. In monetary economics, these prices, as long as these prices exist, you can have the impression that the things they're the prices of are all the same. They're just quantitatively different. You know, there's a price at which you can exchange securities for deposits. There's a price at which you can exchange deposits for currency. There's a price. And so you can imagine that they're all at the same level. There's a price that makes them quantitative. This qualitative difference that I've been emphasizing looks like quantitative similarity. It's just a matter that the prices are moving, and so you get more of one and more of the other. This is why a lot of economic theory, the impulse of economists often, to take what they know in the supply and demand world and just say, well, let's use that for understanding these prices because it looks like that's what's going on here, and they lose the hierarchy. Okay, you're abstracting from the hierarchy when you do that. Which that's why I'm starting with the hierarchy, to say it may be in normal times, you know, yes, it's not so bad to treat that. There are prices, qualitatively different things trade in a way that you can swap back and forth. Just as you can swap, you know, there's a price for a kidney and there's a price for an army tank. Those seem really very different sorts of things. So and yet they seem the same from the point of view of the theory of value. And from a moral point of view, perhaps they're different, but economics makes them the same. I'm making a different point here. This is obviously not about ethics or something, but I'm just trying to, again, there's a hierarchy in ethics, right? And so you're used to thinking of hierarchies in ethics, and there's a hierarchy in money, and that may help as an image. Okay, we're almost there. Okay, so here's the system. There are these different instruments, there are these different institutions, there's these different prices of money. Connect this up to this diagram here. So this system is fluctuating. It's fluctuating. Scarcity to scarcity to elasticity to scarcity and back again. Okay? And as it's fluctuating, these institutions are standing in the middle of those fluctuations, right? With one leg in two different levels, right? Left leg down here, the right leg up here. And when there's an assertion of hierarchy, you know, you're pulled in two directions, okay? That this differentiation between your asset side and your liability side can cause a big problem for you, okay? If you are long, okay, if you're long this and short this, and suddenly this becomes very scarce, okay, you are in trouble. Because this goes up in value relative to that, and you can be insolvent, but you can go out of business. Liquidity kills you quick. These are liquidity dealers, all of them, okay? And if you cannot actually settle your books at the end of the day, you are just done. You're just done. And they all face, all three of these institutions face this constraint. And so that's sort of where we're going to start when next week, is thinking about that liquidity constraint. Security dealers have it a little easier than banks because in a crisis they can change the price, interest rates, asset prices. You know, you see these plunges in a financial crisis, right? Asset prices plunge. And so security dealers have that degree of flexibility, okay? In a crisis, banks might like to say, you know what? I promise to give you currency for these deposits, but how about 80 cents on the dollar? You know, how about that? You know, they wouldn't be banks anymore, you know, if they did that. This happens in crises. Similarly, breaking an exchange rate, a fixed exchange rate, or the gold par or something, that these things come under stress in crises, and you discover they're not the same kind of thing. These things are better than these things. And these prices can go away. They can just go away. These markets can completely break down. The market makers lose all their money, and they just stop making markets anymore. And you cannot go from one level of the hierarchy to another in a crisis. You can't go, not for any price. There is no price because there is no dealer. There's no market maker. This is what happens in financial crises. So far, I've been thinking about the banking system as if it's made up of these profit maximizing kinds of, I mean, we haven't really addressed that. You know, these people, these institutions, security dealers, banks, you know, they're not in this for their health, right? They're not doing it, you know, creating liquidity to be nice to us or something, to help us trade Apple stock. Isn't that nice? No, they're doing it to make money, okay? And they're motivated by profit, and we'll analyze how do you make profit by making markets? What is the source of that profit? Okay, we will do that in this course. What I want to emphasize, though, is that one entity, once the central bank becomes not a private banker's bank, but actually a sort of public entity, an agent of the state, an agent of the people, it doesn't necessarily focus entirely on profit maximization, or maybe not entirely on short-term profit maximization. This happened over time. The Bank of England was a private bank for a long time, but because it's sitting at the top of the hierarchy, and it's noting this fluctuation, okay? And it's noting when things get really, really bad, what people really want are my own liabilities. You know, I have the best liabilities in the system, and so in a certain way, I can help them out if I want to, you know, and lender of last resort, Badgett, or J.P. Morgan in the United States, helping out his friends, okay? He was essentially a private central bank before we got the Fed, okay? So you could do this in a profit maximizing way, as J.P. Morgan maybe did, okay, in 1907. But once you realize that there is this sort of quasi-public function of the central bank up at the top, particularly managing these turning points, okay, there's this idea that some of these entities might be focusing on short-term profit maximization, maximization, and others might be focused on economic stability, making sure that the system doesn't collapse. Lender of last resort is the ultimate making sure the system doesn't collapse. Lender of last resort is saying when the principle of scarcity is causing the economy to melt down, The market makers are ceasing to make markets. And so therefore nobody can trade, and the whole system is in disarray. Okay, I can, because I'm at the top of the system, introduce a little elasticity. Okay, because I can accept securities as collateral for expanding the money supply, something like that. So I can join the layers of the hierarchy that have all broken down because the market makers aren't making markets. That's what lender of last resort is. Okay? That's an economic stability function. And over time, central banks have come to accept that and to say that's our job. That has evolved over time, that role of economic stabilization. It's evolved over time. What do central banks do? What do central banks do? The most primitive, if you look back in history, one thing that obviously a central bank has to worry about is the exchange rate, so the mint par of internet. And you could just say that's the central bank's job, is to just defend the exchange rate and let the whole rest of the economy go to hell. Okay? There are central banks that have done that, okay? But they've come to realize that that's not such a good idea. Okay? That they will be, if the whole rest of the economy goes to hell, they're going to be sucked down with it. Okay? So they might expand their remit to say, well, we have some responsibility also for helping the banking system maintain par. Okay? So that when they are experiencing a run, people want more currency and they don't want deposits, we're the central bank. We can help out because we can create currency. So we can help out. So central banks take responsibility for financial stability. Bagehot's book, Lombard Street, okay, was, in fact, I have it here. I'll show it to you. Bagehot's book, Lombard Street, a description of the money market here. This is got this a used book, Merry Christmas to Father from Ed, 1907. I love that, 1907, financial crisis of 1907. Some Ed is giving his father the key to understanding what's happening in the financial crisis. Lombard Street, a description of the money market, pounds, shilling, pence. Here is what that's about. So it's about the London money market. And what Bagehot tried to convince the world with this book, okay, is that central banks, that the Bank of England, okay, a private central bank, had in fact, during previous crises, been acting as a lender of last resort. It has sort of evolved in that way without intending to. Okay? And that it should bring this up to consciousness and embrace it and say, what we're going to do in a financial crisis is lend freely at a high price against good collateral. That's what we're going to do. And you should just embrace that. It was very controversial when he first published this, and then it became orthodoxy. Okay? That central banks all say, yes, this is all orthodoxy. We must do this. What I want to just draw your attention to now is that once you have embraced that and said, that's what we're going to do, if we get to the ultimate scarcity of ultimate money, and this is causing trouble that the economy is breaking down, we are going to step in. Okay? That then makes the bank, if you've taken that responsibility on yourself, okay, that then makes you want to say, it would be kind of good if we could prevent ever getting to that point in the first place, actually. If somehow we could intervene in the economy before it got that bad, we know that it's going to be all on our balance sheet, if we get there. So let's try to have monetary policy. This is actually the origin of monetary policy. The notion that by manipulating the interest rate or something like that, you can somehow prevent this fluctuation, okay, from getting too extreme. You can lean against the wind. When it gets too boomy, you raise interest rates. You try to implement scarcity when the economy is all about elasticity. And then on the other side, when it's all collapsed, when the economy is all about discipline, you try to implement some elasticity. Okay, so this counter-cyclical kind of effect, counter-cyclical policy, comes from the inevitability of thinking of hoping that you can do something about that. It comes from taking responsibility for the crises, that you're going to intervene in a crisis, so let's try to prevent a crisis. And not just countercyclical policy, but also prudential policy. Let's try to regulate banks and make sure they don't get overextended. Let's make sure they don't buy crap assets. Let's do, you know, all this stuff that you see as regulation is ultimately coming from the fact that the central bank is taking responsibility for the ultimate crisis. So let's try to prevent this crisis from happening in the first place. How does the central bank do that? This is my last image for you. Interest rate. The central bank intervenes, most central banks intervene by manipulating a very short-term interest rate. The Fed funds rate in the United States, some policy rate, overnight rate, very short-term rate. There's a term structure of interest rates that typically looks something like this, okay? So down here at the short end, you're talking about overnight money, 1 day, okay? And out here at the long end, you're talking about 30-year Treasury bonds. Okay? This is called the term structure of interest rates. Here at the short end, we have the policy rate. Okay? Here at the long end, okay, we have the market rate. Okay? In general, private markets, security markets, these are securities, 30-year bonds, right? So private market securities are determining these rates here, okay? And central banks are determining these rates here. So who wins? Okay? There's this theory, which you've probably seen in other economics classes, the expectations theory of the term structure, okay? Which is to say, well, the 30-year bond should just be, the yield on the 30-year bond really should just be the expected overnight rate for the next 30 years, you know, just rolled over. It should be exactly equal to that. And this theory is wrong. Okay, empirically wrong. It's rejected basically all the time. But economists don't have a very good understanding of why, actually. We're going to talk about that in this class. It's the sort of thing, it seems like arbitrage. It should be, why would it be rejected? It seems like it really should be true. But it is not true, empirically. And that tells you that there's something else going on here, and I'm going to argue that it has to do with liquidity. Okay? But we need to get clear about what liquidity means before I can make these kinds of arguments. What I'm emphasizing right now, at the beginning, big picture, okay, is that we have a policy rate, we have a market rate. Policy is trying to move the market around, okay, by moving this interest rate around, but the market is also creating constraints on what policy can do. You can't make the market do just anything you want. But on the other hand, if you let the market dictate what you do, you're just accepting the hierarchy as it is. Monetary policy is all about creating an artificial hierarchy of money and credit. Okay? Partly you can see that in this. Remember that hierarchy I told you? It was like gold at the top, then currency, deposits, securities. Well, here we have basically overnight money at the Fed, so this is currency, okay? And here's securities, okay? And the Fed its attempt to influence this pyramid, okay? It plays out in these prices. It's an attempt to influence the prices of these securities out here, and the steepness of that. When a central bank wants to impose more discipline, okay, what you'll see is this, okay? A negatively sloped term structure where short-term money is ridiculously expensive, more expensive than long-term money. This is ultimate scarcity. And when it wants to make the pyramid more elastic, short-term interest rates are lowered way below long-term interest rates. So the attempts, what we call monetary policy, is really the attempt of the central bank to say, well, the system has a certain balance between elasticity and discipline right now, but I don't like it. Okay? I think it should be more elastic. I think it should be less elastic. You know? So monetary policy is about that, is about choosing where to be on that. And there's politics about that and all of that. Okay? And we can talk some about that. But the actual mechanics of it are pretty interesting by themselves. And that's what mostly this course is about, is to really try to understand, this seems a very thin reed to hang your whole monetary policy on. You know, an overnight interest rate, what is the connection? How does changing that rate do anything to the pyramid? Where exactly is the transmission mechanism of monetary policy? How does it really work? The market is enormous. Remember, this pyramid, right? The credit market is enormous, really, really enormous. How is it that puny little Fed, okay, can have any weight on it at all? Any influence on it at all? I think really it's a serious question. Once we get inside the system and we understand, we'll be able to ask those questions more precisely. What I want to leave you with here is the evolution over time of the role of the central bank, from defending the exchange rate, defending par, to more broad concerns about economic stability. Ultimately, there was a period of time when the central bank thought, maybe we can eliminate the business cycle. Remember, I said this fluctuation thing happens at all time scales. Okay? Maybe the central bank can create an artificial hierarchy and just eliminate the business cycle. That whenever it looks like it's going to slacken, we'll create more elasticity. Maybe. That was an ambition. One of the central questions we're going to be concerned with in this course this semester is, what is the proper role of a central bank today in this financial crisis? We started today by talking about Mario Draghi and his attempt to put a floor under the crisis that is happening in Europe by putting a floor under the price of short-term peripheral bills, okay? By buying them himself. Okay? He was being a security dealer. He's buying Portuguese debt, he's buying Spanish debt, he's buying Italian debt. Okay? So this is a new role. He's not supposed to do this. It wasn't anticipated that he was going to do this. This is a new role. Similarly, when the Fed, in our crisis, 2007, it bought $1 trillion worth of mortgage-backed securities, there had never been any mortgage-backed securities on the balance sheet of the Fed. Not since 1913. Never. There had never been mortgage-backed securities on the balance sheet of the Fed. And suddenly, in 3 months, there's $1 trillion worth. Okay? So I'm just alerting you that we're living in a brave new world where we're reinventing, trying to figure out what is the appropriate role of the central bank for our modern times, for our modern global financial system, okay? For the shadow banking system, for all of that, you know. And we don't know the answer. We don't know the answer. We're making it up. The central banks are all kind of just reacting, okay? But we're living in a Bagehot moment. Bagehot was writing in 1873 when he looked back and he said, all this stuff you were doing, it's lender of last resort, and you done good. Okay, bring it up to consciousness and embrace it. Lend freely at a high interest rate against good collateral during a crisis, and you won't have any crises anymore. You'll be able to put a floor on them all the time. We don't have a simple rule like that anymore for the world that we're living in, and we're looking for one. So that's part of what this course is about, is that sort of search. And seeing how this kind of rule is emerging in practice. What are central banks actually doing? They're responding to where the stresses are. Step back. What did they actually do, and why did it work? Or what did they do, and why didn't it work? You know, there's lessons to be learned from this crisis. And the clock is ticking. We don't have a lot of time. There's a lot of the stakes are pretty high. So that's what this course is all about. And I'll leave it there. Any questions or? Yeah. Operation Twist he's asking about. What he means is this, that the Fed the Fed has been entering into buy the long-term bond market. Okay, it has been buying long-term bonds. It has not been sticking with just fixing the overnight interest rate. And so, yes, that is an attempt to influence the shape of this pyramid. Whether it's been very effective or not and even what the mechanism is. There's a lot of debates about if it's been effective, why has it been effective? Nobody really knows. I have a view on that, which we'll get to later on. Today's Financial Times has a number of references to the discussion that we had last time on Monday. If you might have noticed, there are several letters to the editor, and Martin Wolf has a column about this. But it more or less says the same thing that we talked about on Monday. What's new is on the last page of the market section, which is the second section of the paper. There's a headline: Fed's expected QE move weighs on the dollar. And let me just read you the first paragraph here. And says, global stocks rallied and the dollar came under heavy selling pressure amid growing expectations that the U.S. Federal Reserve would announce a third quarter of quantitative easing and that Germany's constitutional court would rule in favor of Europe's new bailout fund. At the time they went to press, they didn't know that the court had ruled, in fact, in favor of the new bailout fund, that it's legal. So that Germany is going to do its part. There's some reservations about that, but it basically went through. So the issue that I want to talk about today is this business about the Fed's expected QE move. QE stands for quantitative easing. And this is a word that is basically not in the textbooks yet, because it was invented during the period that I'm showing in the charts up here that are being projected. This chart is showing you the balance sheet of the Fed, of the Federal Reserve Bank of the United States during the crisis, and it starts in January of '07. And it goes through March of 2010, so it doesn't come up to the present. And so it's showing you the financial crisis. There are these two vertical lines. The first one is the collapse of Bear Stearns in March of '08, and the second one is the collapse of AIG and Lehman Brothers in September of '08. And this is the balance sheet of the Fed. Up on the top, you can see assets. So they're plotted as positive numbers. And on the bottom, liabilities of the Fed. And so I'm plotting them as negative numbers. So it really is a balance sheet. And you can see both sides of the balance sheet in this picture. And you can also see time. And you can see how the Fed responded to the crisis. In fact, the crisis began back here, okay, in August of 2007. And the first thing the Fed did was to mess with interest rates. It lowered interest rates from 5% to 2% in various stages, okay, trying to help. Okay, we talked about that last time, right? How the Fed might try to move try to be more elastic. So it's trying to help by moving interest rates. It moved all the way down, and still in March of '07, Bear Stearns failed. Okay, and when it failed, a lot of other bad things started to happen. So the Fed changed its strategy, and you can sort of see that in the asset side of the balance sheet up there. The dark blue is Treasury bills. So the Fed, before the crisis, was holding Treasury bills as assets and issuing currency as its liabilities. That's what the dark blue is on the liabilities. So it's basically Treasury bills and currency and tiny bits of other stuff. Okay, but it's basically Treasury bills and currency. And after Bear Stearns, you can see they sold off the Treasury bills, and or at least half of them, and they lent the proceeds to broker-dealers and all kinds of people, direct lending to banks and to dealers to try to support financial markets. And that worked and there's no change in liabilities. You can see that was just selling Treasury bills and taking the proceeds and lending them out. Okay, but that wasn't enough. And after Lehman and AIG collapsed in September of 2008, they went even farther. In order to lend to the market, they actually expanded their own liabilities. They expanded their balance sheet on both sides. That was the original QE. QE1 for someone of a certain age like me, okay, refers to an ocean liner, you know, the Queen Elizabeth. And I think maybe it was coined by the Financial Times, being a British paper. They have that sort of sense of humor. So you can see that the Fed's balance sheet basically doubled in a matter of weeks. And I was teaching money and banking, actually, during that semester. That was a lot of fun. So the asset side is increasing and the liability side is increasing. The first thing the Fed did was to make a lot of short-term loans, not only to domestic banks but also to international banks. If you see the orange thing there, central bank liquidity swaps, that's $600 billion that was lent to the European Central Bank and Japanese Central Bank and so forth to help their banking systems, because our problem was becoming a global problem. That did calm things down a little bit, and you can see those lending facilities start to run off about the turn of the year. And then there's that light green thing that grows there. That light green thing is mortgage-backed securities. The Fed started to buy mortgage-backed securities. It bought 1 trillion of them. That's QE2. When people refer to QE2, they refer to that. That's what they mean, that the Fed went into the market and actually bought mortgage-backed securities. What the discussion is now, right? Fed's expected QE move weighs on the dollar. It's the expectation of a possible QE3. And what they're imagining, the Fed was signaling at this meeting in Jackson Hole a couple of weeks ago, some notion that the economy is softening and we have to do something. What are we going to do? And there was a lot of testing the waters about, well, we need to signal that we're going to keep interest rates low for much longer in order to keep the long-term interest rate down. So their notion, remember I showed you the term structure of interest rates. It's all, you know, rates are pretty much zero now, pretty low at the short end here. And the Fed is trying to get that long end down a little bit more, be even more easing. And the question is how to do it. Okay? One story they say is, well, if we just tell the market that we're going to keep short rates low for a very, very long time, and they believe us, then long rates will fall. Okay? That's operating through the expectations theory of the term structure, the notion that the long rates are just the expected average and that somehow the Fed will, the population will believe us if only we say it loud enough. Okay? But another way you could try to lower these long rates is by entering into the market and buying long bonds. And in fact, probably you'll wind up doing both. But if you enter into the market and buy long bonds, okay, you're talking about that, okay, about printing money in order to buy long bonds, expanding your balance sheet on both sides. That's why the market is all kind of excited at the moment, because if the Fed is entering to buy, that's going to push up prices. They say they want to push up prices. So that's a capital gain for anybody who owns long bonds. We'll see what the Fed decides to do. It's meeting right now and also tomorrow. And the market, as always, is acting in expectation of what the Fed is going to do. To be continued in later editions. I just wanted to give you some of the background, some of the language for how to understand an article like this. I'm inspired. This lecture is really inspired by the reading for this week. This reading by Alan Young. How many of you have had a look at this yet? Okay, good. I hope you found it easy enough reading. It's an encyclopedia entry, so there's no math. There's a lot of sort of history and institutions, and it's quite wild and woolly story, right, about American monetary history. It's very difficult, in fact, to disentangle all the different pieces, and I'm going to try to start doing that a little bit in today's lecture. But what I want to alert you to as you're reading it is Alan Young's own, where his head was. He's writing this in 1924. Okay, so this is after World War I. He was John Maynard Keynes' counterpart at Versailles during the post-war agreement about who pays what. So he was the stats man. He was the economist there, and not at all a famous man like Keynes, but very much a contemporary of Keynes, a much quieter personality. If you read this article carefully, you will note that he is taking positions on quite a number of important controversial issues in monetary economics. Now, you wouldn't know what those positions are because you don't know the literature that he's reacting to, and he's not footnoting it because it's an encyclopedia entry, right? So let me just give you a hint about some of the things to look for as you're looking through here. One of the things he is doing is he is going against economic orthodoxy in 3 dimensions. The first one is this discussion that he starts off with of barter. The notion that money is just there, we just use money because of the inconvenience of barter. Okay? This is a very old trope in economics. It was Jevons, and he wants to say no. Okay? Money has always been there ever since trade. It's very fundamental. It's baked into the cake. It's not something. There was never a period when people were trading goods for goods. There was always money. It's much more fundamental than economists are accepting. He's also saying that money is key for growth. I think in the second chapter you're reading, that you can't imagine a successful economy or a developing economy, depends on a proper financial system. And that if you don't have a proper financial system, you're not going to be able to grow. Here again, this is against economic orthodoxy of his time, and to some extent economic orthodoxy of our time. I mean, if you took growth theory, the solo growth model, right? What causes growth? Okay, there's productivity change, there's capital accumulation, there's population growth. Where is there the financial system? It's like, in fact, there isn't any money, there isn't any finance, there's nothing like that in that model. And the technological change is a residual, so any growth that was actually due to financial things is just dropped into that residual and attributed to technological change. So this is still the case that most economists have a kind of bias toward the real side. You know, they tend to think of money as sort of a veil that we should look through to see the real stuff underneath, you know, productivity and so forth. And Young is saying no, not at all. Okay, this is a fundamental factor in economic activity. And so that's against economic orthodoxy. The third thing that he mentions is the currency principle. I mentioned that last time, the currency principle, this idea that the principle of scarcity, okay, that is most economists, I would say, have the idea that money gets its value from its scarcity, because that's the general theory of value that in neoclassical economics. That's where value comes from. It's scarcity relative to demand. And so they're always worried that these little green pieces of paper are going to lose their value if they're overissued. If supply exceeds demand, they're just going to fall in price and you're going to have hyperinflation or something like that. So the currency principle, the scarcity principle, is very much embedded in the way economists think about money as being quite important for sustaining its value. He has a big critique of the currency principle, right? He says that the national banking system was created on the basis of the currency principle. They wanted to limit the money issue and they wanted to limit the deposit issue. And as a consequence, there wasn't sufficient elasticity, and it caused periodic financial crises. So he's a critic of the currency principle, and he's saying there has to be more elasticity in the system, and the Fed arose to give that elasticity. So he writes very smoothly, and so you would never know that he's taking positions that are actually relatively controversial, as a matter of fact, by your average economist. Now, he was not your average economist. He was a professor of monetary economics at Harvard University, and he was the advisor to Benjamin Strong with the New York Fed. Okay, but he was certainly in the minority. So he might have been important, but this was not at all the standard way of understanding money, and it's not today either. Okay, I think it's always a minority position, but it's not a minority position inside central banks and by people who are dealing with money for a living. These are 3 dimensions that you'll see where he's engaging with the economists. There are 3 other dimensions of this where he's engaging more with the outside world and with what the opinions that the average person might be having. One is he's opposed to what we call today the chartalists. I don't think he calls them the chartalists, okay. But this notion that the reason that these dollar bills have value, okay, is because of the power of the state or the state's stamp of certification or something, that this is some kind of that the state asserts through its legal system, this is legal tender, and that establishes it. The legal system establishes the value of that dollar, okay? He says, actually, no, okay? He has quite a paragraph or two there where he says, there's a theory about this, but it just doesn't make any sense, okay? So that's about the power of the state as the origin of the value of money. Another group that he is trying to differentiate himself from is finance as well. So he's saying he's definitely not an efficient markets guy. There, all along the side, you hear him pointing out how the inefficiency of the way the monetary system works under the national banking system caused asset prices to go up and down, and they're crashed. So their asset prices are fluctuating quite apart from fundamental values. Okay, so he's not an efficient markets person saying that asset prices are always the correct level. He's opposed to speculation. He thinks the speculative bubbles are a problem for capitalism, and that there needs to be some engagement of public policy to control that. So he's putting himself on the side against the speculators, and perhaps most of all, for the time he's writing, populists. Okay. He's on the side of the Federal Reserve against those who see it as a big behemoth central bank that's come to control our lives. Okay. He thinks we need a central bank, and he's trying to explain here why it's a good thing, where it came from. It was a response to real problems in the economy. It's a good thing. Populists in particular, you'll see he mentions William Jennings Bryan, 1896, thou shalt not crucify on this cross of gold, famous speech from the Democratic Convention. And Young is very much in favor of returning to the gold standard. Okay, so he wants the dollar to be convertible into gold. In fact, his view of what the source of the value of the dollar is exactly that. The dollar is valuable because it's convertible into gold. Okay, that's the answer. There. And that kind of idea is one of the things that I was starting with yesterday, the last lecture, right? Gold was at the top. Everything was a promise to pay gold, ultimately. Okay, so it's consistent with this point of view. So he thinks we should have a central bank. He thinks the gold standard's a good thing, but he doesn't think it works perfectly well. We need to develop a better financial institutions. So I'm going to talk today about some of the incidents in that series of chapters. I'm not going to talk about the whole issue of the gold standard versus the silver standard versus the fiat standard. We're going to get to that when we do international monetary. So I'm just going to put that aside. I am going to talk about the national banking system. And so let's just start here. This is one of the charts that he has in one of the chapters, where he's showing there are sorts of three groups of banks there. New York, Chicago, and St. Louis, he says, are special. They are required by law to hold 25% reserves, and you can see that he's showing their deposits, 825 millions of dollars, okay, in deposits in New York, 262 in Chicago, 116 in St. Louis. These are the main banking cities in the United States. There is no central bank at the time that he's writing. This is before the Fed. Okay, so this is he doesn't actually say exactly what date this came from. Okay, but it's before the Fed. And so they have deposit accounts. Those deposit accounts are liabilities of these banks. To some extent, the Central Bank of the United States was the collection of banks in New York. You see how they have most of the deposits, and you're talking here about J.P. Morgan and his buddies, okay? And they're the ones who are doing international transactions. New York is very much the center where the United States banking system faces Europe. They're required to hold reserves in lawful money, and that means green pieces of paper, basically, currency. At least for these central banks, these banks in New York, Chicago, and St. Louis, and you can see that's how much they have, classification of reserve. Lawful money in the bank, 218 million, 66, 26 there. And there's the percentages. 26.8% is in New York, 25%. They were required by law, he says, to hold 25% of their deposits in lawful money. So there's a reserve requirement. The second group, other reserve cities, so this is Boston, this is Chicago, not Chicago, San Francisco, other important cities, Kansas City, that also are money center banks, but not as important as these other three, are also required to hold 25% reserves, but they can hold some of their reserves as deposits in New York. Okay? And that's what that second column is there, due from reserve agents. Okay? So there's this sort of layering. And then there's the country banks, okay, which are small banks, 6,000 of them. Okay, the United States had just lots and lots of little banks, which have to hold 15% reserves, and they can hold them partly in cash, 199 million there, and partly in other reserve cities or in New York. Okay, so that's 226 million. So there's this layering where country banks are holding their reserves as deposits in their local money bank, okay, which is holding its reserves in New York, okay, which is holding its reserves in lawful money, okay, which is either green piece of paper or gold, I should say, because it's the gold standard at this time. Okay, hierarchy, you can see that. And the key to the Civil War is understanding that the problems of war finance. Okay, what's the problem of war finance? The government is fighting a foe, and it needs to mobilize as many resources as it can in order to win the war. Okay? In this case, the North was fighting the South. It was a civil war. Okay? But the finance problems are the same. Okay, you've got to mobilize resources. Okay, so what do governments do? Okay, they tax. They raise taxes as much as they can. Raise as much money in taxes. Other resources. They actually have conscription. They say you have to give me your labor, okay, for free. You know, you're a soldier, and fight in the war. So they sort of require people to give them money and labor. Okay, governments do that. Then they ask for some volunteers. They say, how about we sell you some bonds? Okay? And so let's start with that, okay, and that's the next. So let's say bond sales. How do bond sales work? Okay, so here we have the government. Okay, here we have the private sector. And here we have the banking system. When the government sells bonds, what is it trying to do? It's trying to say, issue some bonds as a liability, okay, and sell them, receiving in return deposit accounts. And I'm saying deposits, comma G, that is to the credit of, that it can then spend on war goods. Okay? That's what it means to sell bonds. It means that you get deposit accounts here. So it's selling these bonds to the private sector, which is paying with its own deposit accounts. And I'm saying private sector because that's its deposits, and it's acquiring these bonds. Okay, so it's trading. You can have my deposit accounts, I'll take your bonds. Okay, and in the banking system, all that's happening is you have a debit to the deposit account of the private sector and a credit to the deposit account of the government. So you're just within the banking system, there's just a transfer of ownership of a deposit account. Okay, this is all easy peasy, but we start easy and then it gets more convoluted. Okay? Notice that the total quantity of deposits in the banking system doesn't change. You're just changing the ownership of some deposits. Then the government spends these, and in doing so, it's buying war goods from the private sector, so it's transferring these deposits back to the private sector, okay, and using them to buy war goods. So that's a good thing. It's war finance, right? You're trying to get more resources. If the government can sell bonds, so good. Okay. But if the government can't sell bonds, or is worried that the private sector is going to require way too much interest or something like that, okay, then instead of trying to sell them to the private sector, okay, it might sell them directly to the banking system, okay, or by taking out a loan from the banking system, like this. So let's say this is version 1, this is version 2, okay, plus deposits, plus bonds. Well, here we'll say a loan instead, okay. But a loan is sort of like a bond. It's a promise to pay at some future date. But it's not a security. It's not something that's saleable in the open capital market. And it's just borrowing this directly from the banking system. And this is a swap of IOUs, right? Why do I say that? The bank is saying to the government, I owe you, let's put some actual numbers there, $150 million, because this is exactly what Salmon P. Chase did, okay? In August of 1861. August of 1861, he went to the big New York bankers, and he said, please lend me some money. They said, $150 million? Does that about do it? Yeah, that's fine. So he had this loan of $150 million. So they created a deposit account for the government, for Mr. Salmon P. Chase, saying, I owe you $150 million. Okay? And the government wrote a little note here saying, no, I owe you $150 million. Okay? The government owes in 10 years or 5 years. I don't think Young tells us the term of the loan, okay? But this is a demand deposit, okay? This is private money, okay? And it's been created from thin air, if you see. It's an expansion of both sides of the balance sheet. You might call this quantitative easing, okay? The banking system is buying the government bonds. It's buying the government bonds because the government is not so sure it can get the private sector to buy them. There's no involvement of the private sector here at all. Right? In this second maneuver, okay, it's all completely a relationship between the banking system and the government. There is no central bank. Remember, this is before the central. This is Civil War. This is 1861. Okay, this is what Salmon P. Chase did, and then he pulled a bit of a fast one on the banking system. Okay, on these New York bankers, instead of taking these deposits and transferring them to Americans to buy war material, you know, boots and cloth and food for the soldiers and stuff, okay, he withdrew them. He said, oh, these are my deposits. You promised to pay me on demand. Okay, I demand. Give me $150 million. Give me $150 million in gold, please. In gold, please. I haven't put this in the banking system, but there are gold reserves, okay, that are being held by the banking system. And so the New York banks had to do that. And they did do that. Okay? Minus gold, minus deposits. Okay? Minus deposits plus gold. $150 million worth. Okay? Now, why did Salmon P. Chase did that? He did that because he wanted to be able to buy $150 million worth of stuff from abroad, from foreigners. Okay? They're not interested in dollars, they're interested in gold. And so he wanted to, at the very beginning of the war, make sure that all the gold in the United States was in his pocket. Okay? So that he could buy whatever he wanted from England. And this turned out to be rather key, actually, to the success of the war. The South had to always do barter deals, actually, in terms of with cotton. It would ship cotton and get war material from Europe. Okay, whereas the North could pay in gold. So this was a key thing. Okay. However, one consequence of this was to suck all of the gold reserves out of the banking system and therefore make them illiquid, make them unable to pay any other deposits in gold. Okay, and so they immediately suspended specie payments. They refused to pay deposit accounts in gold anymore. The government took all the gold. They didn't have any more gold. So the U.S. went off the gold standard right there, right at that moment, because Mr. Salmon P. Chase sucked all the gold into his own pockets. You're not going to do this again. The banks are not going to fall for this twice. Okay. So what do you do now? Okay. The second thing that Salmon P. Chase did was something called legal tenders, or the greenbacks. And I brought to class today my own proud possession. The top one here is a greenback. Okay, that's authorized by the Act of March 3rd, 1863. It's not the first Greenback Act. I think it was the third one. Ultimately, Congress, the Treasury, was authorized to issue $400 million worth of this stuff. Okay, these are dollar bills that say on the top of them, this note is a legal tender for $1. Okay, and what that means is nothing. You can't get gold for this. You can just exchange it for another dollar bill. Okay, that's it. Okay, the U.S. is off the gold standard. It's not legal tender for anything except payments within the United States. You're not allowed to refuse this as payment for a debt in the United States. So let's just now play this out, the second phase, and understand how this worked. Okay, so we're running out of room there. So let's start here again with the same set of balance sheets. We have the government. We have the private sector. We have the private sector. And we have the banking system. Young is, by the way, in these passages, drawing heavily on the work of his friend, Wesley Clare Mitchell, who wrote a great book called The Greenbacks about this whole period, which I've assigned sometimes, not in this class, but in other classes where we're reading great texts. Wesley Clare Mitchell, I see no recognition of this name at all, okay, but he was a very famous professor here at Columbia. And he taught here for many, many decades, okay, and he was basically one of Alan Young's best friends. They grew up together and went to graduate school together and so forth. So he's leaning on the historical research and quantitative research. Wesley Clare Mitchell was one of the founders of the National Bureau of Economic Research, as a matter of fact, which is a big deal here. Big American institutionalist quantitative economist. Okay, that's just an aside. So how do legal tenders work? Legal tenders work this way. Okay, that the government is buying war goods from the private sector for legal tenders. It's just giving them these pieces of paper here, and I'll write that number, 400 million. There were not actually 400 million ever totally issued, but almost 400 million were issued. So it's a lot of money there. Okay, that's what the private sector. So the private sector is accepting this in payment, and the government is getting the war goods. So the government gets war goods here as its own asset, and it is printing these legal tenders here. Young is pretty aghast at this. You can see in this article, government's under pressure. If you're fighting a war, you do what it takes to win the war. Okay, so and he appreciates that, but you'll see there's a better way to do this, which we're going to come to in the third one. Probably Salmon P. Chase underestimated the bond market at this time, but so he starts to print money. And what happens to these legal tenders
is that they get deposited in the banking system, or some of them, because the banking system still exists. So I'm going to say, just for example here, so this is stage one, that the private sector is taking this $400 million worth of greenbacks, and they deposit 100 million in the bank. Okay? They deposit it in the bank. The legal tenders then become the asset of the banking system, and it's the legal tenders that become the reserves of the banking system. So that if somebody is withdrawing their deposit, they're withdrawing their deposit not in gold, but in these legal tenders. Essentially what Salmon P. Chase did in the hierarchy of money was to insert this sort of legal tender money in between gold and deposits, okay? To insert it at the top of the US hierarchy, okay? And as a form of war finance, $400 million here. Okay. This had, you could never use these legal tenders, by the way, to buy foreign war goods. Okay, that's what the gold was for. Okay, this is to buy domestic war goods. Okay, foreigners, if you try to use legal tenders to buy things, they're going to say, well, but what's the gold value of these legal tenders? Let me trade this for gold. And so he makes a big deal that throughout the war, the value of these legal tenders kept falling relative to gold. Okay, and they eventually fell to 50 cents on the dollar, so that there was this exchange rate effect through the falling value of the dollar internationally. There's also domestic inflation. The price level is rising domestically as a consequence of this too, because the government is basically buying things without making anyone else buy anything less. Okay, so it's not. Whereas here, when you're saying I'm going to give you a bond, you're going to give me your deposits, you're reducing the purchasing power of the private sector. Here you're just adding purchasing power that didn't exist before. Okay? And the consequence of this is to depreciate the value of these legal tenders relative to the pre-war par. Okay, in 1863, so all while these legal tender things are going on, in 1863, the Salmon P. Chase tries something else. He goes back. I don't really know what this story is. It would be interesting to go back and find out. Why did he give up on this legal tenders? Maybe there was too much pushback or whatever. But so he tries to go for the bonds again. Tries to go for the bonds again. This time, what he does is he says to the banking system, I would like to sell you some of these bonds that really have very low rate of interest on them, 2%. I would like you to pay full price for them so that I'm paying 2% interest, and that means giving me deposits for them. That's what I would like you to do. Okay? So the government goes to the banking system and says, this is what I would like. I would like to be issuing these special 2% bonds, and I would like to get deposit accounts for them. Okay? I'm not going to withdraw these things for gold, because I know you don't have any gold anymore. And what you would give me is legal tenders. But this is what I would like you to do. Why would the banking system agree to that? Okay. To sweeten the pot, said to the banking system, and I'm going to let you issue banknotes, banknote currency, using these bonds as collateral. Using these bonds as collateral. Issue banknote currency using these bonds as collateral. I know these are all kind of new words. Okay, so let me just play out what actually happened. What happened is that the government uses these, and so anyway, the banking system said yes. Okay? And the government uses these deposit accounts to buy war goods from the private sector. Okay? Again, let's put a G next to these things so that we know that these are. Okay? So this is minus war goods from the private sector plus deposit accounts here. Plus deposits, private sector. Okay? So here is minus deposits of the government and plus deposits of the private sector. Okay? So the government is basically borrowing from the banking system, and it's borrowing, and the banking system is creating new money by expanding its own balance sheet, deposit accounts here, and the government is using those deposit accounts to pay for war goods. Not legal tenders, but promises to pay legal tenders. That's what these deposits are now, right? These are promises to pay legal tenders. Okay? But now, because he gave this nice, because they gave this nice feature to the bonds that you could use them as collateral for note issue, anytime the private sector, now the private sector has all these deposits, maybe it wants to actually withdraw them. Okay? And when the private sector withdraws them, instead of paying in the bank's own reserves, the legal tenders, the bank has the right to print notes. That's the point. So let's just suppose that the private sector withdraws all of the deposits. Plus bank notes. So these are new banknotes that are issued. Okay. So these bonds are thought of as the collateral that is backing these banknotes. Okay? Meaning to say that if this bank fails, okay, these notes, which are out in circulation, these aren't deposit accounts at the bank, right? They're out floating around in circulation. This bank is depositing these bonds at a central location so that if you ever wanted to cash in your banknote, you don't have to go back to the bank, which may be bankrupt. You can take that banknote and you can get a 2% government bond for it. Okay, that's the sense in which it's collateral. It's backing the value of this note. So it's just as if the government had borrowed from the banking system by allowing the banking system to create money, to just write its own notes. So these are one step removed from legal tenders. These are promises to pay legal tender, and they're private money. Okay. And the key thing is that there was only a fixed number of these bonds, and at the end of the war, that became the money supply that you're seeing up there. Okay? Lawful money in the bank, that's where that money came from. Okay? That was and there's some gold there too, because there was resumption of the legal tenders and so forth. Okay? But there's a fixed supply of base money in the country after 1863. A fixed supply of base money after 1863. It doesn't expand or contract with the business cycle very much. The consequence of that was financial instability, and let me now explain how that worked. Okay? Look at these numbers up here. Almost all of the deposits you can see are in the country banks. That's the big number there. 2,627,000,000, right? Deposit accounts. Okay. These deposits, the reserves of those country banks, are partly in notes, but mostly in deposits in other banks in the money centers. Now, what happened? The United States was an agricultural country, very much so at this time. And that meant that there was a strong cyclical character to the demand for money, the demand for notes. At crop harvesting time, the farmers would withdraw from their deposits and they needed notes, okay, in order to move the crops. And Young mentions in this article $50 million. Okay, doesn't sound like that much, okay, but just think about what happens now. Look at this chart here. Imagine that of this $2,627,000,000, $50 million is withdrawn. Okay? That requires the country banks to pull $50 million, let us say, from New York, deposits in a New York bank. Those $50 million, however, the total reserves being held by those New York banks are 221. So that's 25% of their reserves. And now they have to contract credit or they have to get more reserves from somewhere. Okay? Let me write some of this down. This is what causes the financial crisis. Seasonal instability. Okay? The country banks, the country farmers, first, withdraw $50 million in cash. Okay? From their local banks. Ultimately, that's a withdrawal. That implies withdrawal of $50 million. Oh. $50 million from New York, from New York banks. Okay. So now they are way below their 25% required reserves. So they have to replenish those reserves. And how do they do that? Calling in call loans to speculators. Okay. Young explains that the New York banks, when they had excess reserves, that is to say, when the farmers didn't need them, okay, they didn't want to just let them sit idle, so they would lend them to stockbrokers who would use them to buy stocks, to make a speculation, and they would promise to give this money back. It was like overnight loans. So they were call loans. They were overnight loans. And so, come the harvest, they would say, okay, now I need the money back, okay? And as a consequence, the speculators would have to sell whatever they had bought with that, okay, in order to come up with the money. And so there was an asset price consequences. If the speculators are selling, you see stock market, stocks fall. And interest rates rise. They also tried to raise reserves from world money markets, which meant London. Okay? Which often disrupted world gold markets, as a matter of fact. So the United States is this big child, okay, in the world monetary system, and every fall, okay, it throws a little fit, okay, and it causes the asset market to go crazy. It causes the international gold market to go crazy, okay. Eventually, Europe got sick of this, okay, and they sent us some help, Paul Warburg, okay, to help us create a central bank, okay. But we did some of this on our own too. There was agitation for a central bank. As well. The key moment was 1907, the financial crisis of 1907, when J.P. Morgan sort of showed us how we could get out of this crisis ourselves. Okay? By creating, amongst these New York banks, all of his friends, they had a clearinghouse, and they created clearinghouse loan certificates, which were a substitute for money. So they created elastic money supply and elastic reserves. But it was all private and for their friends. Okay? What the Fed did was to say, hey, that's a good idea. Let's do that for everyone and with the central bank. Now I'm going to show you how that worked. Okay. So we got the Fed. There were attempts, he tells us about them, attempts to create the Fed by the bankers themselves, but they, of course, were not viewed as trustworthy. Ultimately, it was President Wilson who got it through just in time for World War I, to use it for World War I finance, which I'm going to come to in a moment. The history of American central banking is a history of war finance. Let me show you what the idea was of the Fed. This is just turning into balance sheets, okay, what it is that Young is saying in words there. So you can connect these things back up. He says under the Federal Reserve System, there are three sorts of levels, okay, not dissimilar to this here, okay. There are the member banks. There are the reserve banks, which are sprinkled around the country. In fact, they're in exactly the same place as the reserve banks were before in the private sector. So there's one in Boston and San Francisco and all those sorts of things. And then there's the Federal Reserve System. And this is the sort of central bank. Okay. And the idea of the system was this, that any member bank, okay, it's just a bank. It's making loans to its local customers, farmers, merchants, people, Main Street. Okay, these are Main Street banks. So they're making loans, and they're making loans by expanding their balance sheet, possibly, their own deposits, okay? This is good. This is what we want. Supporting business, supporting Main Street. We want these banks to be able to do this. Okay. What constrains these banks from doing this is a fear that if these deposits are withdrawn, you won't have sufficient reserves to make those payments. Okay? We don't want these banks to worry about that. Okay? And how do we make, because then they won't make loans. We want them to make these loans. So we create this system of discounts in order for them to replenish their reserves. If they run out of reserves, they can always get more from their local reserve bank. And the way you do that, okay, is by using these loans themselves as collateral for borrowing from the Federal Reserve Bank. Okay, this is called a discount loan. Okay, so you're borrowing from the Federal Reserve System by using this loan as collateral, okay? Yeah. Or by even selling it to the, if it's in a certain form, you could even sell it to the to the Reserve Bank. And the Reserve Bank will give you reserves. For this. Okay, this is the alchemy of banking once again. Notice, the member bank is able to make loans, good loans to customers without fear of running out of reserves. Why? Because it can use those loans to borrow from the reserve banks to get more reserves. And why? Because the reserve banks can create reserves on their own balance sheet. They're expanding their own balance sheet. They're from thin air. These are new reserves in the system. They weren't there before. Elastic reserves, not like the national banking system. Okay. Well, that's all very fine and good if you're making a transfer to another bank, but what if these deposits are withdrawn in notes? Okay. What about that? Have you thought about that? Yeah, they thought about that. And here's how that works. Okay. These reserve banks have the right to rediscount at the Federal Reserve which prints money. Little green pieces of paper. This is how he's explaining it. This is not exactly how it works today, okay? So just be aware of that. I'm just translating what he says into balance sheets so that you can understand it. But the point is, these things are cash money, right? These are deposits in a bank, okay? These things are cash money that can circulate, okay? So cash also is elastic. The supply of cash also is elastic and can expand and contract to meet demand. That's the whole idea of the Fed. The whole idea the Fed was founded on was the notion that we're living in this agricultural country where the demand for money fluctuates seasonally. So we need to have the supply of money fluctuating seasonally, okay? The demand for deposits fluctuates seasonally. So we need to have the supply of reserves back those deposits fluctuate seasonally. And we created a system for that that was based on the idea that banks would be taking their loans to Main Street and using them to acquire these reserves and these notes. That was the idea. If you read the Federal Reserve Act, that's what it says. It says the assets of the reserve banks are supposed to be these discounts, which are essentially loans to Main Street. That's how it was sold by President Wilson. Okay. I showed you what the balance sheet of the Fed looked like before the crisis. There weren't a lot of loans to Main Street there. There was a lot of loans to the government, right? Treasury bills were the main asset of the Federal Reserve. And that was almost immediately true, because once the Fed was created, the U.S. went to war again, okay? And the Fed got involved not so much in this kind of action, okay, but in financing another war. And so at the end of the war, the Fed, the reserve banks, and in fact even all the member banks were stuffed full of treasury bills. That's what they had. They had treasury bills as a consequence of war. And so the whole system in the 20s, even when Alan Young is writing, the banks, the Federal Reserve banks, are all stuffed full of treasury bills. He doesn't mention this. He's imagining that this is temporary, right? That this is not how the system was supposed to work, okay? It's temporary, and so they're trying to figure out a temporary way of creating elasticity in this kind of elasticity without the mechanism that they imagined would provide it. And he's imagining open market operations. He talks about open market operations. None of this could happen, okay, because all the banks are filled with treasury bills. So instead what we had was open market operations. Open market operations were invented by the New York Fed, by Benjamin Strong, in the 20s, exactly when Alan Young is writing. This thing you've learned in your intermediate macro or even intro macro class, right, about how the Fed changes the money supply by buying treasury bills or selling treasury bills or something, that's what we mean by open market operations, right? I'm not going to write down those balance sheets because, in fact, the Fed never did use that mechanism to change. That's not actually true, how open market operations work. It involves the repo market and other things. But we're going to get to that, okay, in a while. I just want to emphasize here that the importance of open market operations is a historical accident. Okay? It's an accident that the Fed got stuffed with treasury bills. It was never supposed to lend to the government. This is why I tell you all this history, right? The whole danger of central banking is legal tenders. The greenbacks are in the minds of the framers of the Federal Reserve. It's like, give the government power to print money, and it is going to print money. So we want to make sure that you are only allowed to use loans to Main Street as collateral for expanding the reserves. Only use loans to Main Street as collateral for expanding Federal Reserve notes. Okay. But then came World War I. The cat was out of the bag. And we got used to that. No one now finds it weird to say, look at that. The Federal Reserve is stuffed full of treasury bills. You know, people thought that's the way it should be. In fact, they found it weird when the Federal Reserve liquidated all those treasury bills and made loans to banks, to the private sector, or to Chrysler, or in its commercial paper operations and so forth. They found that weird, but somebody who had a knowledge of history would remember there's nothing natural about this. Central banks don't necessarily lend mainly to the government. It wasn't supposed to in the first place. That wasn't the idea. Okay, so let's draw some conclusions here. I think it's about time. What I'm trying to, I'm partly trying to get you used to this balance sheet way of thinking, okay? But there is actually a conceptual point here too, about the relationship between the government, state money, and private money and the banking system. It's a complex thing. We live in a hybrid system that is partly, where the central bank is partly a banker's bank, so it's a bank for other banks. In times of crisis, it's a government bank. It helps the government sell its bonds in war. It did this in World War I. It did this in World War II. It'll do it again. This is what it will do, and that's its job. It's not any kind of perversion of its job. That is its job. In normal times, it facilitates the operations of private capital markets, and it's moving back and forth between those over time. Here's another one of those instances where you can build monetary theory, okay, by imagining that really at the root of everything is the state that is printing money, and everything else is just a promise to that, and so it's really all about the state, okay? Or you can build a whole monetary theory by saying really it's all the private banking system, okay, and the government is making use of the private banking system to borrow or something like that, okay? So we start with the original, the gold standard, and people borrowing and making pledges. So you can build monetary theories that are pure private money, and you can build monetary theories that are pure state money. And neither of these is going to do you any good because the actual system is a hybrid. The actual system is a hybrid, and it moves back and forth. Sometimes it's more one, sometimes it's more the other. Here's another example where it's better to know two theories which claim to be opposites, okay? Because both of them are true in some dimension, okay? Both of them are true about the part of the system they're talking about, okay? But not about the whole system. So again, I find myself, in between, not being a chartalist, but neither being a medalist either, okay? But understanding both of those positions, the elasticity position and the discipline position, the monetarist position and the Keynesian position, okay? They both get at genuine features of the actual system. I find this balance sheet approach very helpful for letting us know when one approach makes sense and when we should be focusing on the other approach, because this is always true. The balance sheet approach is really just a relationship between debits and credits. So this will always work for you, whether you're talking about state money or whether you're talking about private money. You can use this same language. So it's a great bridging technique, and that's why I emphasize it in this course. This has been a very, very eventful time since we were last here. You know that the FOMC met and announced quite astonishingly, Bernanke said he's going to keep buying mortgage-backed securities until the pain goes away, until employment improves. This is quite astonishing for a central banker to do, sort of unlimited support, QE, for the market going forward. In retrospect, we can see how he was preparing the market for that in some of the comments he made at Jackson Hole and so forth. But it's still astonishing. Particularly coming on the heels, so in 1 week we have Mario Draghi at the ECB saying he'll do whatever's necessary, and Bernanke saying he'll do whatever's necessary. So the central bankers are determined that they are going to use their balance sheets to keep anything particularly bad from happening in the economy. we'll be discussing a lot in this class about, exactly what is the mechanism through which that's supposed to be working. One of the interesting things in today's FT is an op-ed by one of my favorite columnists, Wolfgang Munchau, why QE would be the right policy for Europe too, he says here. It made me aware of some features of the ECB's announcement that I had not been aware of before. I guess this is probably because of the different political situation in Europe and the limitations on Draghi. It turns out that Mario Draghi said that he would buy bonds of Spain and Italy if they asked him to. Okay, so they have to ask him to do this. And that is, Wolfgang is saying that may be a problem for a leader of a country to say, oh, I'm in bad trouble, please buy my bonds, is a concern. Whereas if he had made a unilateral announcement that he was going to buy them, okay, that would be another thing. That's basically what Bernanke has done. Bernanke has said, I'm going to do that. I'm not going to wait for anybody else to ask me. I'm just going to do it. And so Wolfgang Munchau says that would have been the right policy for Europe too. He's a little concerned that if Spain and Italy don't ask, why should the price of these bonds move? If the ECB doesn't actually do anything, is it just expectations? Are we trying to change people's feelings or something like that? And he wants to emphasize, and I definitely endorse him, that is a weak read to depend upon. Okay, expectations. I know economists talk a lot about influencing expectations, but in this course we're going to look at what the Fed actually does and what the ECB actually does. What we will be thinking of both of these QE, both Bernanke and Draghi, we will in this course, we don't quite have the apparatus yet to talk about it that way, but I will be referring to these actions as dealer of last resort actions, in the sense that they are promising to buy these bonds at a particular price, and as a consequence, no one is ever going to buy them for less. Okay, and by buying them at a high price, they lower the yield on them. They lower the interest rate on Spanish bonds. They lower the interest rate on Italian bonds. In order to make this go, this has to be a credible promise to buy, meaning they actually have to buy. Okay, and Bernanke is going to be buying, and you will not expect to see the market any different than that will immediately move the price to where what Bernanke is paying. The question is, if Spain and Italy don't ask Draghi to buy, will the price move to what Draghi said it should be or not? Okay, and I think we will see that it won't. It won't move there until Draghi actually is buying, and it will probably be somewhat lower. The yields will be somewhat higher. The market reacted immediately, very optimistically, thinking he was going to be buying, but apparently there's this political obstacle in the way. These are very new kinds of actions. I just want to underline that. You're going to have a very interesting semester here. Central banks are doing things they've never done before, they're being very bold. They're being very bold, let's be clear, because the fiscal authorities are not being very bold. Okay, the fiscal authorities are all caught up in politics and saying we have to have austerity, we have to blame Greece or something. And the same is in the US, okay? The Republicans and the Democrats can't get together on anything. And so the central banks are trying to hold the system together. They're trying to hold the system together through election cycle until possibly the fiscal authorities will be able to sort things out. This is not a job that any central banker ever signed up for. That's not really what they want to be doing, okay? But they are doing it. And that's why I say we're in uncharted territory this semester. So stay tuned. Is about Hyman Minsky. Maybe you remember this was a fellow I knew, Hyman Minsky, as a matter of fact. He's very much in this tradition, this American tradition that I mentioned to you, of Wesley Clare Mitchell, of Ed Shaw, of Morris Copeland. I'm going to tell you more about Morris Copeland today. And the tradition that I consider my own ancestry. So I'm trying to do my best to live up to my intellectual fathers here. When this crisis, the financial crisis in the United States, started to happen, the New Yorker had a very famous talk of the town lead article saying that this was a Minsky moment. that it was, for somebody like Hai, who grew up in New York, if he had been alive, that would be immortality, you know, to have an article in the New Yorker appreciating your work after all those decades of not being appreciated, maybe by economists. So he will have something, he was thinking about, he had something called the financial instability hypothesis that he pushed, and I write about that in that article, suggesting that there was something inherently unstable about financial systems, and that the role of the central bank is to kind of put bounds on that and prevent it from flying off into space, either on the upside or on the downside. And it's not so easy to do that. That's a very different vision of the financial system than this notion, sort of technocratic vision of, well, we need to like move the Fed funds rate another 25 basis points in order to get it just right or something. So his mentality was one that was prepared for financial crisis, and I suppose in a sense maybe mine is too. This thing here on the right and the left. This is the flow of funds matrix. This is a set of accounts that was developed by a guy named Morris Copeland, who is again one of these American institutionalists. I'm going to explain how to read these accounts later on in this lecture, but I just want to alert you there. This isn't up there for no reason. We're going to understand this and be able to. This is their image of what's going on in the economy. Okay, you're used in your macroeconomics classes to have two sorts of images about how money comes in, right? There's the NIPA accounts, the national income and product accounts, C plus I plus G plus net exports equals income. And there's also the quantity theory, MV equals PT. And those two equations have sort of dominated the way people think about macro. There was another tradition that was proposed by Morris Copeland in 1952 using this set of accounts, okay? And it has continued, many people use those accounts in Wall Street and within the Fed, they exist, but no one has ever figured out how to turn it into a proper macroeconomic theory. And many people have thought that that's really what we should be trying to do. And I want to start with the very simple case of buying and selling goods. So let's suppose that you and I are the only people in the world, okay, and that you are making something I want and I'm making something you want, but that these wants and productions aren't lined up in time. So we have a problem. I need to get your stuff without having anything to give you. You need to get my stuff without me having anything to give you. So barter's not going to work here. Okay, so one way we could arrange our lives, okay, is to have money. You can sell me some goods. So I'm writing minus goods. So you had goods on your balance sheet and now we're subtracting them from your balance sheet. And sell them to me plus goods. Okay. And I send you some token, okay, in the other direction. Okay. So minus there's a change in my holding of money, delta M. Okay. And here plus delta M. Not so complicated. We're going to start simple. Okay? That is money. That's money. But suppose there is no money in this economy yet, or we haven't agreed on it or something. Let's now think of another mechanism. We could do this entire thing not with money, but with credit, with pure credit, just by keeping track of accounts. So I get the goods from you, and I say, thanks for those goods, and let me just write a little note to you indicating that I owe you. I owe you. And that's a liability. It's a debt. I owe you. And that is I'm going to put delta as changes in IOUs because we may already have IOUs out there as well, and there's just more IOUs now. Okay, I owe you more because I have these goods here. So this of course requires us to trust each other and things like that, that these are IOUs. And it might be the sort of thing you use with friends, right? Like, I'll pay for lunch today, you'll pay for lunch tomorrow, that sort of thing. You're familiar with that. Okay. But if we don't trust each other, so that's the pure credit kind of system. One thing I want to note about this pure credit kind of system, which we'll come back to, is kind of important later on. Notice that the quantity of outstanding IOUs increases when we make a transaction. You know, we're writing a new piece of paper that says IOU. Whereas when we did it with money, we're just exchanging existing pieces of paper back and forth. The money supply isn't changing when we move a piece of paper from my pocket to your pocket, okay? But the credit supply is changing. The outstanding quantity of credit is changing when I write an IOU. So there's an expansion of credit in this mechanism. So it's a little different. Okay. But now suppose that you know, we don't trust each other. We don't know each other well enough. We're not sure we're going to see each other again or something like that. So now, but we trust some third party. That's why I left that room in between these two, okay? And that third party is willing to step in between the two of us, okay? Accepting my IOU and issuing its own IOU, which you accept. I'm going to call this third party a bank. Okay. Now I've used M, even though this is a liability of the bank, and it comes from nowhere. It's an expansion of the balance sheet. So just like in the pure credit economy, there's an expansion of the money supply, there's an expansion of credit in order to facilitate this transaction. Okay. There's more money because money is a form of credit, actually, in this world. It's a liability of the bank. So that's why it expands and contracts as the patterns of trade move. All right, all baby stuff, okay? But some deep and puzzling economics underneath that. This, of course, is much more like the modern economy. Okay, this is how the modern economy works. Okay, in a very stripped down, simplified way. So let me just underline this point. The reason I'm emphasizing this point about expansion of credit versus strict quantity, this is about discipline versus elasticity. Okay, this is the concrete place where it is. So you can imagine that, and I put this in the notes here, you can imagine thinking about a world in which there's a fixed quantity of money here. A fixed quantity of money, and at any moment in time, we can therefore describe who has the money by a point. So this is time here. And there's a pattern of trade between you and me, and it goes like, you know, like this as we're trading, that this is your money balances and this is my money balances. And so when my money balances are going up, that's because I'm selling some goods to you. When my money balances are going down, that's because you're selling goods to me. But the total money isn't changing. Total money isn't changing. If there's not very much money, okay, then people run out of money. Okay? And some transactions that we want to make are impossible to make because you don't have the money to make them. That's discipline. Okay? Similarly, you know, if it were here. The pure credit economy, we could think of it as starting at 0 instead of starting at a half of the money supply. And similarly, there could be some, I'm going to see if I can copy that a little bit. Okay. This is 0 here in the pure credit economy. And let's just put, and you can see that in this economy, this is maybe my credit limit here.
and maybe this is your limit here.
Okay. That this is me borrowing from you, this is you borrowing from me, this is me borrowing from you on net, back and forth. And so the transactions involve, and sometimes there's no credit, right? Here along 0, the credit all goes down to 0, and sometimes it expands in order to facilitate transactions. So there's expansion and contraction of credit in the course of the pattern of payments. There's no expansion or contraction of money. Here, there's just shifting from one pocket to another. If neither of us is willing to lend or borrow to the other because we don't trust each other, then we could have the bank here describing this. This is my limit. The bank is willing to lend me up to this, but I'm actually willing to lend the bank, any amount of money conceivably, a lot more than you, a lot more than I would lend to you. So I can build up positive balances very large. And the bank can do business with many people as well at the same time. So this multilateral system is a credit system. So this is the first point to emphasize that, and we're going to go into this in more detail with actual instruments and Fed funds and all of that sort of thing. But understanding that the payment system is a credit system, okay, not a money system, and that it has to be a credit system in order to have sufficient elasticity to ensure that people who want to make mutually advantageous trades are able to make mutually advantageous trades, even if none of them have money at the moment. They don't have any gold or the thing that's fixed in quantity, the discipline thing, okay? Credit is necessary in order to facilitate elasticity in the system. And so when you go look at the actual system, expect to find credit there. It's going to be there. We're going to see it. Sometimes it doesn't look like credit. This is Hyman Minsky's magnum opus, Stabilizing an Unstable Economy. 20th Century Fund Report, 1986. He worked on this for a very long time. And I just want to read a little passage here on page 198. Okay, so he says, and we're going to take this point of view throughout this course, so that's why I'm taking the time to quote it here. He says, to analyze how financial commitments affect the economy, it is necessary to look at economic units in terms of their cash flows. The cash flow approach looks at all units, be they households, corporations, state and municipal governments, or even national governments, as if they were banks. As if they were banks. What does that mean? That means thinking of every unit, every different kind of unit, as a money flow operation. There's cash in, cash out, cash flow in, cash flow out. So that, not so much paying attention to the goods part, okay, but paying attention to the money flow part. Okay. In urging this, Minsky is pushing a macroeconomic perception that is from Copeland, which we're going to come to in a minute, but I'm going to focus on the microeconomic piece first, because we can build it up from our own intuitions. Okay. From a microeconomic point of view, the key consequence of taking a money flow point of view is to put emphasis on something that he called the survival constraint. Or, in other words, the reserve constraint. That ultimately, your problem, okay, is not a budget constraint problem. It's not like economists think. It's certainly not an intertemporal budget constraint problem, like economists think, okay? It's a liquidity constraint problem that you need, every period, you need to have some kind of means of payment. You need cash inflow equal or greater than your cash outflow, or else you can't make the cash outflow. So there's an issue of balance between cash inflow and cash outflow. And in particular, cash inflow greater than your cash commitments. Promises you've made to make payments. Promises you've made, for example, to repay debts. Okay. If you can't repay your debts with the cash that's coming in, okay, then you default and you do not survive. It doesn't matter if you have lots of wealth. If you have no cash, if you can't pay the debt, then you default and you are out of business. Okay. This is the liquidity constraint. Liquidity kills you quick. You'll hear that more than once in this class. Solvency, as a bank, you can go on for a long time, okay, doing business, even if you are insolvent. Many banks do. You cannot survive for one day if you are illiquid. Okay. And so if we adopt the point of view that everyone is a bank, okay, this is the thing that focuses the mind. Okay, it's the liquidity constraint, okay, not the budget constraint. This is going to make more sense to you in a little while. Let me now introduce you to the sources and uses of funds accounts, which we have up here. Has anyone ever heard of the flow of funds accounts? No one. No one. They're real accounts, okay, and the Fed gathers them, and actually people particularly financial advisors, pay a lot of attention to them because they're the source of much of the information we have about financial flows. Let me start with, though, the microeconomics of it. Okay? We want to distinguish between uses and sources. And we want to distinguish between the goods and services account, which I sometimes will call above the line, okay, and the financial account, which is below the line. Okay. And there are three different categories that I'm going to distinguish in the financial account. There's financial assets, financial liabilities. We're going to treat these separately, and money. Okay? So you can see that we're distinguishing here between money and credit. So there's this sort of hierarchy of money and credit that is going on here, and the ultimate payment is going to be money here. These are not T accounts because these are not balance sheets. These are not stocks. Everything here is a flow. Okay? So when we have as a source of funds, okay, when we sell something, that's a cash inflow. It's a source of funds. Okay? So we put here a receipt. When we sell something, we receive, and these are goods, right? Real goods. So, and including, by the way, labor. So when you sell labor, you're getting a wage. So that's a receipt. That's a cash inflow. And when you buy something, it's an expenditure. We're used to the NEPA accounts, the National Income and Product accounts, which focus on final sales only, value added. In flow of funds, we don't particularly care whether something is a final sale or not. If it's a sale, it's an inflow. Okay, it's a source of cash for the individual. It may not be a source of value for the economy as a whole, but it's a good or a service or labor. If we sell a financial asset, okay, that's a source of funds too. So if you have a stock and you sell it, okay, that's cash coming into you. We'll call that decumulation, just to match accumulation if you buy a stock. Okay. And financial liabilities. If you are, as a source of funds, if you borrow money, right, the bank gives you money. Okay, that's a cash inflow. So borrowing is a source of funds, and repayment is a use of funds, repayment of debts. Okay, and money. Okay, if we have a pile of money, if we take something off that pile, that could be that's a source of funds. So this is dishoarding, and this is hoarding here. Okay. This is a set of, it's a conceptual decumulation. Did I spell that right? Yes. This is a conceptual framework, and it's completely inclusive. You know, every transaction is going to fit into one or the other of these categories. It's meant to be inclusive. It's not leaving anything out. Okay, it's either and it will. So you can use this. The value of this framework is that you can use this to sort your way through pretty complicated kinds of transactions. Okay, and the rules that order how you sort your way through this, okay, are two rules. Rule 1. All accounting is based on some rules of consistency, okay? And rule 1 is that every use has a corresponding source and vice versa. Every use has a corresponding source and vice versa. That is to say, you can't buy a good, okay, you can't buy a financial asset, you can't repay debt, you can't accumulate cash balances without it coming from somewhere. That's all it's saying, okay? And if it's coming from somewhere, it has to go somewhere. So that's the vice versa part, okay? So that's all it's saying. The other rule, which is what allows us to turn this into macroeconomics, okay, is that every agent's use is some other agent's source, and vice versa. Every agent's use is some other agent's source. This is actually kind of deep, okay? That the economy as a whole, every time I get a receipt, it's somebody else's expenditure. Right? I'm selling a good, somebody's buying a good. So that's the sense in which my source is somebody else's use. If I'm buying a financial asset, I'm buying it from somebody, they're selling it. And so you see how that all works. And once you appreciate this, you start to see the economy as this web of where, depending on whether you're looking from my point of view or your point of view, everything is connected, you know, and you can follow it all along. Actually, I think an example is going to make this all a lot clearer. So let's just say that before class, I went to get a cup of coffee at Oren's Daily Roast, which I did. This is late in the evening for me, okay? And at Oren's Daily Roast, a small cup of coffee costs $2. And I paid in cash. So this is a money transaction. How would we characterize this in these balance sheets? Well, there's basically two participants to this thing. There's me, and there's Oren's Daily Roast, the company that was selling me the coffee. And it's pretty clear what happened in terms of the coffee, okay, that I made an expenditure on the coffee. And that Oren's Daily Roast has a receipt on that. They sold the coffee, good or service, okay, that was a source of funds. And that, I just told you that this was all done with money, okay, so that was dishoarding for me of $2, okay, and that $2 went right in the cash register, and so that was hoarding for Oren's Daily Roast. Okay. You can see here in work, I mean in practice, both of those rules, right? The rule number 1, every use has a corresponding source. Okay? Rule number 2, every use has a corresponding source on another agent. Okay? So to describe one simple transaction is always going to take at least 4 entries in order to explain this, and it's just a consequence of these rules here. We're building intuition. That's what this is about. It's building intuition about the inside character of money, about the interlocking quality of the monetary system, the money flow character of it. These are not natural intuitions, particularly for economists, okay, who've been trained to see money as a veil, okay? We're not seeing money as a veil. We're seeing money as the entity we're focusing on. We're going to be ignoring for most of this class stuff that's above the line and focusing on stuff that's below the line. Here, there's not much action below the line in this simple money transaction, but watch the next one. Watch the next one. The next one's a credit transaction. Okay, the credit transaction gets kind of interesting already. Okay, so let's say that after class, I go to Varelli, and I order their wonderful lamb burger, and some other things, and the bill comes to $20, and I charge it. I charge it. Well, let me erase all of this, because now we're going to need somebody else. There's not just me and Varelli, there's also the MasterCard. Put MasterCard in the middle. Okay, you see where this is going, right? I'm doing what I did to begin with, okay, and MasterCard is being kind of like the bank. They're the third party and so forth. So here's me. Probably never thought, how exactly do credit cards work? Well, I'm going to show you. And here's Varelli. Okay. The simplest part of the whole thing, okay, is the dinner. Okay, expenditure on dinner. Okay, and a receipt for dinner. Okay. But what happened at the end of that dinner? Okay. What happened at the end of that dinner was they brought me a slip and I signed it. I just signed it. What was I doing? I was not paying. I was borrowing. This is an IOU. I'm promising to pay. Who am I promising to pay? MasterCard. Exactly. I'm promising to pay MasterCard. Okay, so that's an IOU, so that's borrowing. Okay, so there's an IOU here, and that becomes a financial asset of MasterCard. I'm keeping these lined up in those rows there. Okay, so that's my debt. It's an additional debt for me. It's an additional financial asset for MasterCard. Okay, but why did Varelli say, okay, fine, you're free to go now? Okay, they got something. They got something. They didn't get it from me. Okay. They got it from MasterCard. Okay. They got a IOU. And I'll put MasterCard there, just to make clear that there are two people borrowing here. Okay. So an IOU. That MasterCard has an agreement, okay, with Varelli, that if I sign, okay, MasterCard will make good on this. MasterCard will pay for my dinner. Okay, but they're not paying for it right away necessarily. Okay, it's not necessarily. I mean, there's some smart cash registers where it immediately comes out of some bank account somewhere. Okay, but they're not paying it right away. But they're paying it faster than I'm paying it. Okay, if I have a credit card that I pay at the end of a month sometimes. Okay, but this merchant wants their money right away. So perhaps next day or at the end of the week or something. So this is how the actual transaction works, first of all. Okay, this is how the dinner gets paid for. Everything else, though, is below the line, and there's a lot below the line because there's a couple of IOUs that have to be settled here. Notice how this payment happened by an expansion of credit. Okay, an expansion of credit, in fact, 2 credits. Okay, there's a lot more credit in the world now after this payment than there was before. And where did it come from? It came out of thin air, just me signing my name. That was it. Expansion of credit. So the first thing that happens to clear this credit, okay, is the next day or something, or the next week, Varelli and MasterCard do business, okay, and Varelli says, I present this IOU to MasterCard, and I want to be paid, okay. So this is an asset, and I am decumulating this asset, and I am hoarding cash. I'm getting cash here, not Varelli, okay? So let me just I'll put a 2 next to that. This is stage 2 here, okay? Cashing in the IOU. And those things have entry points over here, right? So that's dishoarding, have corresponding entries here. I'll put a 2 there, okay? And this is repayment here. Okay? So now, from Varelli's point of view, all done. It's as if I was paid in cash, right? Varelli says that's all done. But it's not all done. It's not all done. There's another IOU still there, okay, which is my IOU. It's not all done. From my point of view, and from MasterCard's point of view, it's not all done. There's more to go, okay? And that happens at the end of the month if presumably I repay. And again, there is going to be, MasterCard is going to be hoarding. They're going to be, and there's going to be 3, decumulate. They're going to be decumulating a financial asset, this IOU, and using that sale of that financial asset to accumulate money balances here. Okay, and that is dishoarding here and repayment here. Okay. These are simple examples, okay, of the payment mechanism. Here what happened. Credit expanded, and then in two credits at once, and then in 2 different phases, it collapsed back down. And at the end of the day, there's no credit anymore. At the end of the day, cash was settling these debts. Cash moved, okay? Elasticity came from the credit. Discipline, these debts, though, they got paid. That's the discipline. So there's this balance in the system always between the discipline and the elasticity. Of a study of money flows in the United States. So this is Morris Copeland's book, 1952. This is a book published by the National Bureau of Economic Research, in fact. And he was proposing this set of accounts that you're seeing right here as a framework for macroeconomic analysis. What it is, it's based on this conceptual framework, okay, uses and sources for each individual, okay? But of course, we don't have data for every single transaction for every individual, okay? So there's a lot of sort of aggregation and netting and things like that. And that's what makes it difficult for people to understand the flow of funds, because they don't have this back in their mind, okay? But this is exactly how it's structured there. And you can see that it's the whole macroeconomy there, okay? So there's a column here, it's probably too small print for you to read from there. But the first column, I'll just read it to you, households and nonprofit organizations. And there's 2 columns. The left one is uses and the right one is sources. Okay? So what they're doing is thinking of all households, you know, all households in the whole United States as one entity. And they're looking down and they're saying the first 13 lines, well, the first 12 lines are sort of the above the line part. It's the goods and services part that we're talking about. Everything below that is the financial assets. You can see lines 14 to 22 is basically different kinds of money. You have U.S. official reserves, you have SDRs, you have treasury currency, foreign deposits, you have stuff like that. And then from 23 on down, these are forms of credit. Okay, so they do it in reverse order. They put money on top and forms of credit below. In here. And what you're seeing in uses, and they're aggregating, but aggregation will still preserve this rule. Okay? These rules still apply. Okay? And what these rules mean, the consequence of these rules in the flow of funds accounts, is that the column sums are supposed to sum to the same number. So for each column, households, the left-hand column, okay, which is uses, should sum to the same number as the right-hand column. Okay? It's also, rule number 2 says that the rows should sum too, okay, to 0. And they don't. You can see these statistical discrepancies here. That just means that your statistical net hasn't captured something, okay? But you know where the mistake is, kind of, because the rows are supposed to sum and the columns are supposed to sum. So you kind of know where the problem is. So there's households, there's non-financial business, there's state and local governments, there's federal government, there's domestic non-financial sectors, domestic financial sectors, rest of the world, okay? This set of accounts, okay, is the concrete instantiation of the point of view that Minsky was saying in that quote that I gave him, right? It's treating every unit, state and local government, in households, businesses, banks, as if they're banks. We're thinking about sources and uses of funds, okay, for all of them. And this is a framework for thinking about the economy. So there's netting. It's a little, when you look there, you'll see some of these sources are negative. That's like an odd sort of concept. How can there be a negative source? This puzzled me when I was trying to learn this sort of thing. Think about how they're constructing it, okay? They're constructing it by saying borrowing is a source of funds, okay? If your total quantity of borrowing went down, okay, that's a negative source of funds. So that's repayment is basically what that is. So instead of doing it as we're doing, where we have repayment as a use of funds, they're treating reduction in debt as a negative source. But that retains these rules, okay? They're just moving it to the other side of the balance sheet, okay? And similarly for uses, sometimes there are negative numbers in uses, okay? And that's, again, if there's a negative number in uses, it means you have some financial asset that you've reduced your accumulation of, okay? So it's decumulation. So if you have in mind these concepts, that this is the underlying analytical framework, the underlying conceptual framework, apply that to this matrix and you can see it all. Often when people are using these accounts, they don't see it in a matrix like this. You know, they'll just have one table that tells you what's happening with open market paper, okay? Or what's happening with non-financial business or something. But this is the whole set of accounts. This is the macroeconomy, okay? And what Copeland had in mind, what he proposed in this book right here, he said Keynes is wrong. C plus I plus G equals Y is not a good framework for thinking about the macroeconomy because it doesn't take into account purchases and sales of financial assets. It doesn't take into account purchases and sales of secondary, of goods that are already produced, like old houses. You know, this is a very big market in the United States. This is focusing on new production, and that's all very fine and good, but there's a lot happening in the economy other than this, which you're basically just abstracting from. And a lot of it is involving the monetary system and the financial system, and you're just abstracting from all of this. It's not good enough for understanding the economy. Similarly, he said, you monitress, MV equals PT, okay? You're focusing on this M thing here, okay, and treating all transactions as if they're made with money. It's like Oren's Daily Roast. The whole economy is like Oren's Daily Roast. No, most of the economy is credit transactions, okay? Most of the economy is Varelli-like transactions, and you're just absorbing that into this V number here, just treating it as if money was spinning around faster and faster. These aren't good enough accounting structures for understanding the modern monetary economy, said Morris Copeland. I think he was right, actually, but he didn't win. And so these sets of accounts were collected by a little division of the Fed up on the 5th floor in the back of the Board of Governors. People were like an arcane set of accounts for years and years and years. They collected them and they kept poring over them and so forth, but it was not used for economic policy because there was no macroeconomic theory that hung on to it, right? The Keynesians grabbed onto this, and had a whole macroeconomic theory, okay, about how spending causes income. Okay, the monetarists hung on to this, and they had a whole macroeconomic theory, but there was never a macroeconomic theory for this. So there's a Nobel Prize for you. Okay, I think there will be. There will be a macroeconomic theory for this, but not for flow of funds as currently it is used. Because look at these statistical discrepancies. These are large numbers. Okay, look on the last column here. The largest number there is $115 billion statistical discrepancy for the line 22, which is Fed funds and security RPs. That's the wholesale money market. Okay. What this tells you is that the action in the wholesale money market is not being caught in the statistical net of the Federal Reserve System. It's not being caught. We know approximately the size of the error, 115 billion, but we don't know exactly where it is. We don't know where it is. There's a lot of stuff happening that we don't know about, and we're trying to make policy. We're trying to make decisions, and a lot of stuff is happening. Like only the flow of funds even tells you this much. Okay, NEPA accounts, MV equals PT doesn't even tell you this much. Okay, but Fed funds is antiquated. Okay, it's a place to start, but it's not a place to finish. Similarly, look at the sector discrepancies. These are big numbers. Household and nonprofit organizations, that's $561 billion discrepancy there. Okay, and similarly, large numbers here. Domestic non-financial sectors, $440 billion. A lot of this is because non-financial businesses are financial businesses. The categories that we've divided things into. We're imagining that GM makes cars. You know, GM makes cars, sure, okay, but they really are also a financial institution. They're sort of a bank. They have got international operations, and the same is true with nonprofit organizations. The world has changed out from under Morse Copeland, 1952, okay? And so the Office of Financial Research, which is a division of the Fed, has been established after this crisis to create new accounting structures. Basically, everyone realizes that our accounting is in bad shape. The accounting, corporate accounting for individual corporate accounts, but I also want to say our macroeconomic accounting isn't designed to capture the kinds of things that are happening in the economy today. One thing you notice there, where's all the derivatives? You know, where's the swaps? Where's the options? You know, it's not, there were no such things in 1952, and so they're not there. They're all off balance sheet items, all these exposures. That's why you got all these errors, you know, that there's a lot of stuff happening in the economy that's not being caught, even in this set of accounts, okay? A lot of what I'm going to do in this class, you'll see, is to soup up these accounts so that we can include swaps and derivatives and so forth. It's not so hard to do. And so I made a proposal to the OFR, maybe they'll accept it, that this is the direction that we should be going. There's a lot more detail because I'm not an actual accountant, I'm an economist. Money and time. Liquidity constraint. What happens if our cash inflow is not large enough to meet our cash commitments? Okay. There are three things that we can do, and that we can see it from this set of accounts. Okay. If we have to make some payment on this side, okay, we have some commitment, we have to make some payment on this side, and we don't have a source at the moment, okay, we have three choices, okay? We can spend all the cash in our reserves, dishoard. We can run through the cash. We can try to find somebody to lend us some more, okay, cash, or we can sell something at whatever price we can get, fire sale, okay? Those are the three choices. I suppose you could sell some goods too, but selling financial assets is the one we're going to focus on here. These are our three choices for meeting the liquidity constraint. And note that the only one that is actually dependable in a time of crisis is the first one. The others all rely on somebody else taking the opposite side of that transaction. You know, if we borrow in order to have some cash inflow to meet our commitments, someone has to lend. Someone has to be persuaded to do that. If we sell a financial asset, somebody has to be persuaded to buy that, and there has to be a good price there for them. And they may not want to do that. They may not want to help us out in that way. This is why reserves are important. Money is important. At the end of the day, it is cash, okay, that allows, it's these reserves that allow you to meet your cash commitments. But there's that's the discipline piece. Nobody wants to hold, we can't rely only on money, okay? Credit allows us to escape the liquidity constraint, to put off this constraint to the future, right? If we can borrow, that means we live to fight another day. However, that other day is when this borrowing comes due, okay? And then we face that constraint again when we have to repay that. Okay. So this is, again, this balance between discipline and elasticity. Credit gives us elasticity today, but discipline tomorrow. There's this thing about Ponzi and speculative and hedge units. You'll see in the reading for this week. Okay, I think that this is reading Minsky through standard economics and not through Morris Copeland. If you read him through Morris Copeland, you'll understand that he's talking about the alignment. The issue is the alignment of cash flows and commitments in time. This constraint, cash inflow is greater than cash commitments, okay, is something that agents that are like banks worry about not just today, but tomorrow and the day after, and looking into the future, okay? And if we're facing a problem today, if we can push it into the future, that lets us fight another day. But let's be careful where in the future we push it, you know, because we know what our other commitments are, and let's try not to push it where we have other commitments. Push it somewhere where we think we're going to have some cash flow. That would be good, okay? So there's this. So let me just now give you an example. So here's an agent, a liquid agent, or a hedge agent, as and we'll think about time as having 4 periods. T plus 1, T plus 2, T plus 3. And we'll think about cash inflow and cash commitments. Cash inflow, cash flow, cash commitments. For all these examples, let's assume that we have a notion that we're going to get cash flow of 10. And let's think of ourselves as having promised to pay 20. So we're having, over these 4 periods, we're getting 40 coming in, okay? And we promised to pay 20. So there's no problem here of solvency, right? We're making money. You know, we're making 40, we're spending 20, we have a profit of 20. There's no problem here of solvency. I'm trying to take solvency out of the picture, okay? And tell you that there still is a problem. Liquidity can be a problem for you. Suppose we arranged our financing so that we made a promise to pay 5, 5, 5 every period like that. Okay, we got no problem, right? Cash flow is greater than cash commitment every single period from now through. There's no problem. There's no problem. The liquidity constraint does not bind. We're not going to be in trouble. We're not going to have to face that problem of, oh my God, I made a promise. How am I going to meet it? Am I going to liquidate my cash? Am I going to borrow? Am I going to sell a financial asset? It's never going to arise. It's never going to arise if this is how our financing is arranged. On the other hand, if suppose our financing is arranged this way. Again, 10. It's all short-term financing, right? That's what this is. This is like like financing your business. Your business is going to be coming in, have cash flow of 10, 10, 10, 10, nice business, okay? But it's all financed with short-term debt. So it all is due today. I owe 20 today, I only have cash flow today of 10, okay? I'm facing now a constraint, and I have to do one of those things. I have to use up whatever reserves I have of money in order to meet that, or I have to roll over that debt, meaning I have to find somebody who will let me push that into the next period, or I have to sell my business or something like that. This is the liquidity constraint in action here, and you can see it often is when you have short-term borrowing. that's the sign that you're vulnerable. And of course, real banks are sort of like that, right? They have demand deposits. They have demand deposits. So they're all facing this constraint all the time. And they're borrowing overnight, repo markets and so forth. So the overnight borrowing market is going to be really important in this class. People always wonder, why are you focusing so much on overnight borrowing? It's because if you need to live to fight another day, okay, that's where all the liquidity is, and you live to fight another day. And then tomorrow's another day, and you have to do it again. Okay, you have to roll that over again. The overnight borrowing market is enormous, okay? And you would never know it because you and I do not participate in this, okay? This is a wholesale money market. I'm just going to give you another example, okay? Again, 10, 10, 10, every period. Okay. But now, let's say I have a little leeway, okay? Today, I got no problem. Tomorrow or next year, I could have a problem. And I can see it coming. I see the alignment of my cash flows and cash commitments in time. And I say, and in fact, my creditors see that too. Everyone sees, they see that, okay? That these things are not aligned in time. There's going to be a problem in the future. And I could, today, try to take some action to deal with that by refinancing that so that it doesn't, I get rid of it and I spread it out over time. Or maybe paying some of it ahead of time using this 10, you know, or whatever, okay? The point, I mean, these are simple little examples. Why am I belaboring this? The point is that liquidity constraints anticipated in the future have consequences today for liquidity today, right? That you're anticipating that and you're saying, oh, but I'm pretty liquid today, so let me take care of that. Let me trade in some market while I actually have some room to maneuver so that this doesn't come and smack me in the head. Because I don't know, it may be that the markets are just all frozen tomorrow and I'm going to be in trouble. And no one is willing, even though I'm perfectly solvent, right? This is by assumption here. I'm perfectly solvent. If the markets aren't going to let me roll that over, I'm dead. I don't want to be dead. Okay? I want to sort this out beforehand. Okay. So the picture I'm trying to paint for you of the economy is an economy in which there are, at any moment in time, lots of different agents with different patterns of cash flow and different patterns of commitments going out into the future. Okay? There's some agents like this, there's some agents like this, there's some agents like this. Okay? And they're all participating in the same market. They're all trading with each other. Okay? The fraction of agents that are under stress, like this, an agent that's under stress like this has to do something. They can't wait. They have to do it now. They have to borrow now. Short-term interest rates are 10%. Short-term interest rates are 20%. It doesn't matter. I have to borrow now. They are price insensitive. The more people there are like this, these interest rates can really move. And they have nothing to do with time preference, clearly. Right? You know, when you think, we usually think of interest rates as being reflecting something about time preference for consumption today versus consumption tomorrow. I'm pointing out to you that this person has to borrow no matter what the price. Okay? And if you have an inelastic demand for money like this, the price can move very far from its equilibrium rates. Think Bear Stearns, you know, before it collapsed. Think Lehman. Think this is the sort of thing that causes financial crises when there are agents like this in the economy. And basically, this is what all banks look like. They have demand deposits. They have short-term liabilities like this that can go away tomorrow. So the vulnerability in the economy has to do with the fraction of agents that are like this who are having trouble rolling over their debt. If there's a lot of agents like this, the hedge agents, okay, they have to say, well, what am I going to do with that extra 5? Okay, well, I got to buy something. Okay, and so they're lending into the market, or they're buying something. It's going somewhere. Okay, so over the course of a business cycle, there's a fluctuation between easy credit, okay, and tight credit, and that shows up in the money market. The image I like to have in mind, because we're in New York here, is the Lady Liberty image. Scales, right? Scales. So let's see if I can draw some scales here. Okay. Where we have one pan here, okay, cash flow pan. Okay, and we have another pan here, or bucket here, and this is the cash commitment pan. Okay, and then the balance between these is an arrow, and this is the scale here, okay, is the interest rate, the money market interest rate. Okay, that the balance between the pattern of cash flows and the pattern of cash commitments is what is determining the short-term interest rate at any moment in time. Now the Fed is doing something too, and it's a more complicated story than that. But behind the scenes, there's some actual facts about the world, and those facts are balance sheet facts. Those facts are promises to pay at a certain point in the future that are either lined up with the actual prospects of the firm, the person who made the promise, or they are not lined up with the actual prospects of the firm, the person that made the promise. If they're not lined up, that person has to do something. They have to do something. This is the point. It's not about preference. It's about being forced to do something by the promises you've made in the past. Optimistic, whatever, sure. That's what makes horse races. People say, it's going to be, I have such a great idea, or I really am going to buy this house, and we're going to have a wonderful life together, and then you lose your job. So the cash flows go away, but the cash commitments stay, okay? And now you're in trouble. And so the balance between cash flows and cash commitments is true for each individual, okay? A stressed individual or not, but it's also true for the economy as a whole, the pattern, okay? In a world in which most people have cash flows adequate to meet their cash commitments, you're not going to have a financial crisis. In a world in which there's a lot of people who have cash flows that are inadequate to meet their cash commitments, you're going to have a financial crisis. It just becomes more and more fragile. This is the Minsky point. Fragility has to do with the balance of cash commitments, promises to pay, relative to the actual cash flows that are emerging from your activities, from your sale of labor, from your business profits, from your sale of goods. And in a crisis, the crisis shows up in the money market rate of interest. And so we watch the money market. The money market is our detector, our crisis detector, our stress detector. Okay? Watch the money market, and what you will see is a price bopping around. Okay? And what's causing that price to bop around is the shifting balance between the pattern of cash flows and cash commitments. So this is a sufficient statistic in the money market for the state of the macroeconomic balance. That's the idea. You're much more used to thinking of stocks than of flows. It's not so easy to think about flows. It takes practice. Okay? So let me just link this up. I had said financial assets, financial liabilities, and money. When you think about your T accounts, okay, assets and liabilities, financial assets are here, money are here, financial liabilities are here, and then there is net worth as a balancing item here. And net worth is all about solvency. Net worth is what we mean by solvency. These are stocks, meaning, and what are financial assets? Financial assets are the accumulation of all the past flows. You know, we've bought this asset, we bought that asset, we bought the other asset. All of those assets now we own. That's the stock of assets. That's there. Similarly, hoarding. We hoarded a little bit, we hoarded a little bit more, and so the total stock of money we have is the reserves that are sitting here. Okay? Similarly with financial liabilities. We borrowed a little bit, we borrowed some more. Okay? This is the accumulated borrowing over the past up until the present. All of these stocks, okay, are residues of past flows. They're what's left. Okay? And they also have time patterns looking forward. You know, they're promises to pay. The liabilities have dates on them, right? Certain dates when you have to make payments. The assets have dates on them, certain dates when you're going to get payments, okay? That's what I'm showing here, these dates, the flows. So the financial assets here are like adding all this stuff up. Discounted present value, you know that. So it's like 40, okay? And the total liabilities adding all this stuff up, it's 20. What I'm showing you, these examples here, are meant to show you a case of a firm or an entity that has exactly the same financial assets, total, stock, exactly the same financial liabilities, total, stock, but very different prospects because of the time patterns, okay? That liquidity matters, okay? Not just solvency, liquidity matters. If you look at the balance sheet, what you see is solvency. You need to look behind that at the time patterns in order to see the fragility that is building up. Okay, so that's the lesson for today. Start today with the FT, just drawing your attention to an article by Martin Wolf, which is up here. Martin Wolf is, I believe, the economics editor. He's a columnist. He always writes on Wednesdays. Okay, and it's always worthwhile to check out his column. He's talking in this article. Bernanke makes a historic choice. You can see there Bernanke riding the eagle with money bags that he's dropping, I guess, helicopter drop or eagle drop onto the population below. And he has a lot to say about that. Mainly, he's saying that critics argue that the new Fed policy will not only fail to work as hoped, which is likely, he agrees with that, but will also do vast damage, which is far less so. Many have been prophesying hyperinflation for years. This fear is misguided. Unconventional policies do indeed create costs and risks, but the costs and risks of deficient demand are far greater. The Fed has decided to err on the side of expansion, and here's the payoff quote. It is in truth more likely to achieve too little of what it seeks than too much. I think I would agree with that. That it's not clear, if the problem is aggregate demand, it's not clear how QE really translates into aggregate demand very strongly. And so my co-blogger and I, Dan Nielsen, we put up a post on the MoneyView blog just a couple of hours ago. He wrote the one on QE3 in which he takes off from Martin Wolf's column, and I put one of my little videos on there about the Eurozone issues, Draghi and the Soros plan. You will have seen this as what we did in class like a week and a half ago, but I never got around to making it into a little video. But now it's up there, and you can check it out. What I want to draw your attention to, and maybe I could switch over there if we had time, but I want to draw your attention to some of these charts and graphs that he has here, Martin Wolf. And in particular, he talks about the middle one there, which is nominal GDP and the trend. You can see there that he's got the trend, that's this upward thing, and he is, or Bernanke and Mike Woodford at Jackson Hole see the goal of the Fed, and in fact the goal of fiscal policy as well, to somehow return to that trend, okay? And here's the actual truth, okay? So you can see we had this crisis, And we're now ticking along, maybe not at trend, but certainly below the level we want to be. And we don't seem to be catching up, actually. There seems to be a widening gap. And that's what this dotted line here is, in fact, the ratio of the trend GDP to actual GDP. And so it's getting worse. We're falling behind. Part of this may be because of sort of fiscal problems, that we're not able to get our act in gear. And so a lot is being asked from the central bank, probably too much. And probably that's true in Europe too, as well. The first section, the next section of the class that we're going to do, is thinking about the payment system. Okay, banking as a system of payments, and central banking as a clearinghouse. Okay, so it's a pretty it's an unusual approach to beginning thinking about banking, but I found that it really helps to build intuition for later on in the course, and in particular, it helps to explain why the Fed funds market is such a key place, and also what's going on in the repo market. And so it helps to introduce some of the main monetary instruments and the euro dollar market as well. So that's what we're going to use it for. But this first lecture is meant to set that up and tell you sort of what do we mean by a payment system, and where do all the little pieces fit. So it's titled "The Central Bank as a Clearinghouse." So one big picture idea is to think of all of the institutions in the monetary system, in the credit system, as all of the different instruments, all the different practices, as an attempt, worked out over eons, okay, to make the system work as if it were one big bank instead of a bunch of little banks. Okay, so let's start by just thinking of it, how payments would work if in fact it were one big bank, and then see how the mechanisms make it work as if it were one big bank, even though it's not. Okay, so one big bank, by one big bank, we might mean two different things. Okay, one idea, two different things. Remember, this is basically building on last time. I talked about the difference between a sort of money system, discipline system, and a credit system, the elasticity system. So one idea of a one big bank is that you have a bank that has as assets, it's holding reserves. Okay, say maybe gold, just all gold. And then it has these deposits on the liability side from, let's say, two different people, so that we have something where we can make a payment, person alpha and person beta, okay? So that if there's a payment between alpha and beta, what this is really just is moving money from one account to another, or it's even just a book entry, okay? No reserves have to move at all, right? It's just if everyone in the world has a deposit account at this one bank, then all you're doing is just moving stuff from one account to another. And in fact, the reserves are they don't even matter. You know, you never are moving reserves in your vault. They just stay there. Okay. The problem with a pure money system, which is what we've seen last time, is that when you run your deposits down to zero, you can't make any more purchases. Okay. You can only make purchases if you have a positive thing, or if you're able to then borrow from somebody else who will give you a deposit account to do it. So there has to be some bilateral borrowing possibly behind the scenes. The IMF, okay, in your problem set you'll see, the IMF was set up on this model, okay, that there's a fixed balance sheet size, and we're just reallocating. Every now and then they expand their balance sheet in one big tranche, okay, but it's on this discipline kind of model, okay. The other one big bank model is a pure credit system, okay, where the bank has deposit accounts, but it takes advantage of the fact that no reserves really are needed to make this go, and it has credit on the liability side. So what am I calling these? Overdrafts. Yes, overdrafts. Overdrafts of person gamma and of person lambda. Okay. And now, depending on the pattern of payments, this balance sheet either expands or contracts or nothing happens at all. Okay? So just to see that, think about a matrix showing all the possible patterns of payment from alpha, beta, gamma, lambda to alpha, beta, gamma, lambda. Okay? So from on this axis and then to on this axis. And you can see what happens, okay, if, well, certainly these are all zeros on this axis, okay, that if you're paying yourself, there's no change in the balance sheet. So these are just zeros. If alpha is paying beta, okay, that's also, there's no expansion of the balance sheet or contraction of the balance sheet. What we're trying to look at here is there a change in the aggregate money supply or in the size of the balance sheet, depending on the pattern of payments? If alpha pays beta or beta pays alpha, there's no change. Okay, so it's just the same as the pure money system. And of course, the same is true of these people over here, okay? These people with overdrafts. If somebody with an overdraft pays somebody with an overdraft, okay, one of those overdrafts gets bigger and one of those overdrafts gets smaller. Okay, so, but overall, total overdrafts stay the same. So again, we have 0 blocks here. Okay? Where there's an expansion of credit happens when somebody on one side pays somebody on the other side. Okay? So just think about this. If depositor, if Mr. Alpha, okay, who has a positive deposit here, pays Mr. Gamma, okay, deposits go down, but overdrafts also go down, right? He's being paid, so he's paying back some of his debt to the bank, okay? So both of these go down. So if alpha is paying gamma, the money supply contracts, or rather the measured size of the balance sheet, if we think of that. Often the balance sheet is measured as sort of the size of the liability side or something. But the size of the balance sheet in general goes down if alpha pays gamma. And of course, that's going to be true if it's lambda as well. And this, of course, it's going to be true if it's beta doing the paying as well. So these are all negative numbers here. But if somebody with an overdraft pays somebody with a positive deposit, the overdraft gets bigger and the deposit gets bigger, both of them. Okay? So these are all pluses here. Okay? So this is just another way of saying what I said last time. Okay? But now with sort of balance sheets and concrete payments and more people and stuff like that, so that you can nail this a little more. Okay? So the one big bank idea, okay, is that you want to have a system where mutually beneficial trades can happen. People who want to buy from each other, and if there's a willing buyer and a willing seller, the payment system shouldn't stand in the way. Okay? And you can see that in that regard, the credit payment system is more flexible. Okay? It can do everything that the money payment system did, right? Which is sort of up here, okay? But it can also do other kinds of payments as well. And so most actual payment systems, and certainly in the United States, our payment system domestically is really sort of this character. It's of this credit character here. I said the IMF was an example of this, okay? You should think of the Federal Reserve System as an example of this. Of course, there isn't one big bank. There isn't, and in the United States in particular, there's not one big bank. There's like thousands of banks in the United States. In some countries, there's like 5 big banks or something like that in the UK or Canada. But in the United States, there's just lots. Okay, there's lots fewer than there used to be, by the way. Okay, you remember when we were looking at Alan Young, and there was like 6,000 or 7,000 banks. Okay, there's fewer than that, but there's still thousands. Okay, of banks in the United States. Some of them are very big and very important. And they're the names we've heard, you know, Citibank, Bank of America, those names. But a lot of them are small banks or regional banks or something like that. How do those banks get knit into a payment system that is countrywide, okay, that operates as if it were a single seamless payment system, so that anybody anywhere in the United States can pay anybody anywhere in the United States if there's a mutually satisfactory trade to be made. That's the problem. Okay. So let's just make this a little concrete. So let's think of there being two banks. Bank A, which has deposits of Mr. Alpha and Mr. Beta. And we have Bank B, with deposits of Alpha and, I'm sorry, that wouldn't be very interesting, Gamma and Lambda. I'm making these all money deposits, okay, not overdrafts. The overdrafts I'm now going to be focusing on, okay, the credit element, is going to be interbank credit, okay, not individual payers. So we're moving from what we had last time. Last time we were talking in a world which was meant to be more intuitive to you, okay, where you are trading with me, remember? Okay. But in the real world, most of the important mechanics are about one bank trading with another bank. Okay, they're behind the scenes. They're in the wholesale money market. Okay, so that's what we're starting to get to now. And the elasticity in the wholesale money market is what provides elasticity for us in the retail money market. That's the idea. So let me just explain how. So we could organize all of this as in a money way, right, by having reserves, okay? And anytime, you know, alpha needed to pay gamma, okay, there could be a, you know, minus 10 here, minus 10 here of reserves. There could be a plus 10 here and a plus 10 here. Okay, that's one way for alpha to pay gamma, is to actually make the reserves flow. Now reserves are important. Okay, they weren't for the big bank, even if it was a money system. So this is kind of constrained, okay, because it may happen, you know, unless Bank A has 100% reserves, it may happen that Bank A can't make that payment. It doesn't actually have the reserves. So not only does alpha have to have positive deposits, okay, but Bank A has to have positive reserves, okay, or else the payment. So this is not so good, okay. This is more of a constraint. Okay, this isn't less of a constraint. This is more of a constraint than the one big bank that is operating on the money system. So banks don't generally do this, okay, within the country. This is the book that the reading from for next week came from. It's called Chapters on the Theory and History of Banking by Charles F. Dunbar, and it's copyrighted 1891. Okay, so there's a chapter in here about how the checking system works in the United States. This, okay, was the textbook, okay, that was used at Harvard College, okay, by Dunbar. Okay, so this is what textbooks used to look like, okay, and what students would go, they would work their way through each of these chapters, and so I find it sort of interesting. What's particularly interesting about it is there's no Fed yet. Okay, it's 1891, so he's explaining how a system works without a central bank. And so he's talking about the payment system and the way that banks clear. And so it helps us understand why we eventually got a central bank. It's also just crystal clear, you know, because he's been teaching this for years. It's a textbook, actually. No four-color diagrams, you know, no supplementary workbook, okay, no PowerPoint slides or anything. And it's a beautiful little book. You can learn a lot of banking from here. And I've just included, I think, one chapter for you to read. But it's very much worthwhile. He was the first professor of money and banking at Harvard. He had been a journalist. He'd been writing banking columns in the Boston Globe. And they hired him to teach the boys about banking for their future careers. So this is where this book came from. This is the second edition, and it's enlarged with and edited by O.M.W. Sprague, okay, who taught at Harvard Business School, as a matter of fact, and was a very good buddy, by the way, of Alan Young. So this continues my mission to show you something about the history of American monetary economics. Okay, this is a key text in the history of American monetary economics, and it's really a lovely thing. Correspondent banking. So let's just think about Bank A by itself. Assets and liabilities. And the first thing this bank can do, there's lots of people who have deposit accounts in Bank A. There's people who have deposit accounts in Bank B and Bank C and so forth. And they are transferring them to each other. They're making payments with checks. Okay? What is a check? A check is an order to pay. Okay? So the bank is receiving throughout the day various orders to pay. Okay? And it isn't paying any of them. It's just collecting them. Okay? It's stacking them up and keeping track of them. And so then it sorts them by pay who? Not alpha, beta, gamma, lambda, but bank A, B, C, D. It just cares about the interbank. Once it gets to bank B, let them give it to lambda. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just paying. For me, this order to pay is an order to pay bank B. You notice on the bottom of your checks this little tracking number. That's what that's for. It's saying which bank are we supposed to send this to, and then there's an account number, and that's just the problem of your own bank. Okay, they don't care about that. So Bank A is collecting these, and it collects them all. I'll put a little summation sign. So due to customers of Bank A, that's its own bank, okay, and due from customers of Bank A. And so these are people in Bank A who are paying people in Bank A. No problem. There's no need for reserve flows. Okay, so the net, which we'll put here as a memo item over here, is going to be 0. Okay, but I'm just putting that there to start getting the idea. Keep track of other checks due to Bank B. Okay, so there's somebody in A who's paid somebody with an account in Bank B, and that creates an obligation of Bank A to pay Bank B. Okay, so that you calculate all of these things, you add them all up, due to B, due from B, okay, due to C, due to D, due from C, due from D. Okay, and then at the end of the day, you have a net. Now, some of these nets may be positive, some of these nets may be negative. Okay, there may be more payments coming in on one side and more payments coming in on the other. Okay, the correspondent balance piece, we're going to get to something about that positive negative thing later on with clearinghouses, but let's just do correspondent banking first. The point is, this is a payment system, and these banks are just used to paying each other. Okay, so Bank A and Bank B. Some days there's a net pay in one direction, some days there's a net pay in the other direction. There are payments going back and forth. They're used to each other. These banks are meeting at the end of the day and clearing accounts. Okay? They could clear in reserves, okay, as we saw. So they're doing some netting already, right? Just saying, what do I owe you on net? That's good. So we're not moving reserves back and forth across the street every day. That would be a pain. We're just maybe moving the net. But we can do better than that with correspondent balances. Okay? Think about Bank A and Bank B. If they do regular business with each other, they could just swap IOUs right now. Bank A could say, well, let me just put a deposit in B, in my own name, not some customer, banker's balances. Okay? And so that's a liability of Bank B. Deposit from A, to be clear what that is. And then Bank A could say, well, let me just put a deposit in B, in my own name, not some customer, banker's balances. Okay? And so that's a liability of Bank B. Deposit from A, to be clear what that is. Deposit from A, to be clear what that is. And then Bank A could say, well, let me just put a deposit in B, in my own name, not some customer, banker's balances. Okay? And so that's a liability of Bank B. Deposit from A, to be clear what that is. And instead of making that deposit by transferring reserves, which would be one way, you just match it with a deposit going the other way. Okay, so here's a deposit, okay, in A, and here is the deposit from B. Okay, this is a swap of IOUs. We're going to see a lot of this sort of thing in this course. This is a swap of IOUs. Bank A is saying, I owe you $1,000. Okay, Bank B is saying, no, I owe you $1,000. They both owe each other $1,000. So they've created these deposits from thin air. They're just a swap of IOUs. They've expanded their balance sheets, both of them. How can that possibly do anything? You know, there's no such thing as a free lunch. It seems like it couldn't possibly do anything, but it does. Okay, because that means that if A needs to pay B, okay, they can do it, okay, by just using their deposit in B, right? So one way to make a net payment here is just to draw this down, okay? And if we need to, you know, so here's the deposit of lambda, okay? So to transfer $10 from alpha to lambda, okay, it just involves crediting lambda's account here and debiting alpha's account here, okay? And you're debiting this one, okay? So you're debiting this account here, you're debiting this, so the Bank A's balance sheet shrinks in this model here, and Bank B's balance sheet stays the same, okay? Because it's just swapping an IOU from A for an IOU from lambda. So it's just moving between accounts. So one way to make, and no reserves need to travel, this is the point. No reserves need to travel. So if there's a balance that fluctuates from day to day, okay, you can just sort of keep track of it with these deposits here in this way. That's one way to make this happen. Okay, there's another way though. It's a swap of IOUs. Okay, there's another way. Okay. Again, we need to somehow move this, you know, this alpha's account is getting debited by 10, lambda's account is getting credited by 10. What other way could we do it? Another way is we could increase the deposits here, increase the liabilities of Bank A to B, okay? Increase the liabilities here, okay? In this case, this balance sheet, plus 10, minus 10 doesn't move. This balance sheet expands, right? So there's two different possibilities, two different ways alpha to pay beta, alpha to pay lambda, two different ways. One is by a shrinking of the balance sheet of the debtor bank. The other is by an expansion of the balance sheet of the creditor bank. Okay. Two different, these are just logical possibilities right now. Both of them are involving credit, okay? Which one gets picked? Okay. In the correspondent banking system, quite typically, there's a hierarchy of banks, okay? And the big, powerful city banks, you know, in the urban centers, say, you know what? I don't really have any reason to put deposits in you, little country bank. You put a deposit in me, okay? And you pay me in reserves, maybe up front, or I'll lend you the money or something and you pay me money for this. But we will use my deposits as clearing balances. Thank you very much, okay? And so there's a hierarchy there, okay, that it is going to be, and that's, you can see how that's a discipline thing. It's a discipline thing for the debtor bank, right? That the bank that's in the countryside basically has to have an account with an urban bank in order to join the payment system, okay? And it has to maintain deposits there, okay? If it runs out, there's no guarantee that Bank B is going to expand its balance sheet and help it out, okay? It might, but it might charge extra for this and so forth. This is the hierarchy of money showing up in the payment system. these balances here, these bank balances, are called correspondent balances. And they make the system work much more like the ideal one big bank operating on a credit system. The expansion or contraction, okay, depends on the arrangements between the banks. The retail customer has no idea about this. It's all behind the scenes. From the retail customer's point of view, it's all the same. Okay. You know, the whole system could be set up in this sort of bilateral way. And a lot of it was before there was a central bank. Typically, there would be I'll draw a little picture here. There'd be like these urban banks, money center banks, and they would have correspondent relations with banks in the countryside. Okay, so the banks in the countryside would hold deposits at some big bank in Cleveland or Chicago. There were these money center banks like that. So I'm showing 3 cities in my world, and each of these cities has 5 banks in the hinterlands around them. And so certainly, if you're paying any of these other banks, if you're here and you're paying any of these other banks, you're just moving deposits in the center bank around. Okay, there's nothing else that's happening. Things get a little more complicated when you're talking about, you know, payments that go between cities. Okay, then there has to be a payment that is between these center banks. Okay, so up one layer in the hierarchy. Okay, there has to be a payment if you're here, if alpha is here, okay, and lambda is here, okay. There has to be payment not only with their own bank, but the money center bank, and their own bank here. Okay, and there are bankers' balances can sort all this out. So there can be correspondent. You could have bilateral correspondent relations between the money center banks as well. In practice, that's not so much how it happened. It was more hierarchical than that, not bilateral. But there are some banks in New York, okay, which all of these money centers all have accounts at in New York. So it's not like this. It's more like this. Okay, so that if alpha is paying lambda, okay, what that involves is movement of some account of their money center bank with their money center bank in some third bank that's in New York somewhere. And this is even simplified. There were regional layers and things like that. But it was a hierarchical system. So getting used to understanding the payment system in some detail really helps to build the notion of hierarchy, of netting, you know, that you net out as much as you can so that the reserves don't have to flow, and then you create credit systems so the reserves don't have to flow, and you create bilateral credit system locally, and then bilateral credit, you know, higher up, and so it's a whole structure that is balancing the elasticity and discipline all the way from the most little bank in the middle of nowhere, okay, to JP Morgan in New York City. And I mentioned JP Morgan in particular, okay, because in New York City, there are all of these banks which have deposits from banks in other places. We saw that in that set of numbers that in the Alan Young reading, okay, the deposits from the middle level banks in the money center banks. And then there's the problem of the clearing of the New York banks with each other. Okay, and that's where the clearinghouse comes in. The clearing of the biggest banks in the country with each other. In a clearinghouse, the way clearinghouses work, the New York City, what was it called? New York City Clearinghouse Association. New York Clearinghouse Association, NYCA. Okay. Has assets and liabilities. Everyone in my world always has assets and liabilities. Okay. It's set up, there are members. All the big New York banks are members of the New York Clearinghouse Association. Okay. And it's a mutual organization. There's a first among equals, and that's J.P. Morgan. Okay, we'll get to that. Okay, but he set this thing up. Okay, and the other New York banks are all members of this. And when they establish this in the discipline way. Okay, which is to say, everyone deposits gold, or some other, or currency, or some other reserve. Okay, so there's reserves there, and then the clearinghouse issues clearinghouse certificates. To the credit of Bank A, Bank B, whatever. Okay. Okay, so these are actual physical notes that are representing the deposit of the bank in the clearinghouse, the deposit of these reserves. So they sort of stand for the gold. They stand for the currency. So you can see this is a money system, right? A discipline system right here. But during the day, it is not. Okay? During the day, all these people agree, all of these big banks agree, we are going to treat every due from or due to other members of the clearinghouse as something that's due from or due to the clearinghouse itself. Okay, that sounds sort of complicated. What I mean is this. All I have to worry about if I'm a member of this clearinghouse, if A, B, C, and D are all members of the clearinghouse, okay, I treat all of these things that I have to pay to other banks as something I have to pay to the clearinghouse, and all of the things that I'm being paid from other banks as something that the clearinghouse has to pay to me. So in other words, you're summing all this stuff up, you're summing it all up, and there's a net to the clearinghouse, or from the clearinghouse, whichever it is, you know, whether the left-hand side is greater than the right-hand side. Okay, and so already there's more netting, you know, because it might be that you have a positive and a negative. I mentioned this when I was putting this up. Positive, negative, positive. Okay, so the sum is going to be less than if you did it bilaterally with each bank. That's the point. It's less than if you did it bilaterally. So during the day, there's accumulated nets to the clearinghouse. Net due from A, net due to B. Okay? These things are accumulated during the day. And physically, this is what's so wonderful about the Dunbar reading. Physically, what this means is these are actual checks. These are actual orders of payment, okay? And at the end of the day, the banks sort of add them all up, and then they go and they have a little meeting at the clearinghouse, and they say, okay, I'm actually a net, you know, I'm a net positive person today, okay? You know, yesterday I was a net negative person, and you're a net negative person. So what I would like you to do now is to give me a clearinghouse certificate, okay, for that. So let's just exchange little green pieces of paper, these liabilities of the clearinghouse. I mean, they could just be deposit accounts or something, but let's just exchange these things and call it a day and go home and then come back the next day at the clearing. Okay? So the point is that there's a credit expansion during the day that creates elasticity, and then there's a settlement at the end of the day. Elasticity, discipline. Credit expansion and settlement. Elasticity and discipline at the very highest level of the system. These highest level of the system people know that they have access to this, and the people lower down don't. So they're able to sell this elasticity in a way, to allow the people who have deposits with them to have elasticity in the system because they have elasticity in the system, and so forth all the way down, so that it spreads. The whole system is elastic. The whole system is able to operate as a credit system because the clearinghouse operates as a credit system during the day. Anyway, sometimes there's 3-day settlement too. This is why this issue of how long the float is out there is kind of important, okay? Because it doesn't necessarily settle every day. I was just making that as a hypothetical. So there's credit expansion and then clearing. Okay, so A owes here. Suppose, but it's a money system. Okay, so suppose A doesn't have any clearinghouse certificates. Okay, they've been running deficits for a couple of days, and they've run all the way down. They don't have any more clearinghouse certificates. Now what? Okay, now what is it becomes bilateral. Okay, A needs to borrow a clearinghouse certificate from somebody. Okay, and that would be J.P. Morgan, who runs the clearinghouse. Okay, for example. Okay, so there's a hierarchy there as well. That if you can't meet your clearing at the end, then you borrow from some member, and that is one final net due, okay? And so that helps to clear. And you know who is positive member. You know, you see this. So you know that you could easily borrow from B because they have extra money coming into them. So you could, in fact, borrow from B if they're willing to lend to you. And so it can be arranged between the bankers as an IOU. So that's one way to clear at the end of the day if you don't have any money, banker's money. But suppose no one will lend you money because they think actually you're insolvent. Okay, you're not just illiquid, you're insolvent. Okay, in that case, all of these payments are mutual obligations of all the members of the clearinghouse. That's how it's set up. It's a mutual system. So that this gold here, okay, goes to satisfy all the people who are owed money by the clearinghouse pro rata. Okay, and so there will be losses, but they will be spread among all of the members with this person taken out. Okay, and then they're gone. You know, they're banished. They no longer exist. They're not a part of this clearing system anymore. It doesn't happen very often, but so there's another principle there that is important for banking and is used many times, which is that the credit of the aggregate of a group of banks that jointly and severally insure something is better than the credit of any individual bank. Okay? That this clearinghouse credit is better than the credit of any of the bilateral people there. It's backed by everyone. So this net from A, okay, so there's the first thing that could be done is pay in clearinghouse certificates, okay, or borrow from another member. Okay, maybe from B, since they're a positive member, okay, or default, be banished to the outer ring of hell. Okay. At times of stress, all of these banks are having to make payments to their correspondents, okay, or abroad or something. They all need to make payments in gold. They all would like to withdraw their account at the clearinghouse. They're all under stress. They may transfer these clearinghouse certificates to their members, but then they could run out of clearinghouse certificates and they still can't make payments. So this is a problem, even for the biggest banks in times of financial stress. Because remember those numbers we saw. All of these banks in the hinterlands are holding their reserves in the New York City banks. And the New York City banks do not have enough gold to cover this. Okay? So in times of stress, they're in trouble. The clearinghouse, in times of stress, creates money. And it creates money by not this bilateral borrowing from members, okay, but by joint borrowing and lending in this way. Okay, so in a real crisis, so here's or borrow from the central clearinghouse. Borrow from the clearinghouse itself. And how would that work? Loan to A, and I'm going to put 6% interest there. And what does the clearinghouse do? How does it make this loan? It makes this loan by printing up another little piece of paper, okay, which is a clearinghouse loan certificate bearing interest of 6%, okay, which is guaranteed by the clearinghouse, not by A. So this is a liability of the clearinghouse. The clearinghouse is will try to get all kinds of collateral from A to make sure that they repay. They're going to say, well, I know you don't have any gold, but surely you have a firstborn child, you know, or something else that you can pledge here that you really are going to want to repay this loan because otherwise I get to keep this. So they might have some securities of some kind, government securities, something like that. So there'll be some security behind this loan to A. Look at what's happening here. We've created money. Okay, we've expanded the balance sheet on both sides. At the very center of the system, the very top of the system, not center of the system, the very hierarchical apex of the system, we've created more of the best money in the system. Okay, a debt on the New York City clearinghouse. Okay, which you can transfer to other banks that are looking to be paid. And these clearinghouse loan certificates begin to circulate among banks as if they were gold, right? The clearinghouse certificates are gold, you know, or they represent gold. Right? There's gold in the clearinghouse for each one of these. There is not gold in the clearinghouse for each one of these. These are clearinghouse loan certificates. And it will say on them, clearinghouse loan certificate, okay? But it looks an awful lot like this, okay? And it is treated exactly the same. It's treated by the banks as if because it's really both of these are liabilities of the central bank, here I'm already slipping, of the clearinghouse. There is no central bank, the clearinghouse. So this is, during times of crisis, this is an expansion of the money supply. This is a kind of lender of last resort operation that's going on here that is managed by this clearinghouse. This is what we had in the United States before we had central banking. And we still have it. The New York City clearinghouse still exists. It still does separate clearing with its members, okay? The members, and a lot of the clearing of the Eurodollar market abroad, okay, happens in this setting. It still exists, this clearinghouse. But we also have a central bank. There was a hand up there.
Yeah, I was curious how they decided the rate and the acceptable amount of collateral.
Well, this is a mutual thing. So it is agreed. There's a committee that will be meeting to make this decision. Okay. And 6% at 1907 is a very high number. So this is like, the budget rule, lend freely at a high rate against good security. Okay, so this is meant to be a rate that is pretty high, so that a bank that's borrowing at that rate has an incentive to pay that back. They don't really want to. They actually had problems. Now that you mention this, there were problems because it was such a high rate. People who got clearinghouse loan certificates kind of like to hold on to them often. It was like a nice yielding asset. It's the safest asset in the system. It's a liability of the clearinghouse, and it pays 6%. What could be wrong with that? And so sometimes when the crisis was over, they had a hard time getting these things back. They didn't want to be repaid, okay? And even though A repaid, it was hard for the clearinghouse to get this back. They managed, they're powerful, so they managed to do this. But it's meant to be a high rate, okay, and it's meant to be good collateral, good security that bankers all know. The bankers know each other. They know what they would view as good collateral themselves, and they're not going to take garbage. They're not going to take garbage. In that sense, it's not the same as as the Fed, okay, which can decide, you don't have anything better than that? All right, I'll let it pass. Okay. Typically, if you didn't have acceptable collateral for the clearinghouse, what you had to do was find somebody who would lend you some acceptable collateral, and then you would borrow from the clearinghouse. So there's a bilateral feature to it, and then there's a mutual feature to it. This is all sort of arcane, okay, but you can see how you can start to build in your mind a picture of the network character of this, the hierarchical character of the network, the credit character of what's going on here, the discipline character, the ability of the people at the top to make decisions just because we know each other and trust each other, that have large consequences for the system as a whole, positive or negative. Young mentions in his beautiful chapters that in times of crisis, they would refuse to pay. These New York banks would actually refuse to pay deposits of banks in the hinterland. They wouldn't send them reserves. Or they would send them, offer a clearinghouse loan certificate, just say, take it or leave it. You know, we're not going to pay you gold at all. Okay? We just refuse. We just refuse. And they're able to do that. They save their gold for paying paying, you know, abroad. You know, they're the Bank of England or somebody who you can't just say, take one of these. The Bank of England will say, no, we're not a member of your clearinghouse. No way. We're not going to take one of these. We're the Bank of England. So they'll demand payment in proper international money. It was never clear that this was legal, because this is money, right? And there are laws about money that remember I mentioned before about the national banking system, that there were these special class of government bonds, that 2% bonds that you could issue currency against, okay? That's not what's going on here. That's not what's going on here. They're issuing these things against loans from their members, okay? And it's being used as if it were money. So there was always a kind of quasi, you know, the bankers did this behind closed doors, and as long as they did it with each other, and these certificates never sort of showed up in circulation, you wouldn't they got away with it. Okay, but sometimes they would show up in circulation, okay? And so there was an issue about this. Are they breaking the law? But it seems like, and they're doing this for their members, not for the general public. It seems like they're playing favorites, okay? So there was a big issue. One consequence of the crisis of 1907, okay, was they passed a law to say it's legal to do this. It's legal to do this. This is okay. And there was actually some specific characterization in that law of what kind of collateral is acceptable and so forth. I don't remember offhand exactly what it was, but there was an act passed. Some people say, still to this day, okay, that's all that should have been done. We never should have had a central bank. All we needed to do was bless this and call it a day, and we don't need central banks, okay? There are definitely people who believe that and write books about that. And there's a certain truth to that, okay? You know, once you understand what they're doing, you could say, well, what they were doing is lender of last resort, sort of, in a decentralized kind of way, and it worked, so let's legalize it. And then when the crisis is over, you know, you just pay these all back and you shrink back and you have a discipline system again. So you have a discipline system in the good times, and then in crisis you. So it did work. Ultimately, the pressure to get a central bank came from the fact that the New York bankers were playing favorites, okay, with each other. And it seemed like this should be put under some democratic control. The banks in the hinterlands who were being not paid during this time when everybody needed to be paid, okay, and maybe they defaulted and maybe they went bankrupt and all of this, because of that, to save the New York banks, they put pressure to change the system. And that's how we got the Fed. And the Fed, one way to understand the Fed is that it is basically a clearinghouse. The Federal Reserve System. Okay. The Federal Reserve System, it was on the gold standard then, so there's gold here, okay, and there are Federal Reserve notes as a liability, and there's also bank reserves here, which are reserves. Okay. And the Fed also can run some credit intraday on its own books, something called FedWire. That's what it's called now. Now it's electronic, okay, FedWire. By the way, this clearing system is called CHIPS now. You'll read about that in Stigum. So there are two clearing systems. One is private, one is completely private, and one is public, Fedwire. So what happens in the real world is the CHIPS clears first, okay, and then Fedwire clears second, okay? And Fedwire is real money, okay? This is deposits at the Fed, okay? The ultimate. So you can have building up of overdrafts and balances, due tos, due froms during the day, okay? Just like this, okay? At the end of the day, okay, if you don't have a balance, if you don't have a positive balance at the Fed, so you're like this net from A person, you need to borrow from a member, you need to borrow from somebody else, okay? That's what the Fed funds market is, which we're going to talk about next time, okay? Or you default, okay? Or you can borrow from the Fed. Borrow from the Fed. Okay? So there's net from A, net to B, okay? This intraday credit that could be built up. Okay? And one way that you could settle this is basically for B to make a loan to A through the Fed funds market. Okay, that's one way. But if they can't find each other, or B's not willing to do that, no one's forcing them to do this, okay, then the Fed can make the loan itself. Okay. So these are discount loans. By expanding its own balance sheet. The Fed will do this, and you can see this on the balance sheet of the Fed. Some of these little loans to troubled banks, you can see this on the balance sheet. They're not very large. Typically, you're dealing with troubled banks, and they're constantly dealing with troubled banks. And every week one fails. You know, there's a lot of banks in the United States, so there's a lot of this, and there's whole divisions paying attention to this. It doesn't matter anything for the aggregate until there's a system of stress, just like the clearinghouse. Okay, and then the Fed can and does do what the clearinghouse did, except it's all legal. It's all legal. It's just expanding monetary policy. It's expanding both sides of its balance sheet in order to make there be more of the best money in the system. That's basically what Bernanke is doing. He's buying mortgage-backed securities. That's what he's doing. That's QE right there. Okay, so he's not just making loans to banks. He's actually buying securities from whoever has them. Okay, in the economy as a whole. This is not what the New York Clearinghouse would ever do. Okay, it's a club. Okay, the Fed has more people a member of its club. More member banks to begin with, okay, throughout the country, but it also is willing to as in times of crisis, to basically lend to broker-dealers and buy mortgage-backed securities. That's what it is. That's what it has been doing during this continuing set of problems. So there's a sort of strict analogy between a private clearinghouse and a public clearinghouse here. They run on the same principles. They have different sets of membership, different rules, different priorities, but the actual mechanics are very much the same. What can kill a clearinghouse? What can kill a clearinghouse, if you're thinking about this, is that people withdraw their gold. And they say, I need that gold and I can't participate anymore. Now, why would they do that? Why would they do that? We make a distinction here between an internal drain and an external drain. We're going to develop these things throughout the course. Okay? If the internal drain comes from the fact that somewhere inside the country somebody wants cash and you have to pay them cash, okay? The clearinghouse can sort of sort that out with these sorts of mechanisms here. But if there's an external drain, okay, that is the Bank of England, okay, or some foreigner that wants the money that is a higher level than this, okay, that can kill your clearinghouse. That can kill your clearinghouse. And it has killed clearinghouses in the past. Similarly for central banks. Similarly for central banks. That if there's an external drain, okay, and your people are coming to you, foreign central banks are coming to you with Federal Reserve notes and asking gold for them, you can run out of gold, okay? Because you don't have gold covering all of this thing. You could run out of gold. And when you run out of gold, what do? Okay? You suspend payments. That's the word, suspend payments. Meaning, I'm not going to pay you gold anymore. I know these were promises to pay gold. I changed my mind. It's not true, okay? I will pay you gold some time later, okay, in the future. I promise I'm really going to do this, but I can't really tell you exactly when, okay? At the moment, I'm suspending payment. I'm not going to make good on my promise to pay these things in gold. That's like, that's suspending the exchange rate fix with gold, okay? This idea that you're going to maintain par, the mint par with gold. And all central banks do this from time to time, okay? The Bank of England did this periodically. When there's a crisis, you can handle it. If it's an internal crisis, you can sort of handle it by expanding your balance sheet, okay? But if your whole country is losing reserves, the only way to get elasticity is to eliminate the constraint, is to eliminate the discipline by going off gold, okay? And unless you can get all the other central banks to agree to act as a clearinghouse and mutually expand. All of us together. All of us together. You see that? One layer higher. It's not just the United States, it's everyone. And I mention this because that is what is happening in the world today. Okay. Have you noticed what's happening? Draghi says, we are going to do QE. Bernanke says, we're going to do QE. Okay? The Bank of England has already been doing this. Switzerland has already been doing this. Bank of Japan yesterday in the FT was talking about this. There are only 5 central banks that matter, okay? And those are the 5. And they're all, I don't know whether they met in a room like the New York bankers and agreed to this, but they're acting in concert. Whether they are doing this on purpose in a formal agreement or not, okay? They're all expanding at the same time. So there's not going to be any external drain. There is no external. The Martians are not yet doing business with us, okay? Once these 5 central banks are in cahoots about this and are expanding, that's the whole world monetary system is expanding. And that's what's going on right now. This is pretty incredible. This is pretty incredible. I don't know what they're worried about, but they must be worried about something. That this is a pretty big move to coordinate that kind of action. They're acting just so you see one layer up. This is the point. One layer up is the world as a whole, okay? And they're operating jointly to expand their balance sheet. They're doing what the IMF basically can't do, right? The IMF has to get all of its members to agree in order to expand the outstanding SDRs, okay? And you never can get that because the US will never say yes or something like that. But the central banks, the C5, okay, they can do this by themselves, privately, as a private arrangement, leaving the whole rest of the world out of this plan, just like the New York City bankers. Okay. So expect there to be complaints about this, okay, in the rest of the world, that somehow the big central banks, okay, the central banks are taking care of each other, okay, and not us. Okay. There's going to be complaints about that. So watch the FT pages. That's where they'll be. FT today, the article that seems to me most relevant is the beginning of the second section, companies and market section. There's an article here Europe's banks race to offload property loans. This is quite an interesting article from the point of view of understanding the interaction between the banking system and the larger financial system, and also the interaction between the credit system and the real economy. So what they are talking about here, this is in Europe, that there are all of these European banks which have loans, property loans, on their balance sheet here, and which are, in many cases, have gone south. They're not worth face value anymore. This was part of the boom. This is what's left over from the boom in Spain, in Ireland, wherever have you. And they are anticipating a new round of regulation that is going to require the banks to hold more capital against these against potential losses. The idea being that if the bank raises private capital, then the state, the government, the taxpayer, will be less on the hook because there'll be more of a capital buffer to absorb. If these property loans go bad, okay, then the capital absorbs the hit. That's the idea. But the regulation is requiring these banks to raise their capital, particularly against the most risky part of their portfolio. And so as a consequence, they're, instead of going to the market and doing this, they're saying, well, let's keep the capital we have and let's just get rid of our loans. So that the regulations are always a ratio. It's like capital as a ratio to your outstanding risky loans. So they're trying to sell all of these things. Okay? They're trying to sell these. And what they're doing is packaging them together, securitizing some of them if they can, selling them at pennies on the dollar in some cases to private equity companies, it indicates here, private equity funds of some kind. So they're selling these things for cash, so minus property loans, and here's the private equity would be here. And they're getting these loans minus cash, okay, plus cash here. And that allows the European banks to use some of this cash to pay down whatever borrowing they have here, short-term borrowing or borrowing from the ECB or something like that. And they're deleveraging. This is the point. Deleveraging. Okay? Meaning they're shrinking their balance sheet on both sides. Shrinking their balance sheet on both sides. And this is in order to achieve these desired capital ratios. The consequence is not only that they're selling these property loans probably at fire sale prices because nobody wants to buy them, but also that they're certainly not making any new loans. Okay, so there's a kind of credit crunch going on in Europe as a consequence of this as well. So this is a short little article about selling property loans, but you can see that this is really about the connection between the banking system and these sort of other financial institutions, and it's between the relationship between the banking system and the real economy, that there's a credit crunch going on here as well. Since we're talking about the Fed funds market today, just draw your attention, the last page of the second section there's a section called Interest Rates Market that reports on various interest rates. The next 3 lectures in this course are going to be about the Fed funds market. That's what we're doing now. And then on Wednesday, we're going to do the repurchase agreement market. And then next Monday, we're going to do the Eurodollar market. Okay. These are the 3 main dollar money markets, and they have different interest rates associated with them. One of our questions will be, why are these interest rates not the same? But I'll just report to you what the FT says they are. The FT reports every day what they are. When it says US dollar LIBOR, that's the Eurodollar rate, and this is an overnight rate, and it's 0.15140. This is overnight US dollar LIBOR. And it reports, if you go look down a little farther, you see US overnight repo is 0.29. Okay? And you go down a little further and you see Fed funds effective
which is not the policy rate, but the actual rate that banks are borrowing and lending to each other, and it's 0.16. Okay. So these are all overnight rates. These are all rates for the same period, but they're not the same. There are different rates for different kinds of borrowing. And one interesting question, the economics of which are always fascinating, is why are these rates what they are? To start off with, I have put up on the screen the flow of funds matrix for 2011 that we looked at a couple of times ago. And I just want to, and you can see across the horizontal, you can see the different entities, households, non-financial business, state and local governments, federal governments. And this is actually the cumulated, so this is like a balance sheet. These are assets and liabilities, not sources and uses here that I'm showing you. And I draw your attention to domestic financial sectors, to line 12, which is Fed funds and security repos. And let me just see if I can make this a little bigger here. Good. All right. So here, domestic financial sectors, and line 12 is, well, let's see. There, Fed funds and security repos. So let's just see if we can take that across. There. So you can see this is it here. 823 assets here, and these are billions, and 1.1 billion, so that's 1.1 trillion liabilities. So the thing that I wanted to let you see here is that in the federal funds market, this is an interbank market, so this is the whole financial sector, and they're borrowing to and from each other. So that's why it enters as both a liability and an asset, that some banks are lending to other banks. And so the loans show up as assets for the bank doing the lending and as liabilities for the bank doing the borrowing. There's also some entities other than banks in this market, and that's why these numbers aren't exactly the same. But these are the big numbers in that line, if you can see. The other numbers are all orders of magnitude smaller than that. So this is the first thing to say about the Fed funds market. It's an interbank borrowing market, okay? And what they are borrowing are reserves, okay? Reserves which are liabilities of the Fed. Okay, now remember the hierarchy of money I talked to you about, okay? That reserves of the Fed is sort of at the top. It can create this high-powered money, okay? And so from the point of view of these banks, okay, reserves are money. Fed funds are credit. Fed funds are promises to pay money, interbank promises. So it's the credit expansion on the base of the existing money that is on the balance sheet of the Fed. This is very important to appreciate. Fed funds are not either the liability or the asset of the Fed, even though they say Fed. They're the asset and the liability of banks. Okay. We're going to see that in a minute, but just to start there, because if you get off on the wrong foot there, you can be halfway through the lecture before realizing where you are, okay? That these are forms of interbank credit. The second thing that I want to draw to your attention is here. Okay. So this is the Fed funds rate, Fed funds effective rate, which I just told you is right now 0.16. And you can see that it fluctuates. This is from the St. Louis, it's called Fred. And you can see how the Fed funds rate has fluctuated cyclically. These dark lines are cyclical contractions of the economy as a whole. You can see the financial crisis here, where the Fed, in the crisis there, you see there in 2009, it lowered the Fed funds rate, this is a policy rate, from 5% to 2%, and then beyond that to nearly zero. Okay, that's the interest rate response of the policymakers, and it's been sort of at zero, near zero ever since. The actual target rate is in the range 0 to 0.25, and so we're smack in the middle really of that range right now with 0.16 is the idea. It used to be so, and this is again a thing I want to start out with, it used to be so that the Fed used the Fed funds rate as a policy rate to try to manipulate the real economy. Okay, it would raise rates to try to slow the economy, it would lower rates to try to speed it up. But we're now smack against the zero bound, as you can see, and so we're not seeing much movement in that. And what we're seeing instead is so-called quantitative easing, fluctuation of the size of the balance sheet, the up and down, not changes in the price of reserves. And in fact, it used to be that there were not very many actual official reserves on the balance sheet of the Fed. Okay, there were, and I was just looking at my notes from the last time I taught this course. Typically there was about $50 billion worth of reserves on the balance sheet of the Fed, and now there's over $1 trillion. Okay, there's excess reserves. So there's a sense in which the reserves are not scarce anymore, and yet the Fed funds market is still active. Okay, so even though the underlying thing that they're promising to pay is not so scarce anymore, but that's because they're being used for a payment system, which is where we're going to start here. The Stigam, page 507. Running a Fed funds desk. She says, the primary job of the manager of a bank's Fed funds desk is to ensure, one, that the bank settles with the Fed. That means to say, if you owe the Fed money, you pay the Fed money, okay, every day. And two, that in doing so, it holds no more excess reserves than the amount, if any, that it can carry into the next week, okay. The second one is now basically defunct. Okay. It used to be so that banks were required to hold reserves as a fraction of the size of their deposit accounts. Okay. And so they carefully tried to hold just enough reserves because reserves didn't pay any interest. Okay. So they were carefully calculating all of that. Now there's so many reserves out there that this idea of missing your reserve target is ridiculous. Okay. All the banks have way more reserves. So it's only the first one that is important. And the first one is about the payment system. And that's what we were talking about last time. And it's what I've always emphasized in this course anyway. The survival constraint says, I remind you, that cash inflows must be at least as large as cash outflows, or as Stigam says, the bank must settle with the Fed at the end of the day. So the precise institutional mechanism that embodies that constraint is the requirement to end the day with non-negative balances at the Fed. Now, the importance of this constraint is maybe, to get clear on that, to understand the way in which this constraint does not actually bind during the day. So I want to start by talking about overdrafts at the Fed. Okay. So let me erase some of this. When I was just a lad, I was a graduate student, I spent a summer once at the Board of Governors. This was the summer of 1986. And it was a long time ago. I was a graduate student. And they were all worried about daylight overdrafts. Okay, so, and they were trying to figure out what policy they should use they were worried about the credit exposure of the Fed during the day. Now I'm going to show you what that's all about here. Okay, so what could happen, and it still happens, but, so this isn't antiquated. Here's the Fed, and here's two different banks. The Bank A needs to pay Bank B, okay, because some customer of Bank A is paying some customer of Bank B. But Bank A doesn't actually have any reserves in its account at the Fed because it's already paid them out. But that doesn't stop it. It can just run an overdraft, okay? And that's essentially a loan. And to what the Fed lends to Bank A is reserves, and it lends them by creating them out of thin air. And it credits them to the account of Bank B. So Bank B is happy. It feels like it's been paid, okay? It was worried about Bank A. Bank A owed it some money, and it said, please pay me. But now the Fed owes me some money, and hey, that's money. So it's different. I've been paid. I now have reserves. I've been paid. Bank B knows nothing about this little arrangement, okay, that Bank A hasn't in fact paid. Okay, Bank A owes the Fed money here. And this is the credit grease that makes the payment system go during the day. Okay, that banks that don't have sufficient reserves are allowed to run some overdrafts on the balance sheet of the Fed. This all happens electronically, FedWire, and so forth. But you can see how the Fed might be anxious, because this is a daylight overdraft. It's a promise basically to settle at the end of the day, to come up with these reserves by the end of the day. And what if you don't? What if you don't? Well, the Fed has a what if you don't. It says, if you don't, really, I will, because I'm sort of forced to, lend you that money overnight, okay? But I will lend you that money overnight at 100 basis points over the Fed funds rate. So I'm going to charge you a lot for that, okay? To try to encourage you to clear your balance with me by the end of the day, find somebody who will lend you this money at less than 100 basis points over the Fed funds rate. Got that? So the Fed, if it said, you have to pay me or you're dead, okay, then the banks may say, okay, I'm dead. Okay, that's not, and the Fed is trying to protect the payment system. So it really can't say, pay me or you're dead. Okay, it says, pay me or you owe me a lot more money than you really want to, and make it the incentive. Now, sometimes you can't find a counterparty, and then they wind up paying that rate. Okay, so that sometimes happens. So this is part of the payment system. These are the overdrafts. And the whole idea is that this is meant to collapse down to zero at the end of the day by Bank A getting payments from somebody else and then clearing this overdraft. But there's a credit expansion during the day and then contraction at the end of the day. Okay, so this is like what I was telling you, how the system works this way at all levels of the hierarchy and all timescales. And this is the intraday timescale. There's this credit expansion to grease the wheels of the payment system during the day. This credit expansion happens, so this is the elasticity part. This happens not only on the balance sheet of the Fed, but also on the balance sheet of a private clearinghouse called CHIPS. Do I call these Bank A and Bank B too? Yes, I do. Okay. Make this consistent. CHIPS is not the Fed. CHIPS is a clearinghouse. We talked about clearinghouses last time, so you know about that. It's a mutual organization of a group of banks that are collecting their due tos and due froms during the day, and then they're settling them at the end. What they settle in at the end of the day is FedWire. Okay, so there's a private credit expansion as well during the day that collapses at the end of the day down, and you have to pay on FedWire. Okay, and you can have an overdraft on FedWire for a little while, and then you have to pay that. So there's two layers of credit expansion that I'm talking. One is sort of the public one that's on the balance sheet of the Fed, and here's the private one on the balance sheet of CHIPS. Okay. So the way CHIPS works is that every morning, member banks make deposits of collateral of some kind. So there's a credit here. You could think of CHIPS as a kind of a bank, okay? And then if Bank A, and Bank A may have spent all its deposits or something like that, and so it can borrow from the clearinghouse during the day. So you have here, the analog to this overdraft here would be due to CHIPS. It needs to make a payment to Bank B, so it notifies CHIPS that it needs to make a payment to CHIPS. CHIPS keeps track of that, due from A, and it tells CHIPS that it's due to Bank B. Bank B can put this as a due from CHIPS, and here due to B. Okay? So this is the analogous private payment system thing to what I was showing you over there. CHIPS is not the Fed. It's not a central bank. It's a private clearinghouse. But it's the same, the point here to emphasize is the same elasticity is going on the balance sheet of CHIPS during the day, intraday clearing. And they're also worried about the credit exposure because ultimately, if Bank A is unable to fulfill on this payment, all the members of CHIPS are supposed to pay B. because the whole point of this is that B no longer has an obligation from Bank A, it has an obligation from the clearinghouse, which is all the other banks that are members, and that's better money. It's not the same as having an obligation of the Fed, that's even better, okay, but it's certainly better. And so I can act as if I'm going to get that money and go on and make other payments to other people pretending that I'm going to get that money, okay? The Fed is a little different than that. This is actual money. So it's not like pretending I'm going to get that money. I have this money. This is a real-time gross settlement system. Real-time gross settlement system, meaning once you have these reserves, this is money. You don't have to wait till the end of the day and net it off against something. It's money now. It's money now, this very moment that you get that electronic payment. That's not true of chips. Chips is something that you can present at the end of the day at the clearinghouse, and then hopefully it will be money and it will be settled on Fedwire. These are arcane little details, okay? But in these details, okay, is the understanding of how the monetary system works. The discipline part and the elasticity part, okay? There's this elasticity part during the day, and then there's this contraction discipline part at the end of the day, where you're supposed to come up with real money, meaning reserves at the Fed, and that's the survival constraint. And if you don't, okay, the Fed will help you out, okay? But it's going to charge you. And you're supposed to manage your business so that you don't need to use this. They will frown at you. They will send bank examiners to ask you if you really know your business and if you're a good banker or not. You really don't want to do this. So, but how do you, so this explains why there is an interbank market. Okay. Because at the end of the day, okay, not all banks are going to be at zero. If you think about this as a closed system, right, you can see not all banks are going to be at zero, but some are going to have pluses and some are going to have minuses, and the net is going to be at zero. If everyone is a part of this system, you know, the net is going to be zero. So if I owe the Fed, there's somebody out there who has excess reserves, and if I could just find them and do business with them, okay. Similarly here, okay, I owe chips. There's going to be somebody who is owed money by chips. If I have a deficit, there's somebody who has a surplus, and all I need to do is find them and do some little trade with them at the end of the day, and then we'll both be flat zero, and neither of us will have to deal with the Fed. Okay, so there are these interbank markets to allow these banks to find each other, is the point. The relevant interbank market here is the Eurodollar market. Actually, any one of these markets works because they all settle ultimately at the Fed. But so this is a sort of stylized story I'm making for you. But this is a world dollar market. Any bank can be a member of CHIPS, or it can have a correspondent who's a member of CHIPS. Not every bank can be a member of Fedwire. Okay, so that's a much tighter, much more exclusive club. Okay, over there. Okay, this is a non-exclusive club. There are lots of foreign banks that are members of this, and they can borrow and lend to each other in the Eurodollar market. The Eurodollar market and these banks borrow and lend to each other in the Fed funds market. So you can think sort of the Fed funds as being domestic dollars and public dollars, Fed dollars, okay, and Euro dollars as being international dollars, private dollars, but they serve a similar function. So the Fed is worried about these credit expansion and getting paid, and so is CHIPS. And so over time, they have tightened up a little bit, and they've said, well, you can't run, the size of your overdraft depends on your capital. If you're a big bank, we'll let you run big overdrafts. If you're a small bank, we won't let you. Also, we're going to charge for these overdrafts. You can't use these as a free loan. And we're going to charge you something. It winds up they don't charge very much because they charge a rate of interest based on your average overdraft during the day. So if you run $1 trillion overdraft, okay, for 30 microseconds, okay, you know, there's no interest basically on that. So the banks know that. But it does serve a disciplining function, because if you're running it for 30 microseconds, that means you have an idea where the money's coming from, and you're just using the Fed to kind of clear all of this, and so there's no interest. But there can be, and this mostly happens at the end of the day, these overdrafts, and they're large security transactions that are happening, clearing internationally, all of this happening, and CHIPS has to clear, and then they clear through Fedwire. Very large, very, very large amounts of money are transacted at the end of the day at the Fed. We need a Fed funds market to create a bilateral overnight borrowing to substitute for this centralized overnight lending that the Fed would be forced to do otherwise and doesn't want to do. Okay, so that's what the Fed. That's a way of understanding what the Fed funds market is there to do. Bank A has an overdraft at the Fed. At the end of the day, Bank B has a surplus at the end of the day at Bank B. At the Fed. So Bank B and Bank A could find each other, and they could do business, okay? And that business would look like this, okay? Plus, I'm going to borrow in the Fed funds market, and Bank B is going to lend in the Fed funds market, okay? And what are we borrowing and lending? Okay, what actually is a Fed fund in this regard, okay? What a Fed fund is typically a promise to pay reserves tomorrow morning, okay? If you give me so many reserves now, I will give you so many reserves tomorrow morning. That's what a Fed funds loan is. They're typically overnight, but you can arrange these things for terms. You can have them automatically roll over, but think of it as an overnight loan at this moment. So that means that this is a loan, and what Bank A gets by putting itself by promising to pay reserves tomorrow, it gets reserves today. Okay, and when Bank B accepts this promise, okay, it has to deliver reserves today, right now. Okay, so you can see where those reserves come from. Okay, you can see that these reserves now can be used to pay back that overdraft. Okay. The balance sheet of the Fed expanded, the balance sheet of the Fed contracted back. More generally, if there weren't these overdrafts to begin with, so I don't want to, the important thing to appreciate is that these banks are in the Fed funds market all the time. Okay, they don't wait till the end of the day. They anticipate their needs, and they borrow and lend in the Fed funds market all day long. Okay, there's a desk that's looking at that. So they're not necessarily just coming in when they have an overdraft, they're trading. Okay, so let's take this overdraft stuff out of here, okay, and understand that this is the essence of a Fed funds transaction, right? That Bank B is giving up reserves today in order to get a promise to receive Fed funds tomorrow, okay, and Bank A is promising tomorrow in order to get reserves today. So this is the Fed funds thing. You could use this simply to then make a payment. Because Bank A has reserves, you could now use those to make a payment to Bank B. So you could do this whole transaction beforehand, not worry about overdrafts, do the Fed funds transaction beforehand, and then make a payment. And what does that show up as? That shows up as minus reserves that's the payment, okay? And the Fed funds borrowing shows up as the reverse, okay? The point I'm trying to make here is that if you need to make a payment to Bank B, Bank A needs to make a payment to Bank B, and it doesn't have any reserves, okay, it can go into the Fed funds market first, and it can borrow reserves from B, okay, and then pay those reserves to B, okay? So all of this all cancels out, okay? And what you're doing is essentially pushing that payment off until tomorrow, is essentially what that is doing. I'm going to pay you today. I'm going to pay you today by promising to pay you tomorrow. That's what's going on here. I'm paying you today by promising to pay you tomorrow. Let's think about me buying an apartment from you with a mortgage from Citibank, my bank. Okay. How does this really happen? Well, you know, they do all this credit check and stuff like that. That's all interesting, but it's not monetary economics. Okay, so just assume all that's fine. They figure that I'm a professor, I have a tenure, I'm good for it, whatever. So Citibank is my bank. And let's say you bank at Chase. And I am going to buy your tiny little apartment for some ridiculous amount of money, because this is Manhattan. How do I actually do that? This is going to involve the Fed funds market, believe it or not. Believe it or not. That's the startling thing. Well, the first thing I do is I get a mortgage from Citibank, and the way Citibank gives me that mortgage is by writing a deposit to my credit. So there's plus mortgage here, plus deposit here. Okay? I haven't even put myself on here. Okay, on my balance sheet, it'll be just the reverse, right? I have a mortgage as a liability. I have this deposit as an asset. We're getting used to this, I think, by now. So the way loans are made is by a swap of IOUs with the bank. The bank says, I owe you $1 million. Let's make it for $1 million. It's a nice apartment. It's 200 square feet. No, let's make it for $1 million, just fantasy, okay? So I say to the bank, I owe you $1 million over the next 30 years, okay? And the bank says to me, I owe you $1 million on demand. Okay, that's what a deposit is. But it's a swap of IOUs, but the timing is different, and the person signing those IOUs is different. You know, when Citibank signs an IOU, it's money, okay? When I sign an IOU, it's credit, okay? So there's a swap of IOUs here. The whole point of this is to transfer that deposit to you, okay, so that we can transfer ownership of this apartment to me, okay? But you have your deposit in another bank here, okay? So how does that happen? This is $1 million. We're not holding on to $1 million worth of reserves, just waiting in case I transfer this. There are no reserves here, okay? So what Citibank will do, okay, is when they're expecting me to make this transfer, okay, and I'm making this transfer at the closing, all of this, I can go, they're going to go into the Fed funds market. They have had their credit department. They know that these payments are coming down. They've been following this. They've been tracking it. And they know they have to fund this mortgage, okay? They have to fund this. Eventually, they're going to package this mortgage with all kinds of other mortgages, securitize it, sell it to Europe, do something, okay? We'll deal with that later in the class. But that takes weeks and months, okay? This payment has to happen now. And here's how it happens, okay? Citibank goes into the Fed funds market, and it borrows reserves. 1 million of them. And I'm going to show it in order to make it more realistic, not borrowing from Chase, okay? Why would Chase do this? But borrowing from some third party, let's say HSBC, okay? HSBC is making this Fed funds loan, okay? And it is doing this by running down some reserves it happens to have on hand. Okay. Perhaps these are, you know, fictional reserves. Perhaps it's running an overdraft somewhere, you know. But at any rate, it's making this loan here. So this is the counterpart of this. This is the counterpart of that. And now the Citibank has what it needs in order to make this payment, right? It can make the payment this way. minus reserves minus deposit, right? Okay. And then over here, Chase plus reserves plus deposit. And I'll put U next to that, okay? So the bank is happy to give you a deposit account. Why? Because it has money, okay? It is settled. This thing is settled, okay? That it knows. It's not just saying, I won't let you see that money, I'm going to clear this check. No, this is all clearing now because we're transferring title, okay? So this is all clearing right now, and it's clearing because there are these reserves that are going back and forth between the banks. You and I never see these, okay? It moves in between these deposit accounts, okay? But behind the scenes, it's a transfer from one bank's reserve account to another. But let's push this further. So now Chase has these reserves that aren't paying anything, and so it might go into the Fed funds market and lend them, okay? So it might sell these reserves and lend them for a future date to HSBC, okay, which is borrowing in the Fed funds market here and acquiring reserves. Okay, there's a couple of important points about this graph now. Here's the ultimate credit, mortgage, okay? Who lent the money for this credit? Who lent the money? If you follow through, you say, well, Citibank borrowed from HSBC, who borrowed from Chase, who borrowed from you. In a certain sense, I bought it from you and you lent me the money for it. Okay? Now, I don't owe it to you. I owe it to these intermediaries. So if I default, you'll still get your money. But in terms of the actual source of funds, okay, it's here. Until you spend these. You can spend these and then somebody else has to be the source of funds, okay? Until this mortgage gets financed by some pension fund somewhere, okay? At the moment, it's basically been funded through the payment system, through an expansion of balance sheets. No one has saved extra money in order to allow me to borrow this, okay? It's just been a transfer, a balance sheet transfer at the moment. You've transformed your assets from a house, okay, into a deposit account, okay? I've transferred, I now have a house, but I also have a mortgage. So I used to have zero, I still have zero, okay? Probably put some down payment in there too. The other thing I want to point out to you now is HSBC. What is HSBC doing, and why are they doing it? They're on both sides of the market, right? They're lending Fed funds and they're borrowing Fed funds. And I'm showing them as flat in terms of their exposure, but they wouldn't do this unless there was a spread there, okay? That they're lending at one rate, high rate, and they're borrowing at another rate, a low rate. HSBC is a new kind of entity that for this class now. HSBC is acting as a dealer, as a dealer in the Fed funds market. Okay. It's making a market, it's quoting prices, it's saying, I'm willing to lend to you at this rate, I'm willing to borrow from you at this rate, and it's trying to set those rates so that over the course of the day, money flows in, money flows out, and they match, and I collect on the difference between the bid-ask spread. Sometimes more money flows out than money flows in, and I have to myself find extra funds, or sometimes it's the other way around, okay? But as a dealer, matched book means that I have exactly the same exposure on this side as I do on that side. A matched book dealer, I'm showing HSBC as a matched book dealer here in the Fed funds market. Here, what happens if this $1 million mortgage gets paid to the homeowner here? This is who you're talking about, and he withdraws that. So that's 1 mm. That's how Stigum writes $1 million, 1 mm. And now withdraw it, what do you mean by withdraw? In cash? Okay. In cash, that is a demand for, that's an outflow of reserves from the banking system of $1 million. Okay? Chase probably does not have $1 million in cash, certainly not in your local branch. Okay? But they might be able to accumulate it somewhere, and they are promising to pay this. So they will have to come up with that. They can take any reserve position they have at the Fed. You know, if they have a deposit at the Fed, that's what this is, right? This is a deposit at the Fed. They can go to the Fed and they can say, give me cash for this. And the Fed will give them $1 million cash for $1 million worth of reserves, and then they give you the cash. So just sort of mechanically, there is $1 million of cash downtown in 33 Liberty Street, okay? And that's where they would get it from if they didn't have it in their own vaults. So the Fed is then, if you think about, so now I shouldn't draw balance sheets in the air. Okay, so the Fed, let's put the Fed in here. The Fed would be lowering its reserves by $1 million, and it's just printing $1 million worth of cash. It's not printing it, it has it down there. It's just putting it into circulation, $1 million worth of cash. So it's changing the form in which its liabilities are held. That there's a $1 more million worth of cash and $1 less million worth of reserves. So these reserves become $1 million. These $1 million are given to the deposit account and it flows out here. Last time I talked about an internal drain versus an external drain. That's an internal drain, right? And it causes no problems. Causes no monetary problems because cash and reserves are liabilities of the Fed just the same. No problem. What I want to distinguish right now is the difference between brokers and dealers. So, okay. Brokers. In a way, that's what I was showing sort of here, back here. I was showing that Bank A and Bank B were directly interacting with each other. They found each other. But somebody might have helped them find each other, and that might have been a broker. A broker, just like the broker for a house. Okay? When you buy a house, does a broker buy the house from the seller and then sell it to you? No, they do not. They just put you together, and they let you do business, and they take a fee for it. That's what a broker is. Okay? So there's maybe a broker doing this business between Bank A and Bank B because there's certainly no other bank that is setting up this loan. These loans exist on the balance sheet of B, they exist on the balance sheet of A, not on the balance sheet of some intermediary like we have over here. Over here, we have HSBC operating as a dealer, okay? That the loans, the Fed funds loans, exist this here and here, okay? Chase and Citibank may not even be aware, probably are not even aware, that they are lending and borrowing from each other. They know about HSBC, who's in the middle here, okay, acting as the intermediary, acting as the dealer to make markets. This is the source of liquidity in these markets, and so it's kind of an important thing for a money banking class, and we'll be talking lots more about it. This expansion, I talked about daylight overdrafts. The expansion of the balance sheet of chips, the expansion of the balance sheet of the Fed in order to make payments possible during the day. And then there's this discipline function, okay, at the end, where both of them are trying to shrink their balance sheets back down, okay? And the Fed funds market is one way that they achieve that. But credit doesn't shrink, right? It just moves off the balance sheet of chips, it moves off the balance sheet of the Fed, it moves onto the balance sheet of the individual bilateral borrowers and lenders here, okay, overnight. So it's a bilateral exposure. And it moves onto the balance sheet of the Fed funds dealers. Okay. So there's this expansion of credit during the day, And then the center of the system, the Fed and chips, are protecting themselves by saying, we're not going to extend these overnight, you do it, okay? You do it on your own balance sheets. And these are the balance sheets that take it, okay? It's the customer's balance sheets, or the banks, and the Fed funds dealer's balance sheets. So if there's some difficulty with the clearing, if there's imbalances, if there's payment imbalances in the system, you're going to see them as an expansion of Fed funds, credit, okay, and an expansion of the dealer balance sheets here. So these are symptoms of daily imbalances that couldn't be cleared, had to be pushed into the future with the hope that maybe tomorrow the imbalance will flow the other way. And if it flows the other way, everything can all be canceled. But if it goes on for 2 or 3 days, maybe it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And so people are watching these balances. These balances are highly sensitive measures of the payment patterns in the economy. You can see the quantities, and you can also see the prices, because these prices are made in active markets. They're bidding, the dealers are watching their balance sheet, and they're seeing, uh-oh, there's many more people borrowing from me than lending to me. I don't want to have that exposure, okay? So I better move my price, okay? If I want more people to lend to me, I better move that price. If I want more people to lend to me, I have to pay them more. So I have to move the Fed funds rate up. And if the imbalance is in the other direction, move the Fed funds rate down. Okay, so the Fed funds rate is a market rate in that regard. And we saw, this is not fluctuation intraday, okay? Intraday, this is fluctuation over a business cycle. But during the day, it fluctuates too. And Stigum talks about some of that in the book. It fluctuates during the day. So where does the Fed come in here? Okay, because we think of, and we're used to from our intermediate macro class or something, saying, oh, the Fed sets the Fed funds rate. How does that connect up here? Okay, well, the Fed, it does not set the Fed fund rate in that sense. The kind of models you have seen in that regard are not actually true. The Fed is not actually a participant in the Fed funds market. It's not borrowing, it's not lending. It's not doing either of these things. That's not what, so how can it be setting the Fed funds rate? It has a target for the Fed funds rate. How does it influence it? Okay. It influences it by manipulating the quantity of reserves in the economy as a whole by entering in other markets, in particular in the repo market. So we'll see about that a little bit tomorrow. But almost every day, Stigum makes a very good point here. You're used to, in your intermediate macro textbooks, what does the Fed do? Oh, it makes monetary policy. And how does it do that? It buys and sells treasury bills in order to expand the money supply or something, shift the LM curve. You're used to that, okay? Here I'm talking about the Fed going in every single day, pretty much every single day, trying to anticipate where there are going to be imbalances, okay? And if there are imbalances in the payment flows that are causing the Fed funds market to expand, that's going to drive up interest rates, and I'm going to miss my interest rate target, okay? If there are imbalances that are causing the other direction, that's going to drive it, and I'm going to miss my interest rate target, okay? So I go in, I'm the Fed, and I try to change the underlying quantity of reserves that people are borrowing and selling as a way of trying to influence the need for this credit expansion. So I change money in order to influence credit. How do I do that? The Fed wants to change the quantity of reserves out there in order to indirectly influence the Fed funds rate. Okay. How does it do it? It does it by making overnight loans. And I'm going to call it a repurchase agreement loan, overnight repurchase agreement loan that creates additional reserves. Okay. And whatever your counterparty for that is borrowing from the Fed and getting additional reserves, okay? And these reserves, if they want to, they can lend in the Fed funds market. So you see, creating additional reserves, if this makes this agent, in fact, we'll call this a security dealer because that's what it is, actually. And this is just anticipating what we're going to do next time, okay? That here's a security dealer that is funding his security positions by using them as collateral for borrowing from the Fed. All of these words will mean something next time. But winds up with reserves which it doesn't want to have, and so can lend on into the Fed funds market. Okay, and that can change. That can make more funds available and put downward pressure on the daily rate, the fluctuation of the rate during the day. Fed funds effective, this number here, okay, is the average of the Fed funds rate during the day. During the day, this rate fluctuates. Also, not everyone is charged the same rate. Some people are bad borrowers, they pay more, okay? Some people are good borrowers, they pay less, okay? So this is just an average of the rate that everyone is paying in the market. Fed funds are unsecured overnight loans. Unsecured. There's no collateral. Okay. If Chase, okay, who's this loan to? This is here, okay. Well, this is an asset, okay. So make this a liability. If Citibank does not pay HSBC, okay, there is no recourse. There's not I mean, you can sue them. Yes, there's recourse in that sense. But it's not as if there's some collateral that you then possess. You know, mortgage is secured, right? If I don't pay Citibank, they take my house. You know, it's complicated. They don't want to do it. It's not really a good way to do business. They're not intending to do this. But there's security behind this mortgage loan. There's no security behind this Fed funds loan. There's no asset of any kind. It's the general promise of Citibank, and if Citibank doesn't pay, all you can do is sue them, okay, and get a judgment to force them to pay. It's an unsecured loan. Similarly, the Eurodollar market is unsecured interbank loans. Why would anybody do this? You know, this is a lot of money. This is $1 million we just talked about overnight. Overnight. Just electronic blip. I'm lending you $1 million overnight, and all I'm depending on is that tomorrow you're going to pay me because you said you would. Okay? I wouldn't do that for you. You know, you wouldn't do that for me. Banks are doing this for each other because they're in a network. This is their business, and tomorrow they'll be on the other side of that transaction. They're going back and forth, and they're paying attention, very close attention, to their exposure to particular counterparties. They don't have collateral, but they can say, you know what, I'm a little worried about Citibank. You know, we already, okay, are into them for $10 million. Why don't we just tell them, go somewhere else for your Fed funds? Your line to us, your credit line to us is full. So when you read Stigum and she talks about credit lines, that's what she's talking about. She's talking about HSBC managing its exposure, saying, I'll lend so much to Citibank and no more, okay? I'll lend so much to others. So you're having a diversified portfolio here of Fed funds loans. You're not lending it all to one person who could default on you and ruin you, okay? You're trying to spread it around, okay? And similarly on this side. Fed funds are unsecured interbank credits. This whole market, particularly the Eurodollar market, is, however, in great stress right now, okay? People don't want to lend unsecured. Okay, they want to lend secured, okay, because they're worried about what's going to happen to my counterparties. It's a lot, particularly in Europe. There's a lot of stress in a lot of insolvent banks in Europe, and it's not a good idea to be making unsecured loans to somebody you fear is insolvent. And so you just don't. You just don't. That's why, you know, a broker might set this thing up, and then you look at them and you say, you know, nice, but I'm not having any credit exposure with you. Okay, so that's not going to work. But I'm willing to do this if you can get a dealer to stand in between and do that. But a dealer is worried too because this is a highly leveraged business on both sides. If Citibank doesn't pay HSBC, how am I going to pay Chase? You know, this isn't a pass-through. I can't say to Chase, oh, I didn't get my money. When I get my money, you'll get your money. No. This is an overnight loan, okay? If you don't pay, then you default. You have a survival constraint yourself. There's survival constraints all along. These are unsecured loans. This is not. Repurchase agreements are secured loans. There's collateral there. There's a treasury bill. This doesn't mean that it has nothing to do with your life and my life. Okay, it's just this is where the rubber hits the road, actually. This is where the large amounts of money are getting transferred. You know, this is where all the risk is being taken in this world. This is where all the liquidity is being created. So this is what we need to understand if we want to understand what we read in the newspaper every day. The Fed funds market is sort of the market for the best money in the world. Okay, reserves at the Fed. Okay, Eurodollars is another unsecured market. RP, which we're going to talk about next time, is secured borrowing and lending in the money market. Once we understand these, we are at the very core of the international payment system, and we can build our understanding of the money market up and around. Okay. I want to close out now by talking about the least important part of this lecture, okay, which is the reserve requirement, okay, which you'll read about in Stigum. There's all this discussion of the reserve requirement and the necessity of banks having to make sure not that they meet the clearing at the end of the day, but there are these 2-week maintenance periods, and you have to have an average quantity of a certain quantity of reserves by the end of that 2-week period. So there's sort of two things you're maximizing. You're making sure that you can meet the clearing today, but that's not so hard. You can always do that by borrowing and lending in the Fed funds market. But you also have to make sure that you're actually holding reserve positions of a certain average amount over this period, and that is sort of gaming and making sure that you're just hitting that target and not over. And this was an attempt. She has an extremely interesting discussion, which is now just of historical interest, I suppose, of the attempt during the monetarist phase of the Fed under Volcker. Monetarists said, we want to make sure that we use these reserve requirements to control the money supply. Okay? If you have to accumulate these reserves, this prevents you from expanding your balance sheet. See this? Okay? These deposits incur required reserves. Okay? And if the Citibank is worried about not having enough reserves, or there aren't enough reserves in the system, the idea is that it limits the expansion of money and also limits the expansion of credit, at least bank credit, okay, in this way. That was the idea. There had been before what was called lagged reserve accounting. Which meant that banks had to accumulate reserves that were sufficient to be a certain proportion of the deposits that they had 2 weeks ago. Okay, so you could make this loan without the reserves needed to back it. Everything's fine, and then 2 weeks later, you got to find the reserves. Well, clearly, in that environment, the Fed has to supply the reserves. Okay, because otherwise somebody's not going to meet the reserve requirement. It's not going to all add up. These deposits are already there. They've already been created 2 weeks ago. Okay, so the Fed has to provide the reserves. It can provide using this sort of mechanism here. Okay, and the monetarists were concerned about that. They said the Fed isn't really controlling the money supply. It's really just the demand is expanding, and the Fed is just expanding to meet that. So we want to have more discipline. Okay. It's all about discipline versus elasticity. And the way we're going to achieve that is with contemporaneous reserve accounting. Okay. By saying the amount of reserves you have to hold during this 2-week period has to do with the average deposit accounts you've had during the same 2-week period. Okay. So you can imagine this is a little tougher to hit this thing because the quantity of deposits is fluctuating around, the quantity of reserves is fluctuating around. It led to a lot of chaos in the Fed funds market, actually, and so they abandoned it. Okay, but it was tried for a while. It was tried. The important thing to understand about this, sort of intellectually, is this was an attempt to create some discipline in a system that people felt had run out of control. You know, this was the period of double-digit inflation, and the thought was, how maybe we can use contemporaneous reserve accounting to put some control on this system, okay? Turned out it didn't really work. She's pretty clear about that, okay? There's still arguments among academics about this, but it hasn't been tried. It hasn't been tried again. And now, you know, this is all a dead letter because there's so many reserves, okay, that there's just the notion that you have to hold a certain amount of reserves against your deposits. You know, there's trillions of reserves. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. But the Fed funds market still exists, and it exists for these payment purposes, to satisfy the payment purposes at the end of the day. The question is, don't I think that the reserve requirement is going to become relevant again at some future date after we're out of this crisis? And I guess I have two answers to that. There was more to the question than that, but that was the essence of it. First of all, we're in the crisis and it's going to take a while. There's $1 trillion worth of excess reserves out there. That's not going to go away in a minute. But that wasn't your question. So look through that. The deeper question is, was the reserve requirement ever kind of important? Okay? And I think this is an important question and one that we are going to be grappling with in this course. You know, does the quantity of reserves in any significant way restrict the expansion of credit or the expansion of money? Because what we're going to see is that there's a parallel banking system, the shadow banking system, which can create pretty close substitutes for all this stuff and credit, okay, that doesn't face any reserve requirement, that doesn't face any capital requirements, that can be offshore, can be anywhere in the world, okay, and marginal credit can flow through that. So there's an institutional example where it's not clear that even if reserve requirements bind for banks, does that mean that that controls credit or controls the money supply? I mean, you can crank up binding on banks. That's where we started, right, with this article here, that European capital requirements are trying to make banks safer. And so what it's doing is making sure that banks are not a source of credit, okay, in Europe. That doesn't mean there's no source of credit in Europe. It just means that it's not going to be banks. It's going to be something else, okay? So I think in general that's true about monetary systems, that if you put restrictions on one thing, you can control that one thing. But is that the thing, does that do anything to the larger economy? Or is it just like, you know, a balloon, you punch it here and it blows out there? This is a real question, it's a real debate. I tend to be, you can probably hear, on the side of people who say that mostly these are ineffective constraints. The reserve constraint is an ineffective constraint in modern financial markets. It probably wasn't in 1950 when it was invented and when all the textbooks were written, okay, because there weren't any alternatives and you could really control things pretty tightly with that. I think it's just not really true anymore, as a matter of fact, about the world. That doesn't mean that there's nothing you can do. That doesn't mean that there's no way to control. It's just that's not a very effective measure.